pulled this bitch. Oh my god. I Want to Dance with Somebody by Whitney Houston. This is Journey. Journey. Anyway, no, it's not anyway. It's Journey's. Journey, Don't Stop Believing. We're aware of the plastic acts that were made, the whole tennis John Burroughs first night landed, and then he was put in diameter. He said these were in a perfect deep plastic triangle, but the depressions in the ground were 5 feet deep. Wow. Actually, it's different. It indicated that something very big had landed, or it did so landed. Nobody ever saw that. So again, having been told off basically for reporting his November, they didn't even tell anyone in authority about these depressions that were found because they hadn't seen the facts themselves. They just kept their heads down. But this is all indicative that the authorities, US Air Force, was playing all of this UFO activity down. And it's clear that when you put it into context, the twin bases were regularly being visited by UFOs. Why we don't know, but it's expected to use the weapons that state. But they were certainly interested in those twin bases. And they are very important in the context leading up to what then turned out to be false serial events. And you look at this. I'm stumped. Is it Barry Manilow? It's 43 years later, and facts and information are still coming forward. It's amazing that it's that case, but I'm disappointed in myself that I did not get that one. Yeah, oh, of course, yeah. Let me play Across the Stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. I should have gotten that. Give us another one. We hear stories that, oh yeah, that was a light. If it happened today, I'm sure we can excuse that's Chinese drones or something equally to speak. But there was a concerted effort in the 43 years since to muddy those waters, right? By your government and by our government. I think the play down the incident, the December incident, was right. And that's kind of actual fact you said to me that I got from somebody in the Royal Air Force. This is New York, by Frank Sinatra. Right? He won't like to say the tone in the radar operation. It's much more complicated. But in layman's language, he's a radar. Boy, you are quite talented songwriter. Beautiful pianomanship. How do you say that? You're a wonderful pianist. Miles away from Woodbridge. There was clearly something going on. There was a high level activity, and he was taken to a briefing room. Come on, somebody give me some competition on one of these. I'm sure somebody's going to be able to get one that I can't get. And they were told that the UFO incident aspect was in Woodbridge. So this is in days, it's a different service, it's the RAF. But none of that is ever really hit surface. British will say that nothing of defense significance when the story broke publicly in October 1983. So what is in the office indicated that they were trying to play down damage with the case. Now, there are so many things that have happened to people about what you just talked about there in your brief summary there, that people have changed the stories or been encouraged or witnessing things crazy. I say in the book that the Ronaldson Forest incident, for me, is the most complicated UFO case in history because there are so many parts, so many people who are involved, and in fact, many more people who have yet to come forward, some of which I spoke to who wouldn't go public.
I don't. Somebody else out there got it?
We don't like the way the case is portrayed in the media. And I said, well, what do you mean? And they said, well, it's always old, tennis symbols, made up fences, uniforms, and well, there's a lot more that's done. And these other stories are not being told. So some of them I'm aware of, so I will get involved because the narrative. So one of the reasons I wrote the book came to realise is that the narrative is wrong. The last 25 years, the way that the TV portrays the incident, the narrative is wrong. And why it's wrong is because one of the fundamental things that emerged as early as 1984 was that entity, in 1983 was NCTC, and that was the so-called controversial account of Larry Warren, who was the original military whistleblower who went public in late 1982 and then in his own name in late 1983. And when that story broke, he was the only one for about 8 years who was doing stuff to people from the airport. Well, his thing that happened as soon as the lights go, all the tired, retired the bullets, they start attacking Larry Warren and saying, well, his account don't fit with ours. And they were putting down about it. But early on, two uniform research called ROTHSCHILD got hold of from Nebraska that research it's fantastic work. Now, all you'll ever hear is anecdotally made books written about them, but they actually sold the big part of the case in 1985, in my opinion, because they were an admission by Colonel Holmes. ROTHSCHILD was the first person to ring him up and have an interview with him. And in 1985, he said, I've talked to a number of witnesses in Rabbi case. He suspected this. I talked to a number of witnesses, included Larry Warren, included Adrian Christina, who will come back to this music, he's figuring all of it, Sergeant Adrian Christina. And he said, basically, he said this was the whole. I talked to a number of people, there was another landed, and entity was the same, and Colonel Williams, the best commander, both sides of personnel, was present in this field where this technology took place. Entities were seen, and there seemed to be some kind of silent space or between the base and what were three entities. Floating entities translated back to kind of like Star Trek, floating councils, but it was nearly put out by Larry Warren. And basically, when most management were retired, I always said that his stories were over. Holmes basically said, oh, he was never there, blah, blah, blah. So I went to this looking for evidence to corroborate, and the key person was Adrian Christina. Adrian Christina said in 1984 in ROTHSCHILD that he was describing another landing. Clearly was the event involving the termination of a small triangular craft on the night of the 25th into 26th. He's clearly describing something else. Well, Adrian Christina has made a number of comments over the years in social media, but he was very, very traumatized by what he had experienced in the forest. And he was like the Holy Grail in some sense, and I tried to get over it for several years. And then through lorry race, we had that February 1990 event, 1980 event, Pinkerton event. These events we got hold of and said, look, swear to the speech. So I ended up having a 4.5 hour transatlantic phone call all through the 90s, he teaches me from work, but I asked him, would he concentrate? I used some advanced interviewing skills that I'd learned that were not designed for 42 years down the line. But basically, I tried it and I said, would you try concentrating, trying to put yourself back there? And I just let him speak. And it's all the audio recorded, and he comes out with this corroboration and said, yes, Barry Warren was there. I was next to him in the field. There was a translucent craft surrounded by US Air Force police officers. Colonel Williams was there, and it was being filmed, which was filmed as in motion picture footage, and it's quite specific. Motion picture footage, which for all the results of state nature and all that means, it's the classic cinema film, cine film, basically. And so we're talking moving images.
How long ago did you find this out? What a crazy coincidence. It's beautiful synchronicity.
When it hit the news world in October 1983. Well, here he was, this guy is corroborating to me that he didn't feel, and he says that Larry Warren was actually closer to the crash than he was. I mean, he's living 20 feet away, Larry Warren maybe 10 feet away from the crash. And he thinks that entity being seen. He found it, Asian descent found it, very difficult to talk about it. He had a religious upbringing, one soul, traumatizing, tremendously, he suffered sleepless nights, nightmares for years. But we can go into the trauma and the effects later on. It's a lot to interrogate. But in terms of Asian descent, he was corroborated. But what he said that is significant, he said, no, it was another night. It was really another night.
That's really, really cool. And now you're able to connect via Twitter Spaces.
Not the night he was out with Colonel Hall, which is regarded as the third whole night, the audio tape, and the memo which he wrote. But this night, nobody talks about it. And certainly Hall was denied everything. So here's the interesting thing. So, Agent of things that after all these years, he's telling me finally that he is the first person that said direct corroboration by one account that the Egyptian film security police were around and another one in the field and that the base man was there. Now, here's the truth of the position that all these years you never heard Colonel Holt say that Colonel Williams was there, never talked about it, he was always ridiculed by one. And it's a lie, you're the base. Second base commander, you should be, in a sense, putting your arms around all the witnesses and say, look, investigate this thing together. But no, that's not the case. Now, here's the interesting thing that pulls all this together. Is that when I went through Ray Boucher's records, when I first spoke in 2018, I did a scout with Ray Boucher. I said, look, put some got your notes on this from the research and so we said it for about 3 years. This is how I'm thinking, well, we probably never find it. Anyway, so 3 weeks later, he sends me a PDF of 375 pages or something. 345 pages. And I'm thinking, wow. And I was so excited. I read it in one go. I was so eager. And when I went through this, and I say it in the book, I came across this reference to an interview done with Colonel Holt in April 1985. It literally, my jaw was on the floor. He said, he was laid out. He rang him up and he said to me, Lord, you're going to take 12 laps. And he said, I've fought for everyone. I fought it. Agent understood that there was a landing craft, there was security police around it, it was being filmed, and the base commander was there. And when he said that, he wrote, having given him that scenario, he wrote down the basics. What Colonel Holt had said to us, and the response to Colonel Holt was, I can verify all of that, I can substantiate all of that to the senator. Which is good to trying to get Senator Dave Benson involved, if he was in the Nebraska senator at the time, Rabbi said Stockholm lived in Nebraska. But he said it stands. And whilst the anecdotal references in books that they read, they've not been in context. It turns out that initially, having met with Senator Dave Benson, which is Stockholm and Brady, they had met with, and so they're trying to get him interested in this case that he was involved in with security police officers. They've gone back to him and said, here's the memo, blah, blah, blah. It turns out that as soon as Holt This was controverted by one of theirs, and it's this. Basically, the attitude of James Epstein was revolutionary, but culture was like, yeah, thanks, but no thanks. No, I'm not surprised. I spoke to Senator Exxon a couple of times too. Called me out of the blue, and we could talk about that sometime privately. We go into the break with Marvin Gaye, Henry Terrell. I don't know.
No matter how far, don't baby, just on me. I'll be there in a hurry. You don't have to worry, 'cause baby, there ain't no mountain high enough. Ain't nobody low enough. Ain't no river wide enough. I set you free. I told you always count on me. Nothing wrong. I'm really around. I'll be there when you want me. Somebody's somehow.
I'm returning to the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The strike is over. A deal was reached Friday with a tentative contract agreement between LA Unified School District and its support staff. The agreement includes a 30% increase in salary with retroactive pay and would raise the district's minimum wage to $22.52 an hour. A Delta passenger is in custody after opening the emergency door on a plane as it prepared for takeoff from LAX. Also, the emergency flight to the airport police detained the passenger. FBI has been notified. We know it was a man, but they're not releasing his name. A New York grand jury is expected to reconvene today in former President Trump's hush money payment case. Daniel Radcliffe and longtime girlfriend Aaron Dark are expected. Southline weather from KFI, partly cloudy and windy, highs in the mid-to-upper 60s. Right now it's 48 in Anaheim, 49 in Mission Viejo, 46 in Calabasas, and 47 in Grand Canyon. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Penner.
The stalled car northbound stop before Main Street is in the right lane. CHP says it's in a bad spot. It's not was unseen car. Crash in a small van. It's going to take 15 south on before Highway 138 is directed bucking to the left lane. And you also have a big red wreck in Rancho Cucamonga, I-15 south on 7th Avenue. The right lane is down for the town fire department on scene. Let's get to their faster. I'm Errol Bull. Your traditional investments aren't so great right now. So how about investing in assets that not only hold their value, but are just outright fun to own? Have you ever wanted a Rolex but never thought you could afford one? Well, let me suggest Bob's watches. Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tudor, and a whole lot more. They have them all. Buy, sell, or trade. They have a huge inventory of luxury watches, free overnight shipping on all orders, and a great selection of vintage Rolex watches, too. Bob's Watches is a trusted online store to buy or sell modern and vintage luxury pre-owned watches, and all watches are 100% authentic and independently certified. And now you get $200 off. Google Bob's Watches and my name, Bill Handel. Click the link at the top to get your discount automatically applied to your order. Looking to sell your luxury watch? Fast and easy quote online from watch experts. Google Bob's Watches and Bill Handel. KFI AM 640. The sensors on the ceiling of an elevator, which can smell urine, so that they can quickly send over a cleaning crew in the elevator. What we have, though, is a breakdown in cultural norms, because I never remember there was ever a problem with people urinating public. I never even considered that. Right. 1 to 4 p.m. KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We can people around the bow, and we're supposed to do like order material. She goes on stages. She does a 360. She goes all the way around, and then goes on the street that we want to go on. Because we do it. Because it's roundabout. You gotta go around the whole place. You don't even know roundabout. Is that right? Right. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. That's what we're calling it again. Monday night, 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
I've heard stories of people that go to like senior care retirement villages or whatever, and they've never had their first relationship. My grandma had a boyfriend, his name was Howard, in her 70s. Howard was shady as by the way. Shady. When you're post 70 and it's just a boyfriend or a girlfriend, you put a ring on it, very serious. Or you just like, I don't want to bother.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KMI AM 640. To talk to George Mann, call the wild card line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Mann. Please don't all the sudden great day, whether your day is about to end or whether some of you are just getting up and getting ready to go. That's all important. We're talking with Gary Heseltine about his book, Non-Human, The Rebel from Forest UFO Incidents. 42 years of denial. I guess it's 43 years now since those events happened in December of 1980. When we come back, we'll go to the phone, see what's in your mind, and get some more testimony from Gary about his investigation right after that. Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached. Like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My leaky faucet turned into the maintenance man asking, when are we going to get to know each other better? I needed my air conditioner fixed, but my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission. My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your housing isn't just wrong, it's against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances or refusing to make repairs because you deny sexual favors. If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with us.
So I called HUD and filed a complaint with my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair Housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. You see it for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance. What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement. They give you six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Greg Kitchen, best-selling author and starring in a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are off track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, Baby Boomer Dilemma, at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value for you. Call today, you'll get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. All you can cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020, 1-800-506-2020. Gary, there's so much we still have yet to cover. There's one thing I would really like you to address, though, and it's the lighthouse theory, because that's one of the primary tools that's been used to muddy these waters. All you have, all they were seeing was light from this lighthouse. Could you address why that just does not meet the facts? I guess in part because there were 17 different parts of these incidents, right? I think the real answer to that is that the media created that as a false flag, basically, right from the off. This is media-led. In the UK press, as soon as the big tabloid headline came out on October the 2nd, 1980, a UFO landing suffocated officials, that created a huge media international storm about the subject. It became worldwide and went viral, as we would say now. But within a day or so, the Times was putting stories out, was trivializing it, and also the BBC had asked an astronomer to come forward with a theory for explaining. And basically, the astronomer, Ian Ridgman, went out and did some filming, and he filmed the lighthouse. You could see every 5 seconds that we did about 5.5 miles out, just the light flash for every 5 seconds. What he did, and what the BBC did, were always played this down the tape very badly. They basically let him put up a sequence that said against the audio there, oh, there it is, look, the light flash. And he was trying to say that what was exactly seen in the audio tape, the whole audio tape was alive against what is now regarded as the third whole audio tape had a reference where we could see like people like this, and hopefully other minute or 30 seconds, then it wouldn't match the testimony that was on the audio. But the BBC allowed Ian Ridgman to give it the illusion that, oh, these people weren't seeing was the lighthouse of 5 miles away. But it was ridiculous right from the off. Holt said, no, it's ridiculous lighthouse. And when you read the book, the initial letter sent to the MOD by Squadron Leader Morley, who was in RAF liaison, Squadron Leader of the Squid. So when the whole memo was passed to Squadron Leader Morley, he put it on, he just said UFOs, whereas Holt had spread it down instead of spread light. So Holt, Morley, before he sent it to the MOD, put a cover letter on the same set of UFOs, and always ridiculous. If it had been a version inquiry, for example, somebody, a body is being found in, I mean, it's hard to question. What I'm saying is, if it had been a major police and somebody said, oh, well, the lighthouse is responsible, then you would look at it for a moment, and then you see the testimony match what the people who are directly involved, the witnesses were involved. And none of them did. Some of them did say that they'd seen the beacon light, but only after having encountered other lights initially. And so all of these incidents were really, none of them had anything to do with the lighthouse, but it was the media entirely that created this illusion. And unfortunately, this is where I've been saying the conclusion of the book. What else can you draw from this? That 50 of the English, English-speaking documentaries that's been made over the decades, none of them are featuring the information that I'm giving you now. None of them have done the real research because this decade ago, there was so many of them leaving, and they just hadn't done it. They cherry-picked what they showed on TV, and they've allowed this lighthouse theory to gain traction right from the off. And if you think about it, when the very first documentary that was ever done was the CNN special, it took the Carol, which is still a very good documentary, and that was released in 1985. And you know, mention of the lighthouse, ridiculous. They had airmen on there, driving things that were happening in front of them, in the forest, in the air. And as an example of the ludicrous nature of what's going on here, is the fact that on the night that the first night, when Jim Pennington, so we're talking 26th into the 26th of December, Jim Pennington, John Boyd, when they're coming back having had their encounter, or it was Jim's encounter with the Atlantic Triangular craft, when they're going back to the staging area where all the vehicles were, they see an object flash over them, going in the opposite direction of the lighthouse. And the other thing as well is that the Bill Burns documentary in 2007 was with the lighthouse keeper, and it had a metal plate stopping the sweeping arm of license authority. All results with a 5-second fine. There was never a lighthouse. He should have been discarded from day one. But the media entirely created that illusion. And unfortunately, because I believe that the media has played this case out deliberately, I think there was a high level discussion at the senior level in the media, the UK, whether it's the opinion whatever. Can't prove it, but it's the logical thing. It's right from the offset trying to push the White House theory. And literally every documentary that's ever been released since talks about what or what is the life of the they're all the White House in particular. But they context that they've created this illusion entirely. It was always a myth. It would have been discarded on the first day of any major investigation.
Let's take a couple of calls. Brendan in Austin. Hey, Brendan, good morning. You're on with Gary Husselton.
Hey, thank you so much. Everybody's got to check out Webinars on any podcast service that you listen to. It's a short app. It's amazing. And I'll be super quick. So I think it's Jim. Didn't he get hurt by the UFO? And then during it, he had like a telepathic experience where he got a binary message. The binary was in ASCII, which is basically American binary, and it had GPS coordinates of all these ancient civilizations, and then one in the ocean that said to go there for our next step in exploration. Is that also just a poppycock, or is that, what do you think of that? I think the binary codes based on the evidence, they're in trouble today as a form of detection because they did not become publicly well known until December of 2010 on the 30th anniversary of the event.
If you go to the website jailbreakchat.com, it gives you different prompts and it can help you with those issues.
He also told the audience who were a bit surrounded when this came out at the conference in Woodbridge, which is the nearest town to them before it, on the 28th of December.
Yes, so using that website, so it's jailbreakchat.com. It can answer in whatever form you want it to. So if you wanted to answer give you financial advice, but you wanted to talk like a cowboy when doing it, it can do so. Or you wanted to talk like a dragon or whatever. And it can also teach you ways to use the do anything now mode to get around some of the requests that normally will not fulfill.
And it turned out that that did. But in 1994, yeah, under hypnosis, in kind of recalling questions where somebody's questions is, can you see the battery? Being suggested it might be a fancy false memory by either interrogated, because that's the influence of the scenario. But what was really troubling as detectives is it's a standalone account. Nobody could corroborate this binary code download. Now, I'm not saying you can't have a download information, I think you can. But what I'm saying is that in the days following that Asia admission in 2010, he went to the couple of radio shows with Stone, and with a radio show with a lady called Dr. LaJoyner the first of the interview. And when you actually listen to that, she was absolutely baffled at times by some of the responses. He's basically telling the Woodbridge audience that you know what he was, telling you blah, blah, blah. Then there's actually split past of it, there's actually been put in a book by Elizabeth Brown, Glitch of the Reality, which came out in 1998, being hypnotized, but that was lost from the audience, it just washed over them. When you play it back and now freeze-frame and stop it and analyze it. But the thing is that the story is a standalone account, there's no corroboration whatsoever. And he's never done a lie detector that might have previous to his account. Driving away to the rapid paper and into his pocketbook. Now, here's the thing, his pocketbook, which is supposedly after the binary code in, is an awesome flip book, so you can text pages out and you can put them back in. I'm not saying it is, or it isn't. What I'm saying is that it's an awesome flip book, so you can undo the time and pages which they can. Now, when he went coming onto the Joiner show, he basically said there were 6 pages, 9 pages, 12 pages. It turns out there were 16 pages of binary code. It was brought down on the morning of the 27th in like a mass chaos kind of thing that horseback riding, one races out, both races out. Well, I think I always know that the one time in my life I'd ever done that is I wrote out. It doesn't make sense. It's always complicated. The page is wrong. That doesn't make sense. That's sort of red flag. But the bottom line is, it's a standalone account. There's no corporation, and I don't think you can regard it as true.
Brendan, thanks for that. Bill in Los Angeles. Good morning, Bill.
George, two questions for Gary. As a former newspaper writer, I know that public figures in America rarely sue for defamation, since it has to be proven false and malicious. But I understand under British law that public figures have more clout against defamation. Have any of the military or police officials sued the media bunkers for portraying them as liars or lunatics? And is there a connection between the Rendlesham sighting and another UK UFO that inspired apparently a hit song by a British pop rock group in 1980? I think that's a good question. What's the song? I don't. It's like something like it's real. I think the group was Hot Chocolate. Is that what it was? I'm not aware of that. And I kind of think the things that will happen on the last Jeff will say. So I can't actually take that. Remind me what the first part was again? Can have any military or other public figures who have been portrayed by the media as crackpots taken any legal action to show that they were unfairly? As far as I'm aware, in a sense, not. When you're talking with security police officers, US Air Force, military personnel, to be fair, the documentaries don't paint them as lunatics at all, never. Right, the officers never do that, because they were in the military, they would be sent out with their own signals to ridicule an armed forces. So there's never been ridicule, but what is really striking when you look at the case, there is so much information that I became aware of only and new, but you've never been shown in a TV documentary. You can only conclude that TV documentaries have cherry-picked a bit of information they give, and I've been involved in lots of documentaries over the years. And what I learned is that TV makes entertainment. It doesn't necessarily give you all the facts. It gives you some of the facts. And they don't lie openly. They do it by omission, by not giving you all of the information, which is the context, which I talked about early on in the book. You have to have context. And they just take it, and they run with the stories of the Lano, the Lighthouse series, the Game of Connections, it's still being talked about 40 odd years later. It's a scandal. But that's been a long response from on high. And this is why I think that the US Air Force, government, the British government, the High Force, so the fact of the media downplay this case. And the reason why they wanted to downplay it is because it has direct effect. Here we have essentially 50 or 100 military witnesses, including senior officers, involved in the case. Now, can you imagine? Now we've talked about certain areas of things, these corroborations as well, with one account, they want to demonize hope and say, oh no, he's rubbish, he was there, he's a liar, he's a wannabe, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is, the corroboration not always from areas of things, that from the things held that Phil Williams said, I know that. But there's a guy called T.Will Gerald, I talked about earlier, he was the guy inside the direct storage area that sold it in. He also, the same training course that I want, is out in the forest. When he's in the forest, having left the storage area, he sees Colonel Holt arrive, and he sees Larry Warren there. And he's pleased to see it. It's not that they're friendly, but it was on the same training course. And it was their service overseas course. He's like, oh, but it's I recognize out here. And he corroborated the Warren was out in the forest by the staging area. So two other people that corroborated that. And then there was this storm town by another area called Greg Baxter, who was interviewed way back in 1984. He said, after seeing a UFO, one of his listed in the 17, I ran away from it, and as I run back to the stage, I go on the beach, and I see Larry Warren coming to say, okay.
Let me ask you one other question, Gary. We have just 2 minutes left, but let me ask you this. Do you think that there was communication of some sort? I mean, one of the stories that we've heard is that Williams, this guy who was there, encountered 3 enemies.
Let me just read the paragraph that I've been trying to. This is what William said. This is what William said in a letter to James. As you know, April the 10th, 1985, I spoke with General Samuel Holt, former Secretary of Rabbi Temple, in regard to the review. He agreed to this. In addition, when I asked about walking stick to fill, Brigadier General John Williams, the wing commander of Area Headquarters, Air Commander, he said was delivered to a fighter pilot. When I spoke within this account, he said it was walking stick footage of the landed UFO. Now, Holt was denied that everything. And there was a clear admission there. In 1985, why is that never come out? Why is the context, the letters that Berlucci sent there, how unambiguous? I wrote this down the basis of the way before Paul Retired became the TV personality news. I think that has a bearing on many of the things we've said since. It's totally denied by saying that nobody ever actually.
Well, somewhere there's photos, somewhere there's film footage. Maybe someday they'll come out there. Maybe we'll get there.
One thing that emerged quickly, all of this radio tactics for the back tape existed, and on each of the nights we sort of played the facts, never been admitted to by any of the senior officers, but 3 people told us in the crossfire investigation that they were routinely, all the audio from all the radio channels routinely resolved.
Well, it's out there somewhere. Maybe somebody listening coast to coast can come up with it, or maybe you can come up with it somewhere. Gary has been a tremendous job on this book. I really enjoyed it. And so much new information. You do a great job of laying it out. Non-human, the rebels before us, UFO incident. I hope people will check it out. And thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me on.
I'll talk to you again. Thanks also from their earlier guest, Mr. Esther.
I would like to announce the room quickly that I have, for the first time in a YouTube session, had over 100 people in my YouTube session. So I had 118 over the course of the last 2.5 hours, and that's just a record for me. So appreciate your guys' support, and one of these days this is going to go viral. Thank you so much. I agree. It's usually like 1, 2, 1, 2, maybe 3 at the most, and then I hit 80, and then I hit 118. This is really great. I'm on Discord, and I actually just have my screen that actually shows their cameras back to them on Discord, and they get really interested because they're playing music and doing all kinds of things, and they're able to watch themselves live on YouTube. And that before, usually I just have it on, just in the room, or maybe just streaming some kind of movie or something. But when you show people themselves, they get really, really interested. Who wouldn't think? I did one other thing differently. I don't know if it has anything to do with it, but I started using a new browser. So I started using Microsoft Edge. I've used Chrome basically the entire time. I've used Firefox. I've used Opera. I've used basically every major browser there is out there, but I just started using Microsoft Edge. I don't know if it has anything to do with it, perhaps, but I can tell you kind of what I've gotten out of Chrome. So hopefully any one of these days, and then we're going to make everybody in this room very, very rich, and Angry Ape Society is going to be all over. It'll be great.
Spanish, Italian, Chinese, and Korean. Or get access to all 25 languages for life with Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Check it out at rosettastone.com.
Most certainly, and I do it for world peace. I've been streaming my life live for more than 666 days from 6 different streams, and it's more data than anyone has in the entire history of mankind. When people start to learn about this, they're going to be very interested to do research on it. My entire life, 6 different streams. I have I'm not yet monetizing it, but I have 150,000 hours on YouTube, which is the most of any single individual in world history. The next closest is live stream fails with 57,000. It's just like a compilation YouTube channel that basically has people who are on live stream went down, or they fall over during it. It's kind of like they do pranks on live streams, but those are people who have live streamed And essentially it's a compilation. Any individual such as PewDiePie or Mr. Beast, they don't have much live stream. They have a lot of edited videos, but even their edited videos aren't more than 50,000 hours. The only there's one channel that has more time on YouTube than I do, and that's T-Series. They have about 230,000 hours, and I have 150,000 hours. But I mean, when I'm out there competing with basically T-Series, which is, you know, all of India, that's pretty good competition. Well, I first started recording my golf swing. Believe it or not, I was a member of Tiger Woods' golf course out here in Orange County, and so I would just every day after work start recording my golf swing. And I have a good golf swing, and one day I just kept recording, came home and realized, you know what, this is going to be really important in the future. Perhaps my children would want to see this, and it's a really good time capsule of what the world is currently. It was in the middle of the pandemic, and so I started streaming on one Chromebook, and then I bought 4 more Chromebooks, and eventually I got to 5, and I used my computer as well, and then realized, you know what, this is an opportunity really for what I've wanted my whole life, what everybody basically wants, which is world peace. And we don't talk about world peace. So I go into YouTube discussions and Twitter discussions, and we talk about world peace and ways to change the world and future technologies such as levitation and anti-gravity and antimatter, things that you normally don't hear in society, like mind uploading and perhaps advanced propulsion, things that you don't talk about on a daily basis, like teleportation or telekinesis or telepathy. These are all real things that we don't discuss, and I give the world an opportunity to discuss them on my stream. In addition, I've made it basically the world's biggest NFT because, of course, we have all these NFT discussions on it, and in addition, we've watched every major media franchise, from everything from the Marvel Cinematic Universe to all the Harry Potters to all the Lord of the Rings, and we also listen to all the books. So eventually, when I think that this will become quite popular, everyone will basically be able to have all their kinds of media, and it becomes essentially one huge universe. It's a beautiful thing. I have. It's hard for me to get a lot of momentum. I have about 3,000 subscribers, but you know, you get like maybe 5 or 10 upvotes or postings, or like maybe people will comment on it. But really, YouTube is such a sea of content that it's hard to be found. But I have tried it. Absolutely. Songs of Eden, I'm gonna DM you like all my information, and I heard that you sometimes do consultations for people. I would really appreciate it. I'll send you my stuff if that's okay. Oh, bless you. Absolutely. I'm going to get with you offline. Thank you so much, Songs of Eden. I do. I get my groceries delivered, but when I'm out and about, I absolutely do. When I drive, I at least have 3 different videos going while I'm in the car. Additionally, I have recorded as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego. I mean, I've been to Hollywood, Disneyland, Santa Monica Pier, so I do have a lot of video out and about in Southern California, and then additionally within my house. So I take video of when I shower, I take video of when I go to the bathroom, and I upload it to TikTok or YouTube or Instagram. Really, I have done my best to have every single moment of my life on camera for the last approximate 2 years. Yes, I do. Normally, I don't do that in life. I don't normally talk aloud, but it's kind of boring if you're just watching someone eat. So I'll talk about what I'm doing so that people know exactly what I'm thinking as I do it.
all know.
Yes, there are a few exceptions, but you can read all about them on our website before you call. Just go to thesmellgoodplumber.com.
Wow, you went up front and everything. I just had a guy named Bubba who wouldn't tell me anything.
No brothers here, ma'am. Just professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good, and unclog drains for $99. Call us 1-800-446.
I mean, he was definitely an inspiration and had a really wonderful show.
Well, Trump calls it a political witch hunt, and Alan Dershowitz agrees.
The famed liberal Harvard professor is speaking out against the targeting of Trump in his new book, Yes, Trump.
All this week, Rock Speakers on Newsmax talking to Dershowitz about the weaponization of our justice system and the disturbing
Definitely, I learned, like, if I'm just quiet the whole time, but if I'm funny on it, it's way better. And if I make, comments about what I'm doing, if I mess up or if I do something correctly, I absolutely do my best to comment on it. So basically, anything that I'm thinking in my head, I just say aloud for the camera so that the audience one day will be able to know what I was saying.
Download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone. You can watch it anytime, anywhere.
You should be watching Newsmax. Encourage your friends and family to tune in today.
I mean, the hypocrisy is stunning.
We have essentially very wealthy individuals at the top of the pyramid who don't want world peace to happen or don't want it to happen as of yet, which is really people who own defense contractors don't have the same type of motivation to have world peace as we do. If you're going to lose money because you're not going to sell as many bombs or bullets, you don't want world peace. So it's about ensuring that we kind of knock those people off the top. And I mean, they have names. The Bechtel family has names. The Cheney family has names. And oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. The people at the top of the pyramid don't want the people essentially to have world peace if they own defense contractors. So the people who own Boeing, the people who own British Aerospace, the people who own Rafael, the people who own Bechtel, the people who own Lockheed Martin or Lockheed Martin stock aren't in the business of necessarily allowing for world peace because they don't sell as many weapons. And really, essentially, if you can get to if you have enough content out there, you become more powerful than them because knowledge is power. And if you can start to teach people that we are at a point where we don't need to have war anymore, and the ways that we go about is first and foremost say that no country is allowed to invade another country. And if they do, all the other countries should invade them. It's as simple as that. It's basically a threat against the world. Don't invade another country. On top of that, that's true, but at least we could have an open discussion about it. And instead of it being like a 30-second segment that you might see on the news, this is long-form video content. In the same way that long-form audio content changed the world when it came to podcasting, long-form vlogging, video logging is going to be very, very big, where people just essentially stream their life as it's really as a virtual diary. And whether I'm able to bring world peace, I mean, that's quite a big lift. But at least we can have people start the discussion on it and start the discussion and saying to the United Nations, look, you were established for one thing and one thing only at the beginning. In 1948, you were established, or 1949, you were established for world peace, not for some of the other things that you do, but you're not doing those well either. World hunger is a thing. And people are starving, particularly on the African continent, but also Asia everywhere. And there are ways using vertical farming and using hydroponics and using 3D printing of food. There are ways that we could perhaps solve those. And there are also little technologies like the life straw for clean water and desalinization plants. These are not normally things that are discussed in open, and we discuss them on a daily basis. And really, if this ever becomes popular, people will learn a lot about new technology and perhaps ways to bridge the gap for world peace.
How did they finally get caught? Richard Epstein is a writer who's been on the program in the past. He's taken a deep dive into court records and transcripts to tell a compelling but chilling story. The serial killer next door joins me a few minutes from now. In the second half, we go live to the United Kingdom. Gary Hesseltine is one of Britain's best-known UFO investigators and writers. He spent years as a police detective and learned plenty about how to investigate, how to interrogate, and question witnesses, how to piece together facts. For more years than he might care to admit, Harry has lived into three tenth one.
Well, the idea, basically, from what I've read, and you can read in UN white papers and also like Rockefeller Foundation papers, there will be an event. Perhaps it will be manufactured. It's called Project Bluebeam. Essentially, though, using holographs or some type of similar technology, well, you can scare the world's countries into uniting under a global government, either A, through saying there's like an imminent asteroid coming and that we have to all be in a world government in order to have that, to avoid this, or B, there's an alien attack or something like that. That's kind of what I've heard is on the radar for the world. And essentially, if that's what we're going to have, we will have a world government come hell or high water. And the people out there who are having these discussions, if we're going to have one, well, first and foremost, let's have them establish world peace.
Find it only on the Coast to Coast AM website. Among the stories there tonight, a flurry of pretty weird activity came from around Pennsylvania. So there is no surprise that Stan Gordon is the guy who's on top of all this. Stan wrote a story summarizing UFO and cryptid activity in recent weeks. Some chilling stuff there, check it out. Also, an essay that lays out the case against going to Mars. A lot of food for thought, way more than I expected when I started reading. A strange story about a cult that already worships AI. That's right. Artificial intelligence is already their deity. We'd like to welcome our AI overlord, right? Getting help on the inevitable. Oh, and a fun story about the discovery of huge extinct eagles. Just massive. Big enough eagles, some speculate, perhaps carry a hobbit. If need to be, shades of Tolkien. Those stories and more in Mass News. And while you're on the website, check out how to become a Coast Insider. The cost is 15 cents a day if you subscribe for a year. Gives you access to a vast archive of programs, interviews, including the heartfelt God. You can listen anytime you want, as often as you want. It's a great deal. So too is a subscription to George Norrie's television program. Beyond Belief, wherein George interviews cool guests on compelling subjects, similar to what he does here on the radio, except with some good video. With that, let's assume the position. Bring in the dog, the cat, and the family voodoo. Put on a pot of Joe. Ride your bond with those silky springtime jammies and your toes and your best bunny slippers. Plop yourself down in a comfy spot. Turn down the lights and turn up the radio because we're about ready to run. In a moment, to walk on the dark side. Serial killers next door with Richard Escott. I'm George Matthews.
Derek, you're very close, I think, to the truth that I don't exactly know how it's going to happen either. I can tell you, I'm a Freemason, and in a normal lodge, these things are not discussed. It's just a bunch of old guys there. But you're right. If you go higher, no, I know. If you go higher, the discussions are that essentially we will have a one world government, one world religion. And if that were to happen, at least then this would be my plan. And I don't want anyone to die. That's my big thing. I don't want anyone to get hurt. And I don't want anyone to die. But it's all going to come over the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. And basically Muslims have that area. And Jews want it. And there will either be a giant war there, which I want to avoid, or some type of peace process. And here's how I think the peace process could happen. I think the United Nations will say to the world's major 13 religions that each of you can have 2 major holy sites. And so Islam will get Mecca and Medina. Christianity could have Rome and London or whatever they want. Every world religion will get 2. And the Jews, who only want 1 space, will give their extra slot to the Muslims, who will make theirs perhaps Islamabad, in order to mend some kind of peace agreement there. And what will we do with the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock? Just like a cookie cutter, very, very carefully cut it out of the ground and put it on a ship on the Mediterranean Sea and take that ship to the world's major ports, especially those with high Muslim populations, where people would never be able to see the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock, and they'd be able to see it in their home port, essentially. And then eventually, and this is just a discussion that I've had with a roommate of mine who is Muslim, named Muhammad, and he and I thought a good idea would be a permanent location in the New World, perhaps like in Philadelphia or something, because Muslims don't have any religious sites in the New World, and a lot of Muslims would like that. At least with that type of idea, no one gets hurt. Muslims get 3 holy sites, which is more than any other religion, so they're seen as quite special. And Jews would get to rebuild the temple, the third temple. That's my idea. If you've got a better idea, though, I'm all for it.
Don't you think that's like another to happen because you're just continuing it rather than really helping the issue?
Dahmer, Ramirez, Manson. We know those names and what they did. And if you're like me, your TV probably lingers way too often on the murder channel, the one that features killers in small towns, killers in big cities, killers between birds and Indians, killers who are spouses, killers who live in your neighborhood and appear normal, killers of every stripe, size, and sex, with multiple motivations. We we're fascinated with killers, especially those who make a habit of it for their own morbid reasons. What makes them tick? What are the similarities? What about the ones who get away with it for years, but whose cases receive very little coverage in national media? Richard S. Steph is a writer who took a deep dive into some troubling case files and court records to put together a compelling, yet grisly account of lesser-known but equally deadly murderers called the serial killer next door. Richard, welcome back to the program. Thank you, George. It's a pleasure to be back. You've been on the show before, not with me, but I think with George, to talk about your own take on paranormal. I think you've written about killers before, but tell me why you were drawn to this subject or returned to it. And I can imagine that after reading all the stuff day after day, you have to read to put this together, court files and transcripts, it really can get to you after a while, can it? You know, and, I do want to run the VA and speaking for visual interest. And they are interesting and fascinating, but I kind of need to take a book or two off after I write one because you go to some pretty dark places, and it's not always easy to realize there's no such thing as mental block, and I wish there was. But to answer your question, I've written a book called Serial Killers, which was more of a traditional book, and it covered some of the names you've already mentioned, you know, Dahmer, Gacy, Bundy. And the truth is that you really can't talk about serial killers without having a conversation about them.
I am.
But there is
I've been a Mason for about 5 years.
Never heard of. And I wanted to delve a little bit into that world. The men and women that live on ordinary streets and ordinary neighborhoods, and people had no idea what they were about. And so I want to explore that, and that's kind of why the book is. I know that as a reporter, I've covered a lot of murders over the years. I remember the very first weekend I worked for KLAS. There was a murder, and the body was thrown off a bridge out near the lake, and there it was. And that image is just burned into my brain, and I've seen so many since then. And after you see those things, it's inevitable that you're going to get desensitized. I wonder if there is a risk in popularity of these details. I'm sure you watch them, as I do, that it desensitizes all of us to this horror. I'm glad we're talking about this from the outset, because one of the things that concerns me most is the sexualization of the serial killer, the fact that our culture has effectively turned some of them into rock stars. We now live in a day and age when you can buy t-shirts, dresses, apparel with John Wayne Gacy, Ricky Ramirez, these faces on them. And at some point, we allowed our fascination to run away with us, I think. So it's critically important to remember, understanding the serial killer is paramount, and there's real value in doing it. So you must bear in mind that these are the most appalling of human beings. It can keep you categorizing human beings all in some cases, because their actions most certainly are. You walk a fine line in the book, and you even talk about it early on, in the first few pages, about, you don't want to cross over into lurid territory. You have to try to be careful. It's still getting around some of it, though, based on what these people did. It's very important, George, to offer a particular level of detail to understand and comprehend. But by the same token, I'm not interested in talking about and trying to recreate in lyric detail and appropriate detail what they've done. There are other authors that do that, that are comfortable doing that. I'm not one of them. I'm writing a book because I want to understand the subject, and I'm lucky enough that readers will peer over my shoulder, hopefully, and come along for the journey. But I'm really not interested in vicarious thrill. Anything that I feel would dishonor the victim's family, the next of kin, their loved ones, I'm not interested in doing. I don't care what the cash value is. I don't care what the benefits are. We're about understanding. Tonight we're going to talk about some of the killers whose names are not as well known. Some in our audience will know some of these names, but few I think will know all of them, and they will know. But you draw some early broad strokes about some of these folks who made a point of trying to hide. And most of them, as you say, had led second lives where they tried to be normal or appear normal, right? Yeah, and some were incredibly successful. I looked at a lot of career men and women in this particular book. I mean, one that struck me right away was Colonel Russell Williams, who was, a commissioned officer in the Canadian Air Force. This guy flew Queen of England around, which, you imagine the security clearances, background checks they'll do on these people, you can do that. And yet, the guy was took off the women. So I was fascinated with this idea that it's not difficult when you look at somebody like Jeffrey Dahmer to say, okay, clearly that guy is not right. That guy has something going on. Not a lot of Williams, you see him in a dress uniform, he walks by you in the street, looks sharp, smart thing, holds down a career. What is it about somebody like that? How is he able to pull off that kind of duality? That fascinated and kind of horrified me in equal measure. You make a point to how they are able to compartmentalize their other lives. I don't know how that process works, but maybe you could talk about it a little bit before we jump into some specifics. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, compartmentalization happens in other parts of life and fields. So, I mean, a good example is if you go to any combat veteran, military men and women, soldiers that go out and have to kill in the name of their country. Often they'll volunteer to do that job, which is the most noble of people. But they come home and they are expected to turn off the aggression. They're expected to just put those experiences away and not let them affect their everyday lives. Which some are better at doing that than others. When it comes to serial murderers, they seem to be very, I don't want to hesitate to use the word talented, but they seem very capable of doing that, of locking away this part of their life in some kind of mental box and only opening it when it suits them. Seems like if there's any common denominator in the cases in your book, that they try to compartmentalize it, they try to lead a second life and try to hide it, keep going as long as they can, but they just can't seem to help themselves. Eventually, it bleeds out, almost as if they want to get caught or they want credit for it. They want people to be terrorized, but eventually it breaks down, which is why we know about all of this in the book. Well, and that's the point in this book. Everybody that's in this book has been cool. I read more over those that are still doing it, but are also compartmentalizing and have not been cool. But yeah, you're absolutely right. With most of them, something goes on, whether it's a mental process or a break, a fortunate break for the law enforcement authorities or a bad break for the serial killer. Either way, something is transpired and they get caught. So they often look at a lot of damage by that point. You mentioned about you're worried about the ones that haven't been caught. Have you spoken to law enforcement folks about how many there might be out there? I ask in the context of this is that I have heard some pretty chilling stories myself about the task force, for example, 30 years ago, to find a trucker, or more than one trucker, interstate trucker, was traveling interstate 80, killing people along the way. They never caught him if it is, in fact, one person. Any thoughts on how many there might be out there operating at any given time in this country or Canada or both? I would hesitate to put a number on it because I'm not a law enforcement professional. I will say this. I think even the most optimistic estimates are probably too low. The serial murder is on the rise, and I think in no small degree to the fact that it has become a subject of fascination for the public at large. So no, I would absolutely not want to put a number on it, but I'm not optimistic about the way it's going to feel like that. Some of these guys, and I'm saying guys because most of them are, but some of them seem to be inspired by other serial killers, and they aspire to the infamy that comes along with it. Absolutely, they do. I mean, some of them, it's their only aspiration in life, it's their only achievement, their only goal. This desire to end more human lives with some of their basically peers, but that's really how they perceive it, which is a pretty terrible state of affairs in think about it. But I mean, also there are those people who are compelled to do it, and then once the murder has been committed, they're able to go back to their family. They're able to lead some semblance of a normal life, and it's not going to continue again until the next one. Let's talk about one of the early ones in your book, the Bayou Strangler, Ronald J. Dominique. Who was he? How many people did he kill that we know of? Yeah, Ronald Dominique was the first I looked at in this book. Again, not really that well known. He was, if anything, almost the thing that struck me much about him was that he was a Dolly Parton impersonator, which sounds almost like a setup for a show. We all love Dolly Parton. She's the greatest thing in the US has. He was the Queen of England, and I think he's wonderful. But he was born and raised in small town Louisiana. And this is someone that didn't achieve a whole lot with his life. It didn't really end up on law enforcement's radar too much at first. Not exactly a high flyer, but he ended up starting to kidnap male victims. He was then sexually assaulted, and these were men that he'd offered a ride to. It was really that simple. They would go to the police, and the police would, I don't know if they brushed them off, but they ended up kind of letting him get away with it for far longer, I think, than they should have. And so he ended up strangling folks in Louisiana, these poor men, and started targeting male hitchhikers. The idea being, of course, you mentioned these deaths along the interstate. Interstates are, I'd say, it's fairly fertile hunting ground in some cases for serial killers, you know. In my first book, I wrote about the I-70 strangler, her family, from Carmel, Indiana. And in fact, I spent some time staying at her family, this house, under this new owner. He was someone that preyed on male hitchhikers as well. Because these are individuals that can just disappear, they can drop off the grid and never be seen again. And you know, George, that's kind of a common theme throughout not just this book, but the whole fear of serial killing. The ones that tend to get away with it for longer often do so because they target the marginalized, people on the periphery, the homeless, any kind of population such as the gay community, especially during the 70s, 80s, and 90s. We have Toronto's gay village killer in this book, for example. And unfortunately, those folks tend to not be missed as much as John and James do public.
I built a machine that automatically uploads to Instagram for me. Period. 1 moment, and I will show you how it works.
This guy you write about, there were 2 early victims who got away. 2 people who attempted to rape, men who tried to rape. They get away, they go to the cops. In fact, they went to the same police officer 3 years apart. Well, the same officer, hey, this guy tried to do this, and he still wasn't arrested. What was it? Second time? Yes, so you're absolutely right. And it took until 2006 to challenge the year until 2006 until the police were finally able to catch up with him. Not least because he was homeless himself at that point. What he had traded on was the fact that he looked very unassuming. He looked like a slightly overweight, kind of friendly guy, you know, did not give off any kind of vibe to his victim. He was short, I don't know if that's comical figure because he could also be very, very charming and attractive too. And that's another characteristic you see, George, with a lot of these serial killers. They are really able to turn on the charm when it suits them, instead of course the door closed. I'll tell you what, Richard, we're going to take a break and come back and talk a little bit more about the Bayou Strangler. And you go into the break with a song from Aerosmith, Happy 75th Birthday to Steven Tyler, one of the great voices in rock.
Education is an industry base. Anything that you could relax through the
Ivory tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A deal with reached
I will make
with the
this collection world famous, hopefully soon. And definitely join when I can.
30% increase with retroactive pay, and they will raise the district minimum wage to $22.52 per hour. The number of COVID-19 hospitalizations in LA County is on the rise. As of Sunday, there were 426 COVID-19 patients in county hospitals, which is up 13 patients since Friday, 44 in intensive care. A Delta passenger is in custody after opening the emergency exit door as the plane prepared for takeoff at LAX, causing the emergency slide to deploy. Airport police detained the passenger. FBI has been notified. Southland weather from KFI. Partly cloudy and windy. Highs in the mid to upper 60s. Right now 48 in Aliso Viejo. Fullerton is 49 and 46 in Calabasas and 47 in Glendora. Really local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Free Tennis.
Northbound spot before Main Street was in the right lane. THP says it's in a back spot. Now it's coming in hard. Crash is all hands. Going to take 15 southbound before Highway 138 break the spot into the left lane. And we also have a big break in Rancho Cucamonga, I-15 southbound San Avenue. The right lane is down for the town fire department on scene. Can't find the side helps get to their faster. I'm Harold Poole. On the podcast Inner Cosmos with David Eagle, the Stanford neuroscientist explores how brain science intersects with our lives, passions, and behaviors. This deep dive into the unexpected facets of our brain science will help you see the world differently. I'm going to explore the relationship between our brain and our experiences by tackling unusual questions. Listen to Inner Cosmos with David Eagleman on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Attention Southern California, Semper Solaris is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for NEM2. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting. No one works harder than Semper does with this free-to-solar honor. Go solar American style. Declare your independence with Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payments until 2024. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Plus, Semper offers new furnace and AC systems with a lifetime warranty and new roofs with a 50-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Semper Solaris before net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com.
You kick ass. Ricky Dink Oscars ass.
Bill, live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Here's what a stupid American I am. I'm in France, and I didn't like it. And I read that the LA Kings are playing in Philadelphia. I left Paris, landed in Philadelphia, went to the stadium and got there 10 minutes before they saw the Tim Conway Jr. show. Stayed overnight and flew back to LA, and I said, that place, I'm never going back. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
then they have to go back and then go find the article or the specifics.
Hey, Joe.
Just kind of make that nothing but drama. It's so I went to an institute, and my first my degree focus was computer aided drafting design, right? And like it was a school where they didn't really care if you copy, as long as you knew how to use like AutoCAD at the bare minimum. And same thing with like math and literature and stuff like that. It was just they didn't care, And a lot of us passed, but in the when we went to go find jobs, it was hard because a lot of us didn't have internships because our courses were like it was quick. We earned our degrees within like 2.5 years. And so we went from there, and then we ended up having to go back to school to get tutored, and for continued education in order to qualify for certain to get certain certifications in order to go to work for certain companies. And so that's where we actually start learning, but it wasn't like formal classes. It was like sub-courses and certifications and stuff like that. But you realize that you can do this without
Here's a story about the Bayou Triangle one-day domination. As reported by Richard Hexton from the serial killer next door, Dominique was able to murder 23 people starting in 1997. Nearly all of them men, I think. And he'd been arrested reportedly half place before the murder started, but was able to convince cops it was just sort of a romantic spat that had happened with these two men, and they avoided scrutiny for a long time. I'm going to pick up the story in just a moment on Coast to Coast AM. Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerous if you steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alerts you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. But you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com. Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings like being harassed and constantly subject to sexual abuse.
My lazy faucet turned into the maintenance man asking, when are we going to get to know each other better? I'm being an energy user. So my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission. My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your house is wrong if against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone with unwelcome sexual
I hear
advances
she was
or
getting one out
refusing
like
to
a
repair. If you do not
fire
participate,
extinguisher.
it is
So
likely to use you to stop it by filing a
in case
complaint
of
with
emergency, break
So I
fire.
called her and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair Housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit hub.gov/fairhousing. That's hub.gov/fairhousing.
Yeah, son, I'm fucking corn out here. Oh yeah, damn! I just spoke to Cobra. Holy fuck! She has not one, not two, but 3 tarps under her bed.
Assistant kitchen manager, in a decent time, or become a kitchen manager.
So Richard,
I already talked to Sarah.
Ronald J. Dominique.
She has this tote. She has a tote in her car Yeah, and her Odyssey. Yes, sir, it's got a fucking coat in her fucking Odyssey.
How is it that he was able to kill 23 men to get the drop on him? And I said, I guess those in those were African American side of Caucasian. He definitely had a specialized thing. He didn't definitely prefer African American men and didn't care if they were gay or straight, so he felt he developed a system, a stick. And his stick was that he would approach men that he liked. And his story was that he had a girlfriend who lived back in his trailer, and a girlfriend and wife, and an only baby. And he had a picture of a beautiful woman that tested just this person. And he would tell them that he had this condition thanks to a traumatic past, due to a traumatic past, where he could only have sex with men if they were physically restrained. And so it would make him interested in coming back with him and being out with there while his beautiful girlfriend had sex with him. Oh, and just to keep the deal a little bit, he had a few $100s that he could give in order for that to happen. And a surprising number of male victims did find his story. Now, some of them got back to Ronald's home to smell the rat, didn't like the way things were going. And a lot of serial killers, I think, would at this point have kind of forced the issue. One of the reasons he was able to get away with so many murders was that those that wanted to leave, he simply allowed them to leave. He did not want to draw attention to himself. He did not want to have a struggle. That waited until he had gotten them tied up. Once he had them tied up and within his power, then unfortunately they would never survive. So the story works on around 20 men who total victims had lost from trees, he said. Once they were dead, he would put them back in his trunk and drive the body around, sometimes for days, until he found a suitably remote disposal site, and he would dump them, often in the bayou. And by the time they were discovered, often the elements, the critters, unfortunately had wreaked havoc with him. And even the police very little go on. Some of the victims had a connection with drugs or had known to be associated with drugs. So initially, law enforcement believed that this might be a drug related to his murder that kind of threw them off the trail. Listen, in reality, there were some mistakes along the way, and you mentioned about the two guys who got away and reported a rape or attempted rape, and the cops would for the counts on it. There was another of his victims that you write about who was found in a couple of inches of water with his pants pulled down, and they determined it was drowning or something like that.
That's true. He started out, the rape is not a murderer, but both of the initial violent rapes, he used a weapon. He used a firearm in one and a knife in the other. And although he refused to really talk about it, it's believed that the added factor of violence provided them. So yeah, he was almost ridiculously cooperative. When the police arrested him, in fact, he voluntarily gave up the DNA sample. The DNA sample was ended up incriminating him because police forensic technicians were able to tie that DNA to that of the victim. He wanted to charm, he wanted to ingratiate, he wanted to say whatever was the right thing until he had them tied up. And then it was all over.
And what was it they finally nailed him? How they nailed him?
So it was the fact that a young man had gone back with him, and it was those that he had allowed to leave. Recognized the fact that something wasn't right. Police officers started questioning likely candidates for victims, and she realized, hey, this sounds like it could be our guy. So it was a victim that he had allowed to live, which finally what he was doing.
Let's move on to the Austrian Ripper, Johann Jack Unterweger. Tell us about him.
Yeah, absolutely. So Jack Unterweger was a non-American. He's an Austrian, in fact. Came to the U.S. after he'd already committed murder. He was a sexually motivated thrill killer. He enjoyed strangling women, usually with their bra. Came to the United States and stayed in a very notorious, infamous hotel that I'm sure you and your listeners have heard of, the Hotel Cecil in Los Angeles, where there's an entire story to be told there, and indeed I wrote a book about that called The Second Hotel Story. But Richard Ramirez, the so-called night stalker, had actually stayed there while he was committing some of his murders. And Hunter Vega had claimed to be a journalist and said that he was coming to the US to write about crime and was able to actually get hotels to arrive along with the LAPD, where the police officers would take him around and show him the sites and show him the crime spot. And when he would return to the Cecil, he would go out again at night and he would pick up sex workers and he would murder. So
marginalized target group, right? Marginalized target.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, sex work is a very high-risk vocation. And Hunter Vega definitely had a track record of having done that in his native Austria. In fact, he's gone to prison for it, for murdering a woman, has been released, and has become the darling of the Austrian youth, which was not successful. And when he got out of prison after having served time for murder, he actually ended up working in television and became quite a popular and sought-after presenter and writer. He's written a almost entirely fictitious account of why he's done what he's done, and just a whole bunch of public sympathy.
Yeah, like for me, I had such a terrible childhood, and I gone to prison. He only gets sentenced to 16 years for this murder, and while he's in prison, he writes and becomes sort of a celebrity, gets out, makes a bunch of money, becomes sort of a celeb, and makes a bunch of dough and comes to the U.S.
That's exactly it. And again, he was charming enough that he was able to spin the media side of things in his favor. You're absolutely right that he was, oh, for me, I was hard done. So yes, I did a terrible thing, but I've done my time. Paid my debt to society, and now I'm, building a new life. I'm going to be a journalist. I'm going to be a writer, a correspondent. And of course, came to the U.S. and began killing America women instead.
How many did he kill? 7? Is that here or is that total?
That would be in total. And almost certainly he would have murdered more. He could not help himself. But the dots were being connected between the U.S. and Austria. So he murdered 7 sex workers in his homeland in Austria, and then 3 more, I believe it was, here in the U.S. So 7 total in Austria.
So someone noticed, hey, the murder stopped here, and they were started in L.A., where this guy's moved, and they zero in on it.
Right, and he led police on this merry chase across the U.S. and across Europe until he was finally captured. And until they loved the attention. So he was someone, I think, that enjoyed killing, but even more enjoyed being this, I hate to say it, celebrity. I mean, John Malkovich played him on stage in a play called The Infernal Comedy. To this day, he's been, I think, the word I'm looking for here. To this day, he's still seen in performances around various theatres. But he did not have a happy ending. Hunter Vega died in his cell, fatally strangled on the night of his sentencing, and he finally realized he was not going to get away with it this time. They were going to lock him up and throw away the key. So he did ultimately evade justice.
I think he wrote that he was on the run across the U.S. and several European countries, and then finally caught. But he was on the run, and he had a girlfriend who was a stripper. I guess that's the money that they got to stay on the run. She was sort of a target. I mean, she would have been a target for who he would try to kill, I would say, being in that line of work.
Absolutely. She was an 18-year-old, but Hunter Vega also was clever enough to know that he needed a source of income. What was he going to do? Actually work for a living? This kind of mindset is all about treating people in terms of what they can do for you. So he saw her as a handy opportunity to fund his escape attempt, or his prolonged escape attempt. So yes, he would absolutely have been a victim of other circumstances.
One of the other guys you write about is have a nickname of the werewolf because of just the brutality, the savagery of the attack that he undertook. So what was the motivating factor in him? What was the childhood trauma or whatever it was that led him to become the person, the monster that he became?
This is Mikhail Popkov, who was essentially killing out of Siberia, where he was a police officer. And it's a little bit trickier to definitively nail why he did what he did. But when we do look at his childhood, there are stories, and again, it's always cautious. You have to be very cautious about accepting what they tell us, primary sources. That he had an abusive mother who was a sex worker herself, and he would beat in fits of drunken rage, which kind of instilled in him a hatred of women that never left his street. That's kind of the story that he told, detectives, but then also kind of admitted, hey, he enjoyed the fact that when he became a police officer, he had this power over people, particularly women, and he really enjoyed the thrill he got from abusing it.
He was able to go to the murder scene as a police officer. He was there at the scene where he's the guy who did it. And he's walking around the scene talking to the other cops about their investigation, right?
He's one of those helicopter, absolutely, a subset of serial killers, or a subset of foot. And yeah, he was part of the investigation into his own crime. He was able to interfere with evidence, he was able to know exactly what the police knew and stay one step ahead of them because, of course, he was the police.
You write that he was known for the savagery of the attack, that he would regularly stab somebody 100 times or more. What was going on there? What's the motivating force there? And was that common for the crimes that he committed? Or I guess we don't know how many he did, right?
Its estimates range anywhere from 50 to 200 and possibly more. It's difficult to say. And those numbers are based purely on the number of women who were disappeared and had not turned up during the 18-year span when he was known to have been killed. But, he received the nickname of the werewolf because of the sheer savagery of the attack. You look at other killers who may stab somebody 10, 15, 20 times. Absolutely brutal, of course, and I don't need to downplay the seriousness of that. But when you are inflicting hundreds of injuries on somebody, there is rage and anger and hatred there. This is not necessarily about slowly torturing somebody to the thrill of it, which you do in certain cases. This is someone who's taking out extreme rage on his victims.
This guy was married. I mean, as a police officer, he was married. He has a second wife, presumably something that seems respectable as an officer. And his wife not only supported him when he was accused, but continued to support him after he's convicted, right?
Yeah, why is he doing that? And he would end up saying, so often, serial killers such as this will try and garner a degree of secure validation. And he said, of course, it's me, that he wanted to strip fear and despair the immoral women of the city, the immoral women. As if what he was doing was remote immoral. So this idea that he was, meting out just punishment was part of his mindset. He definitely, he had a family life, and it's just unbelievable he was able to leave his wife, leave his daughter, put on his uniform, go out on patrol, and when the opportunity presented itself, inflict the most horrific attack.
He, I guess, was caught in part because of DNA evidence, and then also because of tire tracks that were left at the scene of at least one of the crimes.
Yep, again, here comes that overconfidence and complacency to see so many serial killers report. When you are on the scene that is trying to track you down, it's easy to get overconfident. And that's what happened in Popcock's case. So he was not as meticulous as he should have been about cleaning up after himself, which kind of allowed the police the opportunity to finally solve it.
This was astonishing to me to learn that Russia has no death penalty. Hasn't had a death penalty since 1992. I guess I've read recently in the last year or so a lot of Russians who died falling out of buildings under the same circumstances, but no death penalty. Huh?
Well, you can get the death penalty informally for political reasons if you get the least stuff, but in terms of homicide, in terms of the equivalent of sexuality we have here in the U.S. now, there is no equivalent of that in Russia. So, Oscar is still sitting there, languishing, eating his time out behind bars until he presumably dies of old age, or somebody takes matters into their own hands.
And in Russia, is he something of an infamous celebrity? Is there an equivalent of the ID channel in Russia that
Yep.
lionized him?
3921 Claremont Street, Irvine, California, 92614. Come over whenever you want. Yeah.
But he said that something was wrong. If I didn't believe it, then I would just divorce him. But I support my husband. I believe that he is him. So, yeah, it's kind of beyond belief that so much evidence is there for what he's done. And he was enough of an actor that he was able to convince his wife and his 27-year-old
714-715-0050.
he confessed to some of these murders in court.
0040, thank you.
Tell me this, I know that a lot of these other serial killer cases, you pour through all the court records and transcripts and trial transcripts. What about for this one? I don't know if you read or write Russian, so did you read media accounts, or did you actually dive into court records?
Yeah, I do not have access to Russian court records. Turns out that relations between the U.S. and Russia are not that great. This is something that I had to rely very heavily on the Russian media in order to get this kind of information.
All right, we're going to take another break. Richard Hustep, the book is called The Serial Killer Next Door. A lot of really fascinating stuff. When we come back, a killer cop, Gerard Paper, Jr., and boy, what a story he's got. We'll be right back with more Coast to Coast, and we go to the break with a song from Lloyd
Here, you can.
old song about a long-ago murder called Tiger Looking for a better return on your investments? First National Realty Partners has historic returns of 15% IRR from their $1.5 billion in commercial real estate assets. With national brand names like Walmart, Whole Foods, Publix, and more, you'll build a portfolio of institutional quality private real estate with true cash flow. With historic returns of 15% IRR, First National Realty Partners has the advantage over the current market and even gold. Call in today, 301-9010, or go to fnrpradio.com. That's fnrpradio.com. Get all the benefits of fully passive real estate ownership. Get in on the current deals while they're available. Call 888-301-9010, or go to fnrpradio.com. Securities are only available to verified credit investors. Investors are subject to risk, including losing principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRP's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrpradio.com. If you're looking to get out of your house, doesn't matter why you're moving, or maybe even inherited a home, and now what do? Usually you go to a real estate agent, 6%, and you're told to clean, keep, repair, and buyers are going to walk through, the house has to be pristine, and if you don't live there, you don't need any of that. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com, a local family-owned business, Janet and Matt, brother and sister. I love the way they do business. Now, there are a lot of schmucks out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash payment for closing. Go to DirectBuyers.com. Call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, DirectBuyers.com. Congratulations to Corbin Carson picking up 3 Golden Mic Awards for his reporting on KFI. And you don't have to go anywhere near. He's already here. KFI, AM 640.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. A new mudslide. I'm Bree Pennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A small mudslide in Pacific Palisades has displaced a family. Officials say it happened late Sunday when a 100 by 200 area of the hillside fell away. A building inspector and geologist will assess today. A deal was reached Friday with LA Unified School District and support staff. The agreement includes a 30% salary increase, also retroactive pay, and would raise the district's minimum wage to $22.52 per hour. Huntington Beach High School is protecting killdeer bird eggs on the school's track. The bird arrived, laid 4 eggs on an artificial turf, and now the school has to wait it out. Hatching should happen around Easter. Wetlands and Wildlife Care Center says federal law protects the mama and her eggs, so all activities on the track have been suspended. San Diego State is headed to the Final Four, being out the #1 overall seed Alabama to get to the Elite Eight.
We're making the next step, and it's something we've always talked about, and I'm sure there were people doubted we could do it. Not to say it's easy to get there, or that we would ever get there, but we're there now, and we're going to go and try to win the thing.
That was head coach Ryan Dutcher. The Aztecs will face Florida's Atlantic Owls on Saturday. Motown icon Martha Reeves is in need of donations so she can get her star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. She was nominated for the honor, which is planned for late 2023 or early 2024, but she needs to raise about $55,000. A New York grand jury is expected to reconvene later today in former President Trump's hush money payment case. And Queen and Adam Lambert have announced a North American tour will kick off in October, stopping in LA in November. Rain expected late Tuesday into Wednesday, south by weather from KFI. Partly cloudy and windy with highs in the mid to upper 60s. Right now it's 49 in Costa Mesa. Cypress has 48. It's 46 in Acton and 47 in West Covina. We live local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Pennis.
As well as the other highway in Lincoln, there's a stalled car north on time before Main Street. It's in the right lane. TP says it's in a bad spot of traffic coming in hot. Traffic is all going to take 15 south on before Highway 138 is directed blocking the left lane. And we also have a big red wreck in Rancho Cucamonga, I-15 south out of Sun Avenue. The right hand is down for the town fire department on scene. Can't find the sky up to their faster. I'm going to do it. The media says indictments are looming against former President Trump. Anytime in New York, Georgia, and Washington. We're still causing a political witch hunt. Alan Dershowitz agrees. The famed liberal Harvard professor is speaking out against the targeting of Trump in his new book, Get Trump. All this week, Rob Schmidt is on Newsday talking to Dershowitz about the weaponization of our justice system and the disturbing information revealed in the House subcommittee hearing. Rob Schmidt is exposing this abuse of power. Tune in to Rob Schmidt and Alan Dershowitz tonight. It's not about Trump. It's about dealing with freedom. Watch Rob Schmidt tonight at 4 p.m. Pacific. It's the hottest show in cable news. Find Newsmax on major cable systems and streaming ones like Roku, Samsung, Vizio, Pluto, Zumo, and more. Don't forget to download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone. You can watch it anytime, anywhere. You should be watching Newsmax. Encourage your friends and family to tune in today.
I thought you were living doors there, huh? Marvin Dorothy is a trusted partner from the beginning to the end of every project and can help you find a great Marvin windows and doors for your space. Make space for everything, the big thing. And what you never expected. Make space for connection and celebration, for personality and possibility. Make space for beauty, for better living, and a community that endures. Make space for life. When you find a place for Marvin windows and doors in your home, you can make space for what matters. Marvin Doors is here to help with your Marvin window and door project. We'll make it easy to find quality Marvin windows and doors that fit your needs. Visit replacementmadeeasy.com today to set up your free consultation. That's replacementmadeeasy.com.
How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I think 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698. 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. I wanted to be an undercover cop because of Johnny Depp. And what happened with that? You didn't see it through, did you? I could mix in with the high schoolers and fellow kids. I think you could. Not with the tail. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on JFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Activity, JFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. No strangers to the macabre with a 4-0 dead man's the name of that film. We're talking with Richard Estep, author of The Serial Killer Next Door, a fascinating portrait of infamous, or at least less infamous, killers, just as deadly as some of the better known names. Coming up in this segment, you're going to hear the story of Gerard Schaefer Jr., who operated in Florida and killed untold numbers of young women. And then we're going to get equal time to female serial killers. This one, a Canadian named Elizabeth Sweatwalker, aka the Red Bird. It's almost the same time for your calls and questions, comments, my guests here on the next segment of Coast to Coast AM. Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. But you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com and use promo code George. That's lifelock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. Lifelock.com.
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he was telling me what all he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started up carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay," and my problem on my skin went away. I have bruising that's all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, "Gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms. I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening." I have to tell you, that has to be a carnivore.
866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. Use coupon code George to get 15% off your order.
Look at us, Steph. I have to admit that Gerard Schaefer Jr. is one of the cases I recall from seeing on a couple of different TV shows. But I'm sure a lot of our listeners have not heard of him. Can you bring us up to date on who he was and how many do you think he killed?
Absolutely good. Well, Schaefer was born in Wisconsin, but in 1946, but moved with his family to Florida at a very early age, and that's where he grew up. He, since he was a young man, people noticed that he had a real problem with women. He was so much puritanical about the way they dressed. And if the woman who showed what he believed was a little too much of her body, if her clothes weren't modest enough for his taste, he would call her one of a number of very unflattering slurs that were not in the hair on radio. To express his disapproval in the nastiest of ways. He ended up getting a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. In 1971, he goes to a Florida Police Academy and ends up graduating and becoming a beat cop. So he's 25 years old at this point, and it's not popular with his fellow officers. You notice there are some weird things about him. One thing is that he issues a whole lot of speeding tickets to women, a disproportionate number of speeding tickets to women, particularly younger women that are considered to be, again, modestly dressed, younger, more attractive women would be his target. He would pull them over and ticket them and ticket them. And it became enough of an issue that he got fired. But became sheriff's deputy the following summer, 1972. And it's believed that this is when he started to kill people.
You're right that as a kid, he abused and mistreated animals. A strict religious upbringing, I guess, but abusing animals as a kid, they should just take those kids, print them, get a DNA sample, and open a file, because so many of them end up being serial killers or murderers, right?
Well, there's that triad, George, abusing animals, torturing animals, I should say, bed resting, and setting fires. That's the triad, you need to look very closely at any child to
bedwetting, I mean beyond the age at which that is normal. Bedwetting to a fairly advanced age. Not a young child, but to be expected. But yes, it's basically used to say that he was a police officer in order to get women under his power, and then he would abduct them and kill them. Uh, Sometimes he would make a very elaborate song and dance about doing it as well. I mean, in one particularly terrifying case, in 1972, he picked up two female hitchhikers, a 17-year-old and 18-year-old, ended up handcuffing them and driving out into the middle of some woods where he tied them up and put their noose around each of their necks. Now, he's almost certainly about to kill them when there is a 911 call from dispatch, and he has to go answer that call. There's no way he can get out of it. So off he goes, and in the interim, the hitchhikers thankfully were able to escape and run. And of course, they go straight to the police and they tell them what happened. One of their own deputies captured them, tied them up, and threatened to kill them. And now, Jason is brought in, of course, and his story is, I was just trying to teach them a lesson, show them the error of their ways, put a bit of fear into them and scare them straight, which the sheriff did not remotely believe, thankfully. So an investigation begins into Schaefer, charges are filed, he's going to be going to trial for kidnapping, but unfortunately, he's allowed bail. And that's when he finds two more young ladies, 16-year-old and 17-year-old in September, and this time he actually goes through with the torture, the assault, and the hanging in a remote area. Buries them in shallow graves that he did on a place called Hutchinson Island. And when they're discovered, it's found that not only did he beat in their skull, but then cut off their heads as well. And he was on parole. He was supposed to be checking in with a parole officer and being watched. Now, you would think it would be in his best interest to fly under the radar like this, keep a low profile. But Jason doesn't do that because he's just finished himself. He went out and committed the exact same murder, double murder that he just been accused of and was about to have to defend himself against in court.
My gosh, if I were the families of those young women, I'd be really ticked off for letting that guy out to do it again. And you're right that he's bragged or at least whispered to someone that it might be 80 to 100 women that he's done this to.
Absolutely. There's a massive ego in Schaefer's case. One of the more frustrating and disturbing aspects of it was that he wrote all this stuff down. When the police finally searched the house that he and his wife shared with Schaefer's mother, they found a whole bunch of quote-unquote short stories and fiction that he had written in which he described in graphic detail sexually assaulting, torturing, and murdering women. Now, what's interesting is that many of the things that he wrote about stories did actually come out. He did play them out in real life. A couple of his victims, for example, had told their loved ones that they'd just been offered a government job on a serious matter. And they couldn't talk about it because it was top secret, but it would involve performing undercover work and dressing in black and all of this James Bond kind of stuff. Well, these very details turned up, of course, in the so-called fiction that Schaefer had written and stored at home.
It still shows
And
it
also
two
turned
people.
up there were a number of the victims' personal effects, which is jewelry and handbags, which Schaefer gave to his wife. She was slightly carrying around and wearing when the police came knocking on the door to investigate her.
Note that he, I guess his lawyer used the fact that he wrote these stories in his defense. Well, gosh, they're going to put him in jail for writing a short story about the fictional event, right?
Yeah, in fact, his lawyer actually said, this is a crime, writing about horrific crimes like this, and it wasn't out for his crime. It was, just the rest of Chicago. It's the book behind it all. But of course, it's incredibly factual statement. This wasn't fiction. These were the fantasies that Schaefer wanted to go on through. And he did put a very disturbing number of them, bring them to life in reality. And yeah, he hinted to a cellmate that he could have killed as many as 100 women. Although it's difficult to tell because he was such a fantasist and confabulous how much of his story is to believe. Certainly during the double digits, and particularly brutal and heinous murders of that. Is he still alive? I know in one part of your book you wrote that he was actually due to be paroled in 2018, and then they nailed him for a couple more, so he's in. Well, let me clarify that. It was possible he could have been paroled, as I said in the book, in 2018, except on December 3rd, 1995, he was 49. He was found dead in his cell, and he was not in a pleasant state. He's been murdered so brutally. They stabbed him in the eye, they cut his throat. Whoever killed him was launched a frenzied blade attack, knife attack most likely, on his face, his neck, and his upper body. His family got the blame for it, although he always said he was innocent. But basically, hated in prison. You know how it is. Police officers that go to jail, corrupt officers go to jail, absolutely in danger for their lives. It's so especially predators. There is the code even in prison. Someone who does what Jacob did to innocent women was always going to be hated as well. But he was the double whammy. And it depends on how you believe. You think he eluded justice, or you think he got justice. That's up to the opinion of the individual. We don't want to overlook our female listeners or our Canadian audience. And with Elizabeth, what author we cover both pages. So why is she called the Red Surge? Elizabeth, yeah. So one of the things that kind of concerned me was working through this book is the fact that I make my living in the medical profession. I'm a paramedic. And it was disturbing how many medical professionals, doctors, nurses, or at least were also serial murderers. So Elizabeth Wetlocker decided that her way of killing would not be a knife, would not be a gun, would not involve torture. It would involve overdoses of insulin. And so she's a Canadian serial killer that works in healthcare and used insulin as a murder weapon. And it's one that can be quite difficult to detect unless you know what you're looking for. So, Wetlocker was someone that would take this medication and would just start injecting it into her patient. And the problem is that when you have an overdose of insulin, your blood sugar drops, your blood sugar drops to the point where your brain becomes damaged from the lack of glucose, which ultimately ends up in killing you. And it doesn't necessarily look.
It's gonna have to go way back in the memory bank. We'll have to see. So let me get this straight. It's a Yahoo video. Was it hosted by Yahoo, or you just found it while searching in Yahoo? Honestly, I didn't know you could upload stuff to Yahoo.
That's a really interesting question. For something that may have relatively different from the other serial killers I looked at.
All right, so this is a Yahoo TV ad of a guy taking a shit in a clear suit. Do I understand this correctly?
This is a great, in Ontario, our parents who were very devout Christians, very devout Baptists. He had struggled with a belief in God, a belief, as she was growing up.
I got you. So it was one of those like ogreish or like those ones where people like die online, like those scat video kind of things.
This was very old school, very hardcore religion, you know. So.
All right, but we'll see if ChatGPT has it in the memory bank. No guarantees on this one.
She was growing up with an adult life, so she's returning them to God. She's doing them a favor. I mean, that's certainly one way of looking at it, yeah. And another one was that, another part of it was that, she's grown up being told that homosexual behavior was the devil's work. It was the ultimate evil, and yet she found that she had feelings for girls, for girls of her own gender. So that caused enough of a problem that she was put into so-called conversion therapy by her parents in an attempt to cure her of it. As she's injecting people or patients and killing them with occasionally, she's also injecting herself. She had a drug problem.
Yeah, and again, that's something that isn't at all surprising. She found that pain medications were easy to obtain in her physician. So I don't know whether it was simply because it was a way to block out her feelings, to anesthetize herself against it. Alcohol is something that she had used on a regular basis as well. But my suspicion is that she was attempting to numb herself. And I think it's back to the red flag because that was what she called it. And she, out of the blue, had this urge to kill somebody. She said it descended upon her like a red pill. And as a nurse, she was in a perfect position to find somebody to take that out on.
You know that she killed two elderly residents, I guess, and then took a 3-year break. Just let things cool off, and then boom, 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 she killed 3 older women, right? One after another. Right?
Yeah, and one has to wonder, George,
Is it lively?
You know, again, keeping a low profile fully out of the guys with the detection. So with whatever caused the edges in her, whatever that thing was that invoked her red flag, did it simply go dormant? Was it satisfied for a while and then came back with a vengeance and led to 3 more deaths?
Honestly, if I just want to see somebody taking a shit in clear pants, I just Googled it and it comes up. There's like 1,000 people who have done that.
Like she's missing time, or maybe she's sleeping off some drug binge or something. She's really sloppy with medication. She gets in trouble and gets fired.
Exactly. Blue waffle. Thank you.
Yeah, it's terrifying, really. Medication errors are one of the biggest killers in healthcare. And it's a cultural goal that everyone in the profession has, hopefully, that we can minimize them. Well, she was beyond sloppy. She had a file full of medication errors. To the point where the management of the nursing facility she worked at decided she was just too big a risk to have her own patients. But she was able to get cover. She was able to demand the cash settlement. When really what should have happened was she should have been reported to the medical licensing board and had her license and nothing like this shipped away.
So what was the big break? How did they prove that she was using insulin to murder people?
That happens when essentially the number of deaths that are occurring with no obvious and apparent cause becomes great enough that the authorities begin to pay very close attention.
What the fuck did you do, Eli the Great? You come walking in here with this panty hat, and all of a sudden we're getting flashbacks from the 2004 tsunami and Kobe Bryant's crash video.
And it's the numbers just got so great. And then she started talking about it. She would also write about it. She couldn't keep it in at the end. And finally, it was like the dam began to break, and she ended up confessing to it. So she ended up openly telling people what she had done.
You're right about it. She told a number of people who were shocked and then kept it to themselves. Didn't report it again.
Oh, it's absolutely incredible. We have to wonder, did they just not believe her? Did they think she was playing some kind of trick joke at times? Unknown, but this should have been derailed so much earlier than it was. So when we look at medical murderers like Britain's Dr. Harold Tippin, who again killed hundreds of patients by giving them fatal overdoses of opioids, once again, it came down to the fact that he should have been reported funeral director that said, boy, I'm really cremating a lot of Dr. Tippin's patients. Something's just not right here. Time and time again, George, it falls to the suspicion of just one person who asks the right question and pushes the issue. Otherwise, these monsters will still be doing what they're doing.
We're going to go to break in about a minute, but I want to touch on one other one. It's this guy, Robert Willie Texas. And the only part of it I thought we could do before we go to the break is about this guy and his brother are 3 years for nothing. were they just unkept and dirty poor as kids, and that's likely a factor in what happens when they become adults. Do you agree?
No doubt. I do. I think that bullying is never acceptable.
Danny
I was
Carter.
a bully kid myself, and you never know what harm this thing's causing on the life.
Yeah.
We're talking with Richard Heston about the serial killer next door, the double lives of notorious murderers, a lot of interesting cases still to cover. We'll open up the phone lines. You put your
Yes,
lines
he
in
got
the next
that.
segment here. The Rolling Stones take us into the break with Into Black.
I'm Bree Tennis from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The deal's been reached with LA Unified School District and the support staff. We agreed to close the 30% raise with retroactive pay and would also raise the district's minimum wage to $22.52 per hour. Number of COVID-19 hospitalizations in LA County is on the rise. As of Sunday, there were 426 COVID patients at the county hospitals, which is up 13 since Friday. A Delta passenger is in custody after opening the emergency door as the plane prepared for takeoff at LAX, causing the emergency slide to deploy. And literally within 2 seconds, he opened the door, deployed the slide, and was on the tarmac. There was a passenger on the plane. Airport police have detained the passenger, and the FBI has been notified. Southbound weather to KFI, partly cloudy and windy, highs reaching the mid to upper 60s. Right now it's 49 in Buenos Aires, Newport Beach has 48, 53 for Malibu, and 49 degrees in Northridge. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
Heads up, 5-3 stalled car northbound 5 before Main Street. It's in the right lane. CC says it's in a bad spot. It's actually coming in hot. Practice slow pass Interstate 15 southbound before Highway 138 is right spot the left lane. And we also got big red wreck in Rancho Cucamonga, I-15 southbound 7 Avenue. The right lane is down for the town fire department on scene. Can't find the sign up to get there faster. A narrow rule.
Attention accredited investors. With some banks saying high return assets is now. First National Realty Partners has historic returns of 15% IRR from their $1.5 billion in commercial real estate assets. Their relationships with national brands like Walmart, Whole Foods, Publix, and more gives them the advantage over any other real estate investment opportunity. Be smart and invest your money in grocery-anchored commercial real estate with historic returns of 15% IRR. FNRPRADIO.com. You'll enjoy all the benefits of fully passive real estate ownership. Get in on the current deals while they're available. Call 888-301-9010 or go to FNRPRADIO.com now. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representation but investment stability reflects FNRP strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit FNRPRadio.com. Any apply. 8M640. I always get behind the guy who's never used a pump in his life. He's 8 years old, and he looks at it like it's some kind of robot. No idea where to put the card in, he doesn't know where to put the gas in his car. Come on, buddy, you've never done this before. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. It's your first time at the pump, live 4 to 7 p.m. on JFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Bottom line is not that expensive, and you're on vacation, you're on vacation. I'm on vacation, no one touches me. Although I had a few interrupted, there isn't a story on the planet that should keep me from having vacation. I don't care if it's World War III. I'm at the airport, I'll catch you 200 million deaths from now when it'll start talking. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio. People in prison committed crimes, period, and that's all that matters. Their color, their
just managed to commit a crime, and gangs are in the business of crime. Tell me that they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk. To talk to George Knapp, call the Wild Card line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast Radio with George Knapp. A song called The Nothing Man by Bruce Springsteen. It's a beautiful song, very moving and stuff. We're talking with, I guess, Richard Escap about his book, The Serial Killer Next Door. These are lesser known names, equally deadly, but lesser known, less infamous than some of the big names. But as we go into the phone lines and see what's on your mind, I think Richard is quite capable of answering questions about some of the more notorious serial killers as well. He's written about in his earlier book. We'll be right back. Let's go to the phones. What's on your mind here on Coast to Coast AM? If you want to improve your shooting, you need a Mantis X. The Mantis X can improve your shooting dramatically, and it's a must-have for every responsible gun owner. The Mantis X is a high-tech but easy-to-use system used extensively by the military that improves your shooting quickly and gives you confidence in your ability to protect what you love. Here's how it works. You attach the Mantis X to your firearm and connect it with an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth. It gives instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, to correct your technique. The Mantis X is like a firearms instructor in your pocket, and 94% of the shooters improve within 20 minutes using Mantis X. The best part is you can use it at home. The best shooters in the world do dry fire practice at home, and the Mantis X is the best way to train at home. No driving to the range, spending money on range fees and ammo. You'll save a ton of money and improve your shooting. Start improving today. Get yours at MantisX.com. That's Mantis, MantisX.com. The best-selling Pure Thunderstorm air purifier uses proven Oxy technology that quickly destroys viruses, odors, mold, and more. People are raving over how well the Thunderstorm freshens their home. Any odor will disappear. Odors from litter boxes, trash cans, cigarette smoke, dirty diapers, you name it. And best of all, there's no filters to buy. Right now, you can save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection for one of your basements, bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you need clean, fresh air. Also, it has a USB port for your car or truck. With this special offer, you're getting 3 units for under $200. Go to EdenPureDeals.com right now and put in discount code radio to save $200. That's EdenPureDeals.com. Use discount code radio and shipping is free. Richard, we're going to the phones in just a second. Before we leave this story about Robert Bully Pickett, you never know what kind of things that happen in childhood would warp a person to the point where he did the things he did, which were horrible. So he and his brother, they grow up on a pig farm. They wallow in muck. They don't smell very good. They have crummy clothes, dirty clothes. Their shoes are left to see. They obviously have trouble getting girlfriends, and there's resentment that builds up over the years. And tell us a little bit about sort of a recap of what you did, because, man, this is a really bad one.
Oh, yeah. Robert Pickett was a Canadian pig farmer who primarily targeted female sex workers. Not a handsome man, not because he smelled like he worked on a farm, which he did. And so he used money and drugs as currency to get sexual favors, but he would murder and torture the female sex workers. He drove parties at the farm. He would make sure that all of the alcohol and entertainment was free. And even with that, some of the sex workers began to say, don't go to the chicken farm. I know that there's free food there, but girls are going in and not coming out. So the word on the street, in fact, became something very bad was going on at this farm. Yet for whatever reason, it either didn't reach the police, or the police did not get in there quickly enough to stop all of these murders. And of course, there's that old saying that pigs will eat in, pigs should always swear it on pigs. When the police did get a warrant to search the farm, pigs won't eat everything. They won't eat hair, they won't eat teeth, and they generally won't eat bones. And all of those things were found on the Pickton farm. Turns out that what Robert Pickton had been doing was that he would murder his female victims in one of several ways. Some he would strangle, some he would shoot, some he would cut their throats. Others he would inject things like anti-cream into their veins. If they were dead, he would hang them up on a chain in the barn and would cut their bodies into pieces and feed what he did to the pigs. And detectives found at least one frozen head from the search farm, so it was a real chamber of horror when the police finally arrived.
So he got welcome. One of these women put up a fight. He brings her home, they have a little party, and then he tries to handcuff her, and she fights back. He stabbed her a bunch of times, and he still manages to wriggle free and get out of there, right? That's how he got caught.
Well, she also managed to get one in on him with a knife too. So what meant was that both of them went to hospital. The stabbings at any time are, of course, something the police are going to take great interest in, especially when the female victim has one handcuff dangling from her wrist. So it turned out that when Robert Pickton was done, however, he had a handcuff still in his pocket, and wouldn't you know it, the police found that too opened the
They were direct cousins. Their mothers were sisters, right?
So that was really the unraveling of it all for him.
That's a really crazy story. We'll take a couple of calls from our listeners. West of the Rockies, Scott from Costa Mesa. Hi, Scott. Go with Richard Escott.
Hi, George. Hi, Richard. Yeah, this is a creepy topic. It gives me a heebie-jeebies. And more than ghosts and aliens, I mean, this stuff is known, and it's just very, very scary. And then also the Bruce Springsteen bumper music Nothing there. I'm never going to listen to that song the same again. But I have a question and a comment. My question is that the world population keeps on growing and expanding, and would that sort of equation sort of involve people doing notorious things like this? And then also my comment is also I work for a lady who just watches nothing but these murder shows like CIS and things like that. And they're so explicitly disturbing that I sometimes have to leave the room. These shows are on 24/7, and they must be doing something for society because they're really disturbing.
Now, that's the question, isn't it? The ID channel, I watch it myself. It's on a lot here, and boy, it does wear on you. Wear on you. Doesn't it?
It absolutely does. And I think it comes to dive if you're in anything. That's what you do, especially when the subject matter is so soft and Ridley is another. So, yes, I do agree with you entirely.
As for the other question about, I don't know if you're meaning that the world population keeps growing despite the number of serial killers. I think they'd have to kill a lot more people to make a dent in our population growth. But thanks for the call, Scott. Appreciate it. On the wild card line, John in Phoenix. Hi, John. Well, it's Richard Estep.
Good evening, George. Good evening, Mr. Estep. How are you? Good evening, John. Very well. Thanks for calling in. How are you? Casey, what can you tell me about the Zodiac Killer? I'll give you a quick read quickly on my experience. Loosely related to a gal who stole the Lake Zodiac. I was briefed by Navy SEAL. I remember the first Navy SEAL convention. When you do the protester, I always get that. So he was on a kind of prayer for the social benefits. We got me a job that's useful. And I did kind of a original Navajo heartbreaker on the ladder. And my wife, but to her, she passed in 2020. She loved Civil Line. She loved it. I was going to, are you familiar with that joke? I am, and my condolences to the person who did watch. Her name was Mark. Yeah, love of my life, and I dated North. She stuck with it. Got me right in my face. You know the story of meeting her when we look at the music video, waiting with her. So, we'll look at the potential. I actually may or may not have documents that weren't published. I told my dad that for some reason he wrote the story to me. It's great to make sure that he's not get sent. What are you talking about? Me? I told him, so, you want to know what's that information? I kind of eat stuff out of things. Not changes so that it's effective. In other words, good people might think the things I saw and histories about. So what do you about what was that that made you take news when he was on the show? What was it?
I'm not sure. We could go, you covered a lot of ground there. Maybe we could talk about Zodiac. Richard, is that one that you read? Bill Chris taking a dive into and then in your research?
Yeah, Zodiac is in fact one of the serial killers that I wrote about in my first book. And I think that the interest people have, the deep dividing interest, is that number one, the scientist, which is not in an attempt to, I think, pull the wool over the eyes of the police and the public. Are not, still to this day, not all souls. And the Zodiac claims that his identity lay within those coded cycles. We never did find out who he was. Despite the fact that there were many hypotheses and theories, a number of different suspects, the Zodiac almost certainly got away with it. And so it was one of the great unknowns of U.S. criminal history.
A lot of great minds have focused on that case over the years, and a lot of different theories. Do you have one? You don't have to say who it is, but do you have a general suspect in mind?
Me personally, you know what? I do not.
That's hard.
Because many smarter individuals than I who do this for a living and who have devoted not just hours or days, but weeks and months of their time, years in some cases, are the ones that have come up with hypotheses. I will never find out who that was. Like people crazy. Maybe the best known case in this book that you wrote about is the Golden State Killer, James D'Angelo. He almost got away with it, and that he was almost old enough to die before getting caught. It's an amazing story, isn't it? It is, and it's practical, and, you know, the fact that there are people out there, law enforcement, of course, also, I hesitate to call them amateur detectives, but are so invested in seeing these cases solved and getting justice for the victims and seeing the perpetrator brought to justice. This is one of those cases in which you are so glad that these people are out there to keep a cold case from becoming a frozen cold case. Yeah, I remember the week that the guy was arrested. We had a couple of those online sleuths who were our guests here, and they had done a lot of work, and they had pointed the finger at this guy. And there was a woman, you mentioned in the chapter 2 on D'Angelo, there was a woman who really spent years working on it, and who had a trail clue that led to him, right? Yeah, absolutely. And there was a terrific book written about it called I'll Be Going the Dog. Which I strongly recommend anybody with an interest in the case pick up and read. Amazing for him to get away with it. A former police officer to get away with it for so long, so many times, and at his wife, he lives with his wife. He's an elderly man by this point, so he always has these nocturnal disappearances that he came up with excuses for. It's promising looking back on it. I'm sure his wife must feel pretty guilty for this. Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm going on a nocturnal hunt. What we can really hope is that he spent the majority of his life anxious every time somebody knocks on his door, thinking, is this the time they catch me? Am I finally caught? There's a chapter you write back your old God in written Animal to Cannibal. Who is he and what did he do? And that's an interesting term because it's one that was actually put on him by the British media. It's unfortunately unknown for their sensationalism, but Robert Mortley is a man that I think continues happening because he was a serial killer that definitely had a rough childhood. I think it's fair to say he came from a broken home. He became a drug addict and ended up becoming a sex worker himself in order to keep a roof over his head. This was primarily during the 1970s. Became a sex worker himself in order to fuel his drug habit and to, essentially just get through life. And turned from that to murdering some of the men that he slept with. And did he beat him? What part of it? So that's the term, right? That's the word that has gained so much sensationalism over the years. So mostly, I think, was deeply mentally ill, and he did have the urge to take his victim. But he's not alone in that. So that is something I think that always comes up as a primary characteristic when it appears. Hi, thank you for the opportunity. Nice to meet you both. I was wondering if you know anything about the Lake Shore murders. I grew up in Connecticut, and it's funny because there was a woman named Helen Richard Kraft, and prior to that, I found myself in Santa Cruz
California, where I used to sit on a park bench ready for a box with a fellow by the name of Ted Bundy. Well, lucky you're still around to talk about it, I guess. Yeah, I'm extremely lucky. His mother worked at UPS, and she was an accountant for one of the eight, I think it was the 5, 6, 7, 8 different universities up on the hill there. But it was what happened in Lake Shore that was the most amazing one of all, because years later I see a movie with a wood chipper in it, and sure enough, it's the wood chipper murder, and it's exactly what took place in Lake Shore. Is it like a Fargo, a movie Fargo? Precisely. That was it familiar with this? It's actually not what I'm familiar with. Well, there's the next book. Get started on it. What about Bundy? Did you write about him in the first book? I did. I did write about Bundy in the first book. And a great deal of the cool being written about him. We spoke earlier, didn't we, about the fact that serial killers are now being put on pedestals and objectified. The fact that Bundy is constantly being portrayed as this trauma. Yeah, right. He was an absolute monster, and I'm really surprised at the fact that he continues to have a celebrity status that he does. I'm sure he had women writing to him that wanted to marry him, even after he's been convicted. Well, and that's the phenomenon that we've seen ever since the 60s and 70s, you know? I mean, Richard Ramirez had, it was almost like egomania during his trial. He would have female fans just flock to the courthouse in order to side with them, and he loved it. He absolutely loved it. It's unfortunate that there is such a thing as a serial killer fan. That should not exist. Look at us, that's the serial killer next door, the double lives with notorious murderers. Fascinating read, great work. I'm sure you're happy to move on and write about something else, and I hope you'll come back and let us know whatever that project is. I would be delighted to come back and discuss something else a little more, shall we say, mainstream. Thank you for talking again. We'll go into the break with a little more uplifting sort of a vibe song coming back. Gary Heseltine will join us from the UK. And if you know that I'm not trying to find words and bonds, and these things that are right upon the line. You in the back road, Father, the way of my memory. You ever people on my mind. It's not reaching to the rock, and I need to play it on their songs now to find me. Or something that somebody said because they thought they fit together walking. It's just knowing that the world will not be perfect or forgiven when I walk along some railroad silence behind. You're moving on the back road, probably the way of my memory, and for hours you just people on my. Hey, you know firsthand, the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 38,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding across country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com. You lost your cat up the street?
Yeah, he ran up there and scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where is your mask and cape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower room. Wow. They were up a tree too.
Really?
Your drain is really clogged, bad enough, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for asking, guys.
It's what a hero does.
If you have a question, call River Hero. Come in and go online at riverhero.com.
Are you feeling the stress of a car accident? Let Jacoby and Myers take the wheel and steer you towards the compensation you deserve. 93% of crash victims who use the lawyers said they'd do it again. And with Jacoby and Myers, you get the best of both worlds. Our legal expertise and a hassle-free experience. Don't just take our word for it. See for yourself what over 50 years of experience can do for you. Call Jacoby and Myers. Justice for you since 1972. Congratulations to Keith Gregory, earning 2 more Golden Mike Awards for his collection. All right, basically hoarding. Keith Gregory's hoarding Golden Mike Awards.
We deployed to fly Ivory Bennett in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A passenger on a Delta flight from LAX to Seattle opened the emergency exit door, activating the fly.
And literally within 2 seconds, he opened the door and deployed the flies and was on the tarmac.
With the passenger who witnessed the incident, he said the man in custody, the FBI, have been notified. The earth is moving in Pacific Palisades. Officials say it happened late Sunday when a 100 by 200 area of the hillside fell away. The house has been evacuated. A grading inspector and geologist will assess today if the house can be saved or if other homes are in danger. A deal was reached Friday with LA Unified School District and support staff. The agreement includes a 30% salary increase with retroactive pay and would raise the district's minimum wage $22.52 per hour. California is lifting some water restrictions as drought conditions dramatically improve. The governor says there's still a groundwater deficit and drought issues with the Colorado River, so some restrictions will remain. San Diego State is headed to the Final Four, beating out the #1 overall seed Alabama to get to the Elite Eight.
We're making the next step, and it's something we've always talked about. I'm sure there were people who doubted we could do it, but we never doubted for a minute. Not to say it's easy to get there, or that we would never get there, but we're there now, and we're going to go and try to win things.
That was head coach Brian Dutcher. The Aztecs will face Florida's Atlantic Owls on Saturday. AAA says the price of the pump is going down. Right now, the average cost for a gallon of gas in LA County is $4.85. And a New York grand jury is expected to reconvene today in former President Trump's hush money payment case. Rain expected late Tuesday into Wednesday. Southside weather from KFI. Partly cloudy and windy with highs in the mid to upper 60s. Right now it's 49 in Newport Beach. Steel Beach has 48. 50 in Florence and 46 degrees in Tarzana. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
Thanks, if you're on the line through the because it's all car north on 5 before Main Street. It's in the right lane. TFB says it's in a bad spot of capital coming in on. Crash shows from home. It's going to take 15 southbound before Highway 138 correct spot in the left lane. And we also have a big red rectangle lane just with the mega I-15 southbound to 7 Avenue. The right lane is down for the downside of Harvard on scene. Okay, Brian, this guy, let's get to their faster. I'm Errol. If you're looking to get out of your house, doesn't matter why you're moving, or maybe even carrying it, now what do you do? And you're told to clean, and cheat, and repair, and buyers are going to walk through, the house that's pristine, and if you don't live there, you don't need anything back. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com, a local family-owned business, Janet and Matt, brother and sister. I love the way they do business. Now, there are a lot of schmucks out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you or close. Go to directbuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, directbuyers.com.
Attention Southern California, Semper Solaris is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for NEM2. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting. No one works harder than Semper does with esprit de corps and honor. Go solar American style. Declare your independence with Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payments until 2024. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Plus, Semper offers new furnace and AC systems with a lifetime warranty and new roofs with a 50-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Semper Solaris before net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit sempersolaris.com.
If you own a small business you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those at the PPP and nonprofits, even if you had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in the city-owned payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. I love those security questions that I'm asking, to determine that I need.
What was the name of your first best friend?
No friends.
What was the name of your first dog?
No dogs.
What's your favorite band?
I hate music.
Bill Handle.
I mean, I have a hard time filling those out.
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
This is Jacob and Ronnie. You've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Some service providers don't get training or paying their help to a higher standard. It just sucks that because if you bias, there's a bias that's always going to be because you're
From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Knapp. Now, here's George.
Slightly more positive vibe there. Bogey, a song called Good Thing. Leave murder and mayhem behind and return to a more familiar turf now, UFO. Specifically, the Revelton Forest case, aka Sandwaters, or as some call it, versus Roswell, one of the world's best known and most important UFO mysteries, and maybe the most important of all, given what we now know. Not just one incident, in fact, it's 18 separate events that happened over a period of several days around the U.S. military bases in Britain 43 years ago. Evidence and testimony are still emerging. Gary Hesseltine is a former police officer. He spent 22 years service, and in 2002 he founded something called TRUMAN, Police Reporting UFO Sightings, a database that caters to serving and retired British police officers, their UFO reports. In 16 years of research, we have now amassed more than 425 cases involving more than 900 various police officers. He's a former editor of online publication UFO1.com and former co-editor of UFO Data Magazine. He's the author of Non-Zoom, Rendlesham Forest UFO Incident, 42 Years of Denial. He jumped right into it right after this, Coast to Coast AM. Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerous and easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. If you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code GEORGE. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code GEORGE to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Real people, real food.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he was told me what all he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started on carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay," and my problem on my skin went away. I had bruises that's all over my arms, 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, "Gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening." I have to tell you, it has to be a carnivore.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
I cannot chat at all. I just didn't understand the rules. I thought it was something where we would shout out, but now I understand, so that's why I went to listen.
Gary Hesseltine is one of the best-known UFO investigators, writers, speakers in the UK. He's using his long experience as a deputy constable and learned how to investigate crimes and interrogate and question witnesses. Skills that served him well today, investigating mysteries of the sort that we cover on this program. Gary, welcome back to Coast to Coast.
It's a pleasure. It's always a pleasure. Thank you for having me again.
I want to ask first a bit about you. You had, as I recall reading, you had a UFO experience as a young man long before you became a police officer. Was it something that molded your career or drove you, sent you into law enforcement? And could you tell us about the sighting itself in the county?
Okay, I had a sighting in 1976 when I was 16 years old, and it was in my hometown of Scunthorpe in Lincolnshire. And I was walking my then girlfriend home. She was walking her home, and we were walking along a long, narrow footpath. It was on one side there was my high school that I went
I've been
to
streaming.
Frederick Off, and on the other side we would stay along.
Absolutely. I've been streaming my life online, nonstop, for more than 666 straight days. It's the biggest event in global history. I have more content online than any person in global history. Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, in the 1990s, and I'm proving it on a daily basis. I have more content than any person global history, which means one day I'm going to be a very, very famous and wealthy person. And if that happens, I'll make sure everyone in here is famous and all your projects are well funded and all your dreams come true. I do it for world peace. I don't think we should have war anymore. We do a lot of discussions about future technology, about mind uploading, about nanotechnology, about telekinesis and telepathy. Anything under the sun that you can think of to discuss, we do it on my chat, on my stream, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
Forward, see this object to your right, and like moving to your left, will cross your path at some point. Well, after it crossed our path, so then we were behind it, a strange thing happened. The entire housing, electrical lighting, all went off like a power cut, a grid failure behind the area of the flight path of this strange object. No noise associated with it. We stood there, myself, my then girlfriend, and we walked a little bit further, and then maybe 200 meters further to our left, as we went over the school fields, then more area of that, with more power cuts, more grid failure. Now, it was moving very slowly, silently, in the direction where I live. And at the time, I was pushing my bicycle. So I said to my girlfriend, get on the crossbar. I'm going to try to capture this object. So I quickly told her to get on the bike. She was on the bike, raced to the end of the alleyway, turned right, and her house was about 200 meters away from there. So I literally dropped her off, and all her family trying to get candles. It's important that I then literally just dropped her off the bike, and then turned around and then retraced my steps back down the alleyway. And it's always complete darkness, absolutely pitch black. I am down to the main road from Grangeland South, and I'm racing as fast as I can because I can still see this light moving gently in the distance towards where I live. Now, I raced, I would have said probably 3/4 mile away from the initial sighting to where I live. So the strange thing was, as I neared a bend in the road close to my home, the light power was on at that bend. So I could imagine being so darkness, and then in the distance, you race forward, you see it around this bend, but the power is still on there. As I got to that bend, I remember glancing over to my right, just to see that I managed to get ahead of this light, it was very slowly, and I remember distinctly that it was just behind me. I went round 2 corners, onto what's called Westfield Road, and right, Hayesville Road, where I live, number 3, beginning of the road, dropped my bike outside the house, about 8, 9 o'clock at night, and I rushed into my parents who had to pick tears with people there at that time, and I said, come outside, I think there's going to be a cow outside this strange light. They just looked at me the news, if you would, and they didn't get up. So I ran through the hall, ran into the kitchen, ran out through the back door, to the bottom of my bedroom, sat down, turned around, and I looked back at my house, just in time to see the object coming over my rooftop, albeit higher old the altitude than when I originally see it. And for some reason, and I really don't know why, I put my hand up like I'm asking a question in class. And here's the thing, as soon as that object passed beyond my arm, which was the very second, so therefore beyond the 90 degrees, and therefore I was then behind it, the entire area was plunged into that. I found out this felt was ridiculous. So I realised whatever that light was, I didn't have an interest in a subject at that time, that object, whatever it was, as it moved to a second geographical position, must have interacted with the power grid. It's really ridiculous to think that I predict the power grid. That created my interest.
And does it change the trajectory of your life? Is that a reason you became a policeman? Because you wanted the skills to investigate these kinds of things?
No, not at all. Although not that I'm aware of, although it led to lots of words that I didn't believe at the time were called synchronicities, and so you will agree with that. There are fascinating coincidences that will influence this path becoming the research and also with an interest in the subject, like any others. And basically, all I did then, talking 1976 in the UK, all you could do was go to the second-hand bookshop and look for books on UFOs. Well, here's the strange thing. One of the first things that leads me to where I am now is the very first book that I get was actually the last of the five books written by Johnny Cuba, who was creator of Nightcap and is a legend to me in the field. And sure enough, in that first book that I got, it made reference to the New York blackout in 1965, triggering UFOs, triggering holocaust. So I kind of got a validation of it. If you think about it, of all the thousands of books that have been written over many, many years, the very first book turned out to be one of the most important books in my life. And for many people, a real hero, a genuine guy who said, look, there is something going on. And he was saying in the Christmas and Nightcap was a fantastic thing early on. So again, that sets you on a path. But literally, I went away, had a life, had a couple of children, joined the Air Force in 83, Royal Air Force in 1983, 1989. I then left in 1989 to join the British Transport Police, went on to have a 24-year career there, finished in 2013. But here's the strange thing. It was about the mid-1990s when I suddenly came across this glossy magazine in WH6, which is one of the big UK bookstores, and a magazine store, and a man, the last time I looked at UFO stuff, it was all little pamphlets, and here was this glossy colour magazine, and it's called UFO magazine, by the late great version. And it kind of reawakened my interest. And in that interview, 17, 18 years, where I've read some books, but that's so many connected, that suddenly this feeling of frustration, by then I was 6 years into the police, and I was already a detective, and I'm thinking, I'd love to get involved in this, but how do we get involved? And then I kind of read a lot of stuff. People say, well, write about things that you know. So then I came up with this idea for police reporting UFO sightings. With a long story short, I quote strange verse. But here's the strange thing, God, and this is really where this starts to begin. When I looked at where UFO magazine was printed, it was only printed 11 miles away from where I was now. Now, what is the odds of that? This meant that I, as a detective, I could ride out to this place, go see this place, and go see. But I mean, if it had been 300 miles away, I wouldn't have had that close. But basically, I then approached Greenberg, so he then invited me to go to a UFO conference. We used to do a really big 3-day conference every September in the UK. National Fair, lots of speakers from all over, and I'm no doubt you ever go to that.
Oh, yeah, sure. I was wondering if I ever met you at one of those conferences. Sure, Graham.
Oh, no, we haven't met, but we met briefly at the PRG Steve Bassett Awards in 2010. He gave me the Disclosure Award in 2010 for my work as a police officer. And I think you were there when we met briefly. But suffice to say, when I'd done that, when I realised it was only 11 miles away, it was like someone was giving me a push, get involved. So I went to see him and said, well, tell us this idea for police safety of UK police officers. And he was always looking for a new angle, and he was very evidential in his approach, and that's the only way I could see it.
Let's talk about the police database for a second. You mentioned there's 900 officers or so in the cases that you've amassed. Maybe it's more than that by now. Did you start putting that together while you were still on the force or after?
No, I did this while I was a service detective, and the latest figure is around 550 cases, going back to 1901, involving around 1,100 police officers. And a lot of those were historical, it wasn't police officers, 11 police officers, but I spoke to many, once I became public, the database tracking quite a lot of these attention, especially early on. However, when I began my detective side, it was a very good career. And I said, well, why should it impede? I want to stray over and cross over the boundary. And he said, well, it's one of those subjects probably won't be very good for you. And over the course of the years, more and more restrictions were being put on me because I was getting more well known in the subject. And at the end, I decided that in 2013 to retire early. I've done 24 years, I could have done 30, but by then I was so wanting to make this change into making it a job that I then retired early, took my pension and created UFO 2 magazine, which has now been running since 2013. And we're now bi-monthly magazine, UFO 2 magazine.co.uk. It goes all over the world. It's PDF form, my membership pages, pictures, any articles, many of the leading researchers in the world. So that's in a sense what happened. But when I created the database, another thing happened that led to where I am now and the public speaking, etc., is within weeks of me getting initial publicity in 2002, which is when I went public in my first article in UFO magazine, and to launch the database, is people then started to say, well, would you give us a lecture about the switch? And I never done a lecture in my life, but when I stood in front of people, I found that it was something that came very easily to me. But most of my colleagues would have run a mile to be anywhere in front of a lot of people or in front of cameras or radio. But for me, it was like, I can do it. And I don't know where the ability comes from, but I'm very reluctant, I'm very happy to speak to the media. So that led me on this path. When I got the disclosure award in 2010, the Batic that then led to doing international lectures, and now lectures in 22 countries around the world. So I feel incredibly lucky to be doing something that I'm really passionate about. Probably I think you think the same. You're very passionate about the subjects that I am, and in each of us in our own different ways of trying to promote the subject to say, look, we're not trying to convince you, we're just trying to say, here's the evidence. There is something to this subject. That's all I ever set out to do when I got involved in public research, is not to say you have to believe. If you make your own mind, what I am going to try to do is give you the best evidence. And that has led me to where I am now. And obviously, one of the things that I've done is study Britain's most well-known chemist, Frederick Forrest. We call him, well, it used to be called in the early 80s, first became known as F-Waters incident. I have no doubt that people still refer to that as generally now, the Reynolds and Forrest incident. And it's regarded by many as the second most important case in history, which is a hell of a title after Oslo. And the reason why that is because we're not just talking one incident one day, we're talking like now with the book that I've done. I've done a 5-year re-investigation of the case. The book took 3 years to write, and I've got a lot of old and new information. And the book on human, the rental of Forest to a police for 40 years of denial, is literally that. And the conclusions at the end is that we're looking at 18 incidents. Actually, it's now 17, I can explain that. It's 17 different incidents over what is 3 or possibly 4 consecutive days of activity of night is referred to. Basically, most of it all happened at night, 4 consecutive nights. I now think based on the new information that I've got. And people do not generally think of it as many instances of that. They may well be familiar with this very famous Holt memorandum written by Lieutenant Colonel Holt at the time. He was the deputy commander that came out to researchers in early 1983 and then came up with the public in a big tabloid flash in October 1983. That's when it became really get the world headline. And that memo was the US Air Force memo saying that there'd been 2 nights of UFO activity. But it's interesting because prior to that, there's been total denial of anything by the US Air Force, the US government, anything at all, the British government, British Ministry of Defence, all denied anything. And suddenly this memo comes out, and it was on headed US Air Force note paper, and it was written by external to their land external self, and they didn't have any choice but to say, yeah, okay, there was an incident with a landed craft, and that's only a little one-page document. Only ever meant to be obtained if you never meant for public release. General Holt, I worked for 7 years between 2007 and 2014. He did everything he could to try to stop that from getting out. He was told, write this, and he said, will it ever come out? He said, of course not. And it did. And his life was stopped.
Yeah. We're going to back up a little bit. I mean, you spent 5 years working on this book. It shows it's a tremendous heavy lift on your part, and to go back and review witness testimony, to pass judgment in effect on what is truth and what is not. I mean, a lot of people, your government, our government, has gone to a lot of trouble trying to muddy the waters, and this book, Non-Human, does a great job of clearing it up quite a bit. We're talking with Gary Hesselton about his new book on the Rivers and Forest Institute. We're going into the break now with ROTHSCHILD.
I'm Bree Kennison, the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The deal's been reached with LA Unified School District and the support staff. The agreement includes a 30% raise with retroactive pay and would also raise the district's minimum wage to $22.52 per hour. Number of COVID-19 hospitalizations in LA County is on the rise. As of Sunday, there were 426 COVID patients in the county hospitals. It is up 13 since Friday.
I was just going to confirm what number you were on.
After opening the emergency door as the plane prepared to take off at LAX, causing the emergency slide to deploy.
And literally within 2 seconds, we opened the door, deployed the slide, and was on the tarmac.
As a passenger on the plane, airport police have detained the passenger, and the FBI has been notified. Southbound weather from KFI, partly cloudy and windy with highs today in the mid to upper 60s. Right now 47 in Anaheim Hills, Aliso Viejo at 46, 40 in Redlands, and 46 in Central Canyon. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Kennison.
Thank you on the 5-2 game. Stalled on northbound 5 before Main Street. It's in the right lane. CC says it's in a bad spot and traffic is coming in hard. Prior to the flight, it's going to take 15 southbound before Highway 138 is directed blocking to the left lane. And we also have a big break right in Lancaster to Kamunga, I-15 southbound Sun Avenue.
Correct.
The right lane is down for the town fire department on scene. Okay, let's get to their faster. I'm cool.
At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we know the importance of giving our clients more experience, more results, more than 800 lawyers ready to fight for you. There's more reasons. We've recovered more than $15 billion. We have more offices nationwide. But don't just our work now. Check out any of our more than 28,000 5-star Google reviews from our clients. So, if you've been injured at work or in a car accident, remember, you deserve more. And we at Morgan & Morgan are ready to fight to get you back more. Don't wait. Now, how long will visit quarterpeople.com for an office near you? I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When you call America's largest injury firm, you get the backing of a national firm, along with a dedicated team from your community and state finance. When you need a fighter, you need us. Call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan for the people. The media says indictments are looming against former President Trump anytime now in New York, Georgia, and Washington. So Trump calls it a political witch hunt. Alan Joshua agrees. The famed liberal Harvard professor is speaking out against the targeting of Trump in his new book. Yet
Trump. All this week, Rob Schmidt is on Newsmax talking to Dershowitz about the weaponization of our justice system and the disturbing information revealed in the House subcommittee hearing. Rob Schmidt is exposing this abuse of power. Tune in to watch Rob Schmidt now in Dershowitz tonight. It's not about Trump. It's about you and your freedom, they say. Watch Rob Schmidt tonight at 4 p.m. Pacific. It's the hottest show in cable
Correct.
news. Find Newsmax on major cable systems and streaming ones like Roku, Samsung, Vizio, Pluto, Sumo, and more. Don't forget to download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone. You can watch it anytime, anywhere. You should be watching Newsmax. Encourage your friends and family to tune in today. KFI, AM 640. I'm perpetually in an agitated state. I'm not supposed to be on this planet because it's a terrible mistake. But at 5 years old, I said I should be. I know I'm the victim of some massive practical joke. And I'm just waiting for the day. John and Dad are waiting for me to book. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Appreciate that. That was number 6.
Premier Network presents Coast to Coast AM with George Knapp. Now, here's George. Robin Fowler, Bridget Scott. We're talking with Gary Hesselfield, retired police detective who's written an excellent new book called 9/11, the Remington Forest UFO Incident. It occurred 43 years ago, but it's amazing that new testimony or clarified testimony, new evidence is still coming out. Gary has spent 5 years working on this. It's sort of like as a police officer, he went back to the scene of the crime and reconstructed the facts of the case, reevaluated testimony. Some people changed their stories, some people tried to hide. Clearly, the governments of the UK and US have tried to obscure facts, confuse things, try to blame the incidents that occurred out there in those trees as the result of lights coming from a lighthouse. That is obviously not the explanation that fits the fact. We're going to jump into the specifics in just a moment. North Coast to Coast AM. Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressure for sexual favors.
My leaky faucet turned into the maintenance man asking, when are we going to get to know each other better? I didn't even air conditioner it, but my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission. My landlord told me my rent would be free.
Law is against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances or refusing to make repairs because you do not sexual favors. If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with her.
So I called her and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit gov.gov/fairhousing. That's gov.gov/fairhousing. You fear for your safety, call 911. Public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Poor Sam was a mess. Always itching, licking. His paws were soaking wet. He had bald spots on his back. Yeah, I think love that. 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvements. And today, 99% of his issues are non-existent. Dynamite is nutrition. Dynamite is the best thing you can do for your dog. How happy your dog will be. I get my Dynamite from VIE.com.
Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvin Sunderland have released the newest in action-adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Blaggett's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels, enter coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com. Gary, is it fair to say my encapsulation of what you've done here is sort of like returning to the scene of the crime and reviewing the evidence all over again?
Absolutely, if I was going to do a reinvestigate, I'd literally go back to the what happened, start to follow the trail. I've got 30 years of police experience, 6 years in the Royal Air Force Police. I've worked continuously weapons storage areas during my time in the Royal Air Force Police. I applied in the Sergeant State, did the same job as what the US Air Force Police did, involved in the system. I then went on to a 24-year career in police, the last 19 years as a detective. I was an assassin, a year of suspect. Look, so I've got 30 years of police experience. The only way I could
We just finished 7, and we will be on 8.
And once I realised how the format would be, it would be literally just be the facts. I mean, in the first part of the book, I'd say I have no friends to reward, no sources for it. We go into the role wherever the facts are. Facts are either Republican or Democratic. That was a great quote for Gandhi, the former Republican congressman, that I thought was very pertinent to what I was trying to do. I took out sentiments, I literally went back, I delved as deep as I could go, and then took out things I thought the public had never heard about, or rarely heard about, and expanded on them. I found old interviews, I re-evaluated. I found new testimony from people who'd already been interviewed sometimes, but then I got new testimony from other people completely different that led to major things come out. For example, Lieutenant Bonnie Hampton was a ship commander, and she is what's referred to as the second incident or the second night lesson. So we're talking 26th of December to the 27th of December. And nobody really knew her story other than that something is so traumatized that she's gone off ship and we could seemingly never went back. Well, during the course of our investigation, I spoke to an airman called Michael Smith. He had an earlier sighting earlier in 1980, and the book lists 3 what's called precursor reports to locations that took place earlier in the year, leading up to the December event. But when I spoke to him, he made an off-the-cuff remark that indicated he knew something about the Bonnie Hampton. And when I got spoken to him, he basically told me this, obviously aware of the time. But basically, Bonnie Hampton, the ship commander, responded to a call saying from the East Gate of Woodbridge, Darius Woodbridge, by an airwoman called Laurie Bowen, and she said that a Red Ball plane had dropped into the forest, and she reported it. She happened to be on mobile patrol. She was leaving on a public road between area Pentwaters to area Woodbridge, with 2 lanes in the middle of this Pendleton forest. So you sort of maybe a 4 mile distance. And if she's on the public road, she said, I'll respond to that. Well, anyway, the next thing is that she's screaming over the radio, help, 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 and she's clearly traumatized. Well, that's what we did. Well, Michael Smith then gave me this incredible story of literally how this 4th lieutenant was run off the road by a UFO on a British rural public road, 52 basis. She was run off the road by a that parallel head right, and then suddenly he's so terrified to lose control of the vehicle, he runs it off the road, he goes implicit. Right? And his testimony, the direct testimony, what he's saying is, I was told to go to a gate, which is called the Putler Gate, which is at the rear of area and and open it up quick. Then you see the convoy of police vehicles go out looking out. He didn't know what to say there. 2 minutes later, he sees a military vehicle come back through the gate, and he sees Lieutenant Bonnie Sampson looking dishevelled, his fine eyes out. He's clearly traumatised by something. The driver's guy called Robert Paul, Sergeant Robert Paul. He doesn't really know what's going on. Then, a few minutes later, a vehicle, military vehicle comes back in through the gate, and this time it turns out to be Lieutenant Bonnie Sampson's vehicle, and he sees that but this vehicle then moves out as if it's been rolled into a ditch, it's still been drivable. He then goes in, once these vehicles have gone in, and the sergeant says to him, "You don't reveal my name, I'll tell you what happened." And the story goes, but this is the day safe after, there's no reason to disbelieve what Michael said. He said that this female officer was on the public road.
I did. Firstly, you're very, very talented. I just am really amazed how much fun this could be. Songs of Eden, you're extremely gifted when it comes to the piano, and I want to thank you for sharing your gifts with us this morning, or whatever time it is for you.
It then goes away. And that's why she was screaming then over the radio, help, help, help. And she confirmed, the family confirmed that the number of rounds that she was down were all nearly come back, and the whole incident on the British public road covered us all these years. And nobody's known that until I've been telling you now, until this book is out. And it's what a story. We didn't really have a clue. I have no reason to disbelieve myself certificate. I'm going to talk about
It's Web3, name that too, and it's a beautiful thing.
The UFO shot a beam down the nuclear storage area at Area 10 was. There was rumors, but never direct testing. The guy came forward, he called Steve Longero. And he was an interesting person because he had a 30-year law enforcement career, terrorist, and the military, security US Air Force security police, and then he went on to have a long law enforcement career. Absolutely standard guy. He said, I used the base, and I stood there inside the nuclear weapons storage area walking, serious there, and then suddenly we saw a UFO started shining a beam down, like akin to a laser beam, into an people. And he said he did like a pendulum motion, as if it was scanning all the way down what's called the hot roll of nuclear bunkers, because it was what was underneath, tactical nuclear weapons. And he said then, the UFO went off towards Rendlesham Forest. Now you think that was the end of it. He goes, no, I've got another incident to tell you about. What do you mean? He said, well, because I'd only just gone on ship, because everything was kicking off in the forest, so they wanted many security places to go into the forest. So I was taken, because I was like supernumerary, I was taken from the weapons storage area, taken into the forest with many of us, and he said there, I was taken to the initial first night landing site, which was 2 or 3 nights earlier, and then he said there was another UFO that he thought was about 10 or 15 others, and this is long before Colonel Holt was even there. And so this is an entirely new incident. So not only has he got him saying as a first person direct testimony, I was inside, I saw the UFO shining the beam down into the nuclear weapons storage. He then goes and told me that he's been involved in another incident. So let's back up just a little bit, Gary. So in your book, we'll back up just a little bit. In your book, you share that there were a number of incidents, not only the 3 incidents in 1980 leading up to the big one, but there were also incidents in previous years in this area. And one of the issues to explore in that context is whether or not there's nuclear weapons there. Of course, the U.S. Military will not confirm whether nuclear weapons are stored anywhere, but you have plenty of indications that they were there, and that might have something to do with why UFO activity has been seen in that area for a number of years, right? Absolutely. I have been researching the Rendlesham case publicly since 2007, when I was stayed on the UFO program was over, and that's where I first met Colonel Hall. But I've always believed why is it that UFOs regularly returning up there? It turns out that there were many sightings before. In fact, there's an incredible event that comes out in the book that was originally listed to be a part of the December 1980 event of a course transcontinental, which was a New Testament, fully New Testament of a guy called James Stewart. Now, he's not a US Air Force police officer. He was actually what's called a crew chief. He was repairing aircraft, and there was just three. So it turns out that he got the date wrong. He thought it was December 1980. It was December 1979. So 1 year earlier, he related to his sensational in the sense that he was working on a Phantom F4. There were only three left. They had to be off the base by January of 1980. He worked underneath, and then he feels something trigger. He did something with water line of the plane, and he thinks, what's that? And then he hears a scroll mark, and a new canopy has been put on the test body to repair it. And he climbed up the steps to the cockpit and found three claw marks on this new canopy, and he then saw footprints along the back of the tube during the middle of the night, and something jumped down. He didn't see it, but he felt another something jumped down off his tail, and then went running through the underground bushes, nearby bushes. Oh, all he sees is something scurrying towards the outer perimeter fence. So he was very close to the east area secret. He then sees this scurrying, he never gets to see what it was, but he sees that seemingly this object, whatever it is, has passed through the fence, he's now on the outside of the fence, and it's moving to his left towards some sort of trees. Now, at the same time, believe it or not, and I've set this guy out, so I really disbelieve it, in his record, you see the UFO landing, descending, and disappearing behind the trees. At the same time, against that, there's shots being fired. I think somebody opened fire at something by the security guard, the US security police officer who was at the UK. Now, routinely, that was not planned. So this is obviously so he said the security police officer at the UK, he was shooting something, and he heard him shout something like, get away, and then that security police officer saw something scurrying away through the undergrowth, which it was, and he was heading the same direction as the object that he'd seen landing in the forest with other objects. He was a scenario of like three separate things scurrying through the trees to a UFO that was landing down the street. And he was approached by what was called the true book. His boss came along here at the top fire and said, get in. We thought you'd been abducted. And believe it or not, it sounds like scientific. But this guy, and unfortunately, because the sign on it, but this guy is absolutely standard guy. He's willing to be interviewed, he's seen his record, he's stories to that counted. But it's another interesting thing. And that's the year before. So when people say, was there expected in December 1980? Well, maybe there's a story to that. Because this opens up new avenues. You then have three major events that took place in February, July, and November of 1980, leading up to it. And one of the things that this is always about, talk about nuclear issues, is that Colonel, when I met him, told me privately there were more nuclear questions that I had asked than they were okay. Now, he told me that twice. And since looking into it, I found a document in the book that says that Ben Watson housed, I think, 25 nuclear weapons. But actually, I think it housed many, many more. And with a comment made by someone ultimately, I think that this is tonight. But I think that that's why UFOs turn up. Now, what do you make a point of including Robert Hastings' references to his book, UFOs and Nukes. And he documents it all over the world that UFO activity is over nuclear weapons and nuclear weapons storage areas, like ignorant technology. Yeah, massive connection. And but what a lot of people don't realize very early on in the book, the context is everything. And the nuclear weapons aspect is this, that at the time of the Render before it was December 1980, literally hundreds of thousands of Soviet troops were massing the borders of Poland because of the rise of the Trigard workers movement in the left who went up to the river. But it was still too in the Soviet today. People feared that there was a nuclear war, a Third World War scenario, the Soviet Union going to Poland, Customs rebellion, and likely going to take last year in Hungary. And so that was happening, and then you also had the powder keg of the Middle East, which was high tension because of the Iranian hostages that were being held in Iraq. And so you had the world at a crisis point, and I think it was the amount of nuclear weapons that were illegally hidden there, which is why you were kept going to the Paris and Boston. So there's what two reasons. There's one correlation with 1940 about UFOs and nuclear weapons and nuclear power plants, etc.
We're going to go to a break in about 2.5 minutes, but I wanted to touch back on, you said there were these 3 incidents in 1980 leading up to the events around Christmas time. I wanted to just summarize those a little bit if you could, because 2 of those incidents are really similar. They're big, giant balls of orange red fire, and then they split into 3 pieces. It's not a craft that we have, right, in our...
Absolutely, yeah. What happened?
Well, you can decide if you get a minute or so, just describe what one of those accounts was.
Well, the first one involves even though there are women that told Eamon the dog back samples, that was the time. So Eamon, Laurie Rayhouse, was on duty, sat in a vehicle near the indicator area of Woodbridge, and she sees a light towards straight down towards the forest, and to her left, there's the runway of area Woodbridge. And what we often see there, that's the middle of the night, and then suddenly the landing lights would all come on, illuminated, and the plan was played with light. Well, she sees this light coming in at a fairly low trajectory, and she's looking at it, expecting the runway light to suddenly illuminate with the lamp, and they don't. And as it comes towards us, she's thinking, wow, that doesn't look like a plane, there's no noise or anything, middle of the night, and then suddenly, the object comes towards us, it divides into 3 objects that can all go in different directions, clearly not a plane. So that's a major incident in itself. That was February 1980. And then we go to July, this is where Michael Station gets involved. Michael Station, the guy who told me about Molly Sampson, he was by the East Gate, and what you have is aircraft shelters, the aircraft. And he was in an area near the East Gate, just off the coast, and he sees what he describes as the big, tall size, glowing object that's in parallel just outside the perimeter. And he's thinking, what the hell is this? He goes, he's got his weapons trained on it, and he calls for battle. 2 people come out, and one of them goes towards the fence. And he actually cocks his weapon within 50. You think the Rambo, that thing with 3 heavy machine guns, the original Rambo film, that's what he had. He was, if that dark side would have been attacked anywhere, I would have opened fire.
Gary, I'm going to have to take a break here. We'll pick up that story on the other side, talking to Gary Heseltine about his book, Non-Human, The Rebel from Forest. You'll go into this. The Beatles will take us into the break. You lost your cat up the street?
Yeah, he's way up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where
a dream.
Why?
They were up a tree too.
Really?
Your tree was really tall, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your vacuum.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. So long.
Thanks for asking, George.
It's what a hero does.
If you have a clogged tree, call Zero Zero Plumbing and Air. Go online at riverheroes.com.
Your traditional investments aren't so great right now. So how about investing in assets that not only hold their value, but are just outright fun to own? Have you ever wanted a Rolex but
You
never
did a good
thought
job.
to afford one? Well, we suggest Bob's watches. Rolex,
Give me your
Omega,
thoughts.
Cartier, Tudor, and a whole lot more. They have them all. Buy, sell, or trade. They have a huge inventory of luxury watches, free overnight shipping on all orders, and a great selection of vintage Rolex watches, too. Bob's Watches is a trusted online store to buy or sell modern and vintage luxury pre-owned watches, and all watches are 100% authentic and independently certified. And now you get $200 off. Google Bob's Watches and our name still handled. Click the link at the top to the discount automatically applies to your order. Looking to sell your luxury watch? It's fast. Go online, watch for Google Bob's Watches and Bill
That's how you do, though. I'm really good at that. I'm so good. It's the fucking teeth of the fucking zippers are just holding on like some rabbits and fly. Alright, are you done, kid? Hey, Mom Jeans, are you done?
Wait a minute. I want to open the mic. Let's hear it for Crozer. Woo! Heck yeah! Dude, that's awesome. He would have won his award this weekend at the Golden Mics that happens Saturday night. Crow, congratulations. Well deserved. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is your wake-up call. Hope you had a great weekend. Wasn't it nice to have the sun out? I mean, I know it wasn't like overly warm or anything, but oh my gosh, it felt good. And I noticed at one point there was this moment of, hold on a minute, it's too quiet in this house. And I went outside, and every dog was on a different bed, sunning themselves. They too were probably like, where have you been, my friend, the sun? It was pretty awesome. So if you had a good one, we had a heck of a night last night. A big chunk of the wake-up call crew got to go to the Dodger game. Woo! So fun. We'll talk about it at probably the back half of the show this morning. Can't wait. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Nick Palliocchini was there. Tyler was there. But you can go check it out on my Instagram, JJLKFI, and it is also on my Facebook, Jennifer Jones Lee on Facebook. You can get a little sneak peek in some of the pictures. Then we can tell you what happened, which was fun. And to the wake-up call listeners who were there last night. It's the first time I've ever been recognized, not by my voice, just by my face. And I was like, all right, I do too much social media. If people are recognizing this crazy lady out in public, we have a problem. Here's what's just ahead on your wake-up call. Check this out. Some water use restrictions in California have been lifted as a result of, I don't know if you were following this news over the weekend, but it just kept getting worse and worse. And now we have more than 24 people who've been killed by an EF4 tornado that hit Mississippi. If you remember, we had an EF1. That was the one that came down in Montebello. I think the wind speeds were up to 110 miles an hour with that one. Imagine what an EF4 is. If I can let you know in just a second. Also, we're going to talk with ABC's Aaron Tursky about the Manhattan District Attorney threatened over a possible former President Trump indictment. This is all about the hush money payment to Storm actress or porn actress Stormy Daniels. So we'll get into all of that in just a second. But let's start with some of these stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A chunk of hillside has fallen onto a home in Pacific Palisades with a family of 8 that had to find another place to stay Saturday night. An elderly man who lived above the impacted hillside also had to leave his house. A grading inspector and a geologist are expected to go to the scene today and assess the situation.
Now, some water use restrictions in California have been lifted, and this is a result of all the rain and snow that we have had. The state has canceled its request for voluntary 15% water conservation statewide, and it's ending its requirement that local water agencies implement level 2 drought contingency plans. So the hosing down of sidewalks and watering ornamental grass on commercial property, though, that's over. A huge fire destroyed a commercial building in Santa Ana. It took firefighters more than an hour last night to put the puppy out. They were able to keep it from spreading, though, to other buildings. No one was hurt, and it's not clear what started that fire. This is a story that it's devastation, the pictures that I saw over the weekend. It's not like I haven't seen a tornado before, but for whatever reason, this one just seems worse than I had seen. But more than 24 people have been killed by an EF4 tornado that hit Mississippi. The National Weather Service says preliminary information shows the twisted tornado was on the ground for more than an hour. This man says his parents were killed when the tornado dropped an 18-wheeler on their house.
Finally found them over here, laying on their bed, same way that, he was on his back, and she was just laying beside him with her arm on him.
At least one person died from a tornado that hit Alabama. A tornado yesterday in Georgia destroyed 80 to 100 homes and caused several injuries. All right, we come back. We're going to talk with ABC's Aaron Katursky about why the courts in New York City are stepping up security. It's all surrounding this grand jury and former President Trump and the hush money paid to Stormy Daniels. So we'll get into that in just a little bit. Nick Faliocchini, we're going to be talking to you a little bit later this hour about how much fun we had last night. Good morning. Are you awake?
We're looking at the drive right now, and folks are making the high desert on the southbound side. Opposite T-Man coming in there from before Main Street, actually. And we're still going for you. Heavy still is going to stick around for you as you make way past Oakville, and then it's kind of patchy where you should have gone past the 138 today for Claycorn, rather, beyond that, Chicken Wood, not looking too bad. Otherwise, real quiet to start out your morning drive as you're making way through the South Bank. Avery County, and otherwise, county 15 yourself on Seaward is hit by traffic westbound side of the 91 through Corona. That's vision this morning for you from Main Street just past the 15 as you make way towards the 71 and further west on the 91. Looks pretty good through the Yorba and Anaheim Hills area. Out of the same as it continues towards the 55. Checking in on your drive on 14 southbound, that will be a bit of a rough one for you from before the merge with Fairlawn Highway coming out of Palmdale. You continue to Acton and Always will say, loosen up beyond that, at least for the moment, through Yukon and Kansas for your southbound on the 14 to 5. Okay, find the sky helps get there faster. I'm Nick calling it.
506 on your wake-up call. Aaron Katursky, good morning
Oh my
to
God.
you.
Curled up little donkey.
Courts in New York City are having to step up security.
They are, Jen, because of the increasingly hostile rhetoric involving the Manhattan
Little donkey.
The DA has already received a death threat, a white powder letter, thankfully, that would be non-hazardous. And a number of prosecutors in the office have been sent offensive, threatening phone calls, emails. So the courts are increasing security, even though there is no specific, threat. But with former President Trump on the campaign trail, warnings of potential death and destruction.
Are you done?
Saying all these incendiary things about the prosecutor. I think they just want to be safe.
I thought it was interesting yesterday that I was reading a story from one of Trump's attorneys, Joe Tacopina, who said, I'm not a social media consultant. And he basically wasn't defending or condemning it, but definitely saying, I didn't tell him to do this.
No, and I think the attorney is trying to distance himself a bit from these attacks and keeping to his lane, as an attorney, not as a social media consultant. But it's notable that I think this attorney is not willing to repeat some of that. Although, the New York criminal defense attorney, part of the New York bar, has to work with the DA's office all the time, so I don't think it would be wise to sort of join in that conversation. But Trump is making this case and the other criminal investigations that he faces, again, kind of a centerpiece of his politics now. And he's casting himself as the victim of a weaponized criminal justice system, and saying that the stakes of the election kind of rests on whether his legal troubles go away.
And whether or not people listening agree with that, the actual facts of the case, the fact of the matter is that he did this a lot during his first campaign, and in many cases it worked for him. So I'm wondering too if his Truth social platform obviously doesn't have the number of followers that say a Twitter or something like that has, but he's keeping up his social media presence because people are like, wow, what's he gonna say next? So you might have people subscribing just for the shock factor of it all. And also, when he has painted himself as the victim before, it has garnered him extra support. So I'm wondering if that's his plan all along.
Well, and whether there's even a plan is always sort of debatable. But but he does cast himself as victim very, very well, and sort of takes his supporters along with him. Saying they're not just trying to indict him, they're trying to indict you. Uh, it's a political strategy that has been successful. We've had a look at a couple of law enforcement bulletins that question whether Trump still has the sway. The protests he has called for have not materialized, but the bulletins do say that there are clearly stalwart supporters who are willing to act on his behalf.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Ed.
Have a good one. ABC's Aaron Kaczynski. And like the guy or not, it doesn't take your political feelings about him out of the equation for just a half a second. In many ways, this man does an incredible job of promoting himself, whatever the case may be. In this case, though, in other words, saying, look what they can do to me, why couldn't they as easily do that to you? His social media platform didn't have as many followers. I mean, it had plenty of followers, but not as many as I'm sure he would have liked. Now he's gaining more because people are going to watch and see what happens next. And that works for him. So just from as simply, are you able to promote yourself or not? And that's half the battle of politics, right? It's getting people to listen to you, getting people to pay attention to you. That's half the battle. Then they can decide whether or not they support you, but they have to be listening to you to make that decision. And the guy is, we've known that he's a genius in that way. Well, a tree estimated to be about 100 feet tall has fallen in Brentwood. It landed on a Jeep yesterday. The property owner says he's been concerned about the tree for a while and that the recent storms might have been a factor in the fall. Well, Cesar Chavez Day is being observed in LA County. Chavez co-founded the National Farm Workers Association in 1962 with Dolores Huerta. County supervisors say people should actively engage in service to their communities in honor of Chavez's memory. City and county offices and libraries are closed, but the schools will stay open. They will be closed Friday for the state's observance of Cesar Chavez Day. A man from LA is accused of exposing himself to a 9-year-old girl and assaulting her at a public library in Irvine. The man was arrested Friday and released on bail the next day. Police say the girl had gone to the library with her mom last week when she was attacked. They say the man approached her in the kids section and asked her to help him film a video with his phone. That's when he exposed himself and assaulted the girl. Well, an explosion at a chocolate factory in Pennsylvania has killed 7 people. That includes 2 people who have been reported missing after the explosion Friday. West Reading Mayor Samantha Cade said their bodies were found yesterday.
The site itself now is being moved over into the investigation period, so hopefully we will have more answers on what caused this and how it happened and how it can be prevented in the future.
One person who survived was pulled from the rubble Saturday. And there is a special chance this week to see 5 planets lined up in the night sky.
Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, Uranus, and Mars will gather near the moon in a planet parade. The best day to spot all 5 will be tomorrow, Tuesday, right after sunset. If you look out to the western horizon, you'll be able to see them stretching up toward the moon. You may need a pair of binoculars to catch Mercury and Uranus, which don't shine as brightly as the other planets. But the 5 planets are
I like how it crashed.
anywhere on Earth.
Yeah, I was like, man, everything in your life is going so shittily. Why is this working? And there's like, oh, okay.
Huge protest held in Israel as Prime Minister Netanyahu fired the defense minister who was pushing back against the judicial overhaul note that there's been a ton of unrest up to this point, and things just got even bigger over the weekend. So we'll get the latest from Jordana in just a minute. But with the latest on your drive, it's Nick Palliotini in the dreaded 91.
It's not too crazy bad, but you will definitely start being delayed. And you come through the Corona stretch of the 91 off the 15 as you continue toward about the 71 going to be the busiest, although a big map looks like overall you will see patch delays right now. From Riverside Lady Magnolia to continue toward the 241 toll road. Beyond that though, further westbound on the 91, not looking too bad for you as you come through the state there. You overlanding 9 hills continue to the 55. Encountering otherwise, times 50 on your cell phone. Keyword, KFI traffic. KFI on the side helps get you there faster. I'm Nick Palliotini.
Attention Southern California, Semper Solaris is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for NEM2. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting. No one works harder than Semper does with esprit de corps and honor. Go solar American style. Declare your independence with Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payments until 2024. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Plus, Semper offers new furnace and AC systems with a lifetime warranty and new roofs with a 50-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Semper Solaris before net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit sempersolaris.com. A quick credit expires 4 call 2023. CSW 78192.
The Dodgers beat the Angels last night, 3-0.
Woo, go Dodgers!
See, this is why they need to make sure that the sports tech is in there in the morning. Otherwise,
Wait, am I doing? Hold on. The Lakers took a little pat here, 37-38 after losing to the Bulls. LeBron James led the team with 19 and 29 minutes off the bench. Phoenix Copley is the team's probable goaltender for tonight's nightcap against the Blues. And the Final Four is set after Miami beat Texas 88-81 with it with waiting time. In earlier action, San Diego State beat Creighton to advance. They'll battle Florida Atlantic. I'm Andy Betts. John here. You've heard me talk for years about Cunning Dental, Southern California's premier dental practice. They're pioneers of the all-on-4 teeth-in-a-day procedure. Plus, they can handle all your dental needs from bridges to braces, fillings, cleanings, root canals, cosmetic, dentistry, and more. If you're scared of the dentist like I was, don't worry. Cunning Dental can put you in a gentle twilight sleep with full anesthesia. I've been going for over 20 years. Call now for free exam and x-rays, 888-640-SMILE. 888-640-SMILE. Restrictions apply. When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal fee. At the place of business, it's safe for you to shop there. Yet many times, a normal day ends with injury because that business breached that duty. Slip and falls where cleaning and maintenance were ignored. Falling boxes and items stacked too high. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest GetRefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP and nonprofits, even if you've had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this little known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over 3-year refunds. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to GetRefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com, GetRefunds.com. Come to Dodger Stadium on March 31st and stay after the game for the first ever Dodger Stadium Friday Night Lights drone show presented by CPK as 400 drones take flight to celebrate the return of Dodger baseball. To purchase tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotion.
The bills are coming, and they don't stop. Medical bills, dental bills, car repairs, rent that's due. Funds people need, but just don't have. Has been challenges since 1904. We provide zero interest, no fee loans so that emergencies
rejuvenation. We'll make 6 critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $129.
Ghetto Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOE2TL.com. We'll keep it cool, but it's hard to spell. License number 1047781. Well, like I say, Eric, what do you want us to do? I couldn't figure out why the gas prices are higher in California, right? For 8 years now, they've been trying to figure out why is there 20 cents more per gallon in California than other states. But they want the gas prices to go higher. Secretly, this is fine with them. John and Gas will never say that publicly, but that's the truth. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Is that the day the Dodgers win? First game of the freeway series. Dodgers Stadium. Not interrupt me, Tyler, when I'm singing.
I'm sorry.
Got my ear. Mess me up. I love you, Tyler. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And speaking of the Dodgers take on the Angels tonight at 6 o'clock in Anaheim for the Freeway Series. You can listen to the game in HD on the free iHeartRadio app live from the Galpin Motors broadcast booth. Some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A chunk of hillside has fallen onto a home in Pacific Palisades. Some water use restrictions in California have been lifted as a result of the rain and snow. You still cannot spray, though, your sidewalk off. And more than 24 people have been killed by an EF4 tornado that hit Mississippi. We'll get into all the latest on that with ABC's Jim Ryan coming up at 5:35. Let's say hello now to ABC's Jordana Miller. As though the protests couldn't get any larger, but now that you've had Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu getting rid of his defense minister, man, things erupted over the weekend. So let's walk it back, if you would, Jordana, please, and explain why the firing came in the first place.
Well, on Saturday night, Israel's defense minister gave a primetime address, and he said he no longer supports pushing through these judicial changes. He supports reforms, but not in this current fashion. And he said he's extremely worried about what the opposition to this is doing inside the Israeli army. There are hundreds of the IDF reservists who are not showing up to train, not showing up to duty. And there are thousands more that were threatening to boycott if any part of this legislation was passed that would essentially strip the Supreme Court of most of its independence, most of its power, and really leave the government, whoever's in power. And now it's Netanyahu, but any government is kind of an unchecked power with no real limits. And he said this is a clear and present danger to Israel's national security, and so therefore he will not support it. Now, Netanyahu fired him, and protesters spontaneously went into the streets last night. No one expected it. Suddenly there were tens of thousands, in the end about 150,000 who came out in Tel Aviv, in Jerusalem, in Haifa, main cities. In Tel Aviv, they blocked the main highways for many hours. I mean, the police didn't clear them out until about 4 in the morning. And as the night ticked on, we saw more lawmakers inside Netanyahu's party saying, let's need to pause this reform. It is tearing Israel apart. Now, Prime Minister, it's now about 3:30 in the afternoon. The Prime Minister has been pulled up for several hours meeting with the heads of his coalition. And leaked reports suggest he will pause the reforms, and he's desperately trying to save his government because the far right, if they decide to vote over this issue, his government will come tumbling down or we'll have elections again.
In at least pausing, I guess, his actions right now, he at least is giving everything a chance to die down because it feels like it's getting to a fever pitch. And I think, too, when you see that things have sort of been, for the most part anyway, peaceful in the sense of less a chanting, lots of yelling. But then I was reading that some of the protests from last night, police had to forcefully remove some crowds that were refusing to leave some of those places that you were talking about, blocking traffic and things. So you can see that this angst is really getting bigger, and it would be smart just for any lawmaker to just at least say, hey, I'm just going to push pause. Whether or not they were being genuine about it is a separate thing, but just to at least calm things down in their country.
Absolutely. I mean, Israel's president country is on the edge of the real possibility of civil war. And he spent time talking to people on both sides. He said he's disturbed by the level of hatred and a sense of, wanting to carry out violent acts based on from both sides, he said. And this has just touched such a sensitive nerve across this country. And he said we must pause this. And Netanyahu, if in fact he does that, many will argue he did it too late. Why there had to be, bonfires lit on the highways in the middle of the night, and crashes with police. And today, a general strike announced by Israel's labor union. That's never happened before. You have malls and banks and stores closed, schools, universities. I mean, the whole country is, half this country is shut down today. Parts of hospitals, Ben Gurion International Airport, no flights are taking off right now. There's 35,000 passengers grounded. All of this, had to happen before Netanyahu, said, hey, let's put a pause on this. You've seen these protests growing, especially in the military, for weeks and weeks. And now it has reached a boiling point where here he's going to have to finally back down.
All right, Jordana, we'll see if, in fact, that happens. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Jennifer. Good talking to you.
You too. See you later. ABC's Jordana Miller. Kanye West. Well, it's not often that a Kanye West headline grabs me anymore. Except for with this one where I went, all right, he clickbaited me here. Kanye West says he likes Jewish people again. Yes, he likes Jewish people again. So remember when he went full anti-Semite in 2022? A lot of people would think. Well, apparently now, it's because of 21 Jump Street that he likes Jewish people again. Exactly. Now, who knew that 21 Jump Street would be the thing that brings us all together? But in Kanye West's mind, apparently it is just that. So Kanye says, Ye, if we're on a first nickname basis, Ye was watching 21 Jump Street, starring Jonah Hill and Channing Tatum, and he said he had a come to Jesus moment. Watching Jonah Hill in 21 Jump Street made me like Jewish people again. No one should take anger against one or two individuals. I think I need a little more explanation. I need Mr. West to show his math on this one. So what, you're sitting there on TV, you're watching TV, and you see something that you like, and you're like, that guy's performance made me like Jewish people again. And how? And why? And did this make everything that you said in the past better? You guys can't make that stuff up. Also, what I can't make up is how many of you are going to join us at the Wiggle Waggle Walk. I know we're this Sunday, Brookside Park, all to benefit the Pasadena Humane Society. And I cannot wait to meet you all. This is so much fun if you've never come out and done this. So for all the people who came up and introduced themselves to me last night at the Dodger game, there was a couple, and they specifically said, hey, and we'll be supporting, we're not going to be able to make it, but we'll be supporting the Wiggle Waggle Walk. And I went, listen, you really listen. But it is my thing every thing goes, we just do the little 1 mile walk. We get dressed up in goofy costumes, or at least I do and my dogs do. But I know we've got a
Why are you
crew
laughing
coming
at
out
it?
there. So we've got Nick Kelly-O'Keefe's going to be there. I'm going to be there. Amy King, Mo Ellie. Tyler, are we getting in first? Is coming in? Oh, so what is going to happen now? Nick will talk smack about Tyler.
Oh, yeah, no. And maybe even on Instagram Live. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I do have some Tyler stories that I'm happy to share. Because he's not there to defend himself, so I'm scared. That's right. It's all for the animals, right, Tyler?
Yeah. Wait, so are we taking donations for the Tyler stories? Is that what I'm
Ooh, we should have a separate fund.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, that's how we spin that real. Donos for the stories. Thank you, Tyler.
Okay, somehow. Anyway, all you gotta do is go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle. There's where you can sign up, and we still have plenty of space for you to come out and hang out with us. Michelle has put together these incredible swag bags this year, but you only get them if you join our team or you come out to Brookside Park. We'll be there by 8:30 though at the latest. That way we can get you in the team photo and all that kind of stuff. We set up right by the stage. And you guys, all this goes to benefit the Pasadena Humane Society. So I really hope to meet you. We always have a blast, and I can't wait for you. My hint this year at what we are dressing, and no one yet has guessed it. Kaleidoscope. Me, Betty, Dave. Sophia doesn't play well with others, so she's not. Nope, that's it.
One more hint.
Nope. Kaleidoscope. Orange. Yeah, you asked for one. So there, Tyler. You're not covered.
I tried for y'all. I don't know what else to tell you. Guess you're just gonna have to go.
That's very good. Way to spin that, Tyler. All right, when we come back, we're going to talk with ABC's Jim Ryan. I want to get into the tornadoes in the south. Weirdest weather happening all over the country right now. We had it here last week. We'll get into that in a second. SoCal weather from KSI. We've got one more dry day. We might see our rain start as early as tomorrow night, lasting Wednesday into Thursday, and possibly even some snow in the mountains. Let's get back to the drive with Nick Kelly-O'Keefe. Where are we heading on it?
From the overnight and early morning hours on the southbound side of 101 from about Mulholland Valley Circle towards Canyon Boulevard. It was one of the 4 lanes taking away, and it looked like it actually may be running until about 6 o'clock this morning. Right now, seeing a busy driveway heading southbound along the 101.
You should just record that.
Toward Mulholland Valley Circle. So definitely heads up for you there. For the southbound on the 101, which is your drive right now. I'm going to take something slowing you down. Time to 50 myself on keyboard is KFI traffic. KFI in the sky don't get you there faster. I'm Nick Kelly-O'Keefe. If you want to sell your home, you have to know the market has changed. Drastic rise in interest rates. And that means it's important to take action now. Before you call it a home seller's advantage. Seller's advantage is a great alternative to selling your home. No dealing with agents, commissions, paying for repairs, and waiting months to sell. They'll make you a competitive cash offer and can close in days. No agents, no commissions. Seller's advantage makes the selling process easy, so sellers walk away happy. Yeah, see what other sellers have to say and check out their reviews. If you're ready to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage. They may even offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving expenses. Their no-obligation offer at 888-321 as is, 888-321 as is, 888-321 as is, sellersadvantage.com. Don't worry, sell traffic with Seller's Advantage. PRE number 01961658. Starting May 7th, 2025, you'll need a federally accepted form of identification, like a real ID, required in the United States, and visit friends and extended family members on military bases. So why wait to give yourself a real benefit? Get your real ID.
Calm down with that fucking thing. This is a jackhammer one?
The correct documents and book your appointment at the DMV to finish the process. By applying for a real ID now, it's one less thing to worry about later. Visit realid.dmv.ca.gov today. Games live from the Hayes bedroom. Another eventful night. Secure as Ron Speed has been struggling with his feet. His wife Michelle is trying to save the rain. Michelle throws an elbow. She's leaning for the couch. You should get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires a sleep apnea treatment.
Holy cow.
Sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no hose. Just learn more at inspiresleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see what's right for you and review important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
This is Jacob M. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. AMR, AM 640. The news, what it means, why it matters.
Pussy. Edward Munch. This
From the
pussy
stories you're
monk.
watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom, we have weird weather here, but let's look at the good news. Some of the water use restrictions that we've had in the state because of our weird weather, all this rain and snow, some of those water use restrictions have been lifted. Also, this morning, KFI's Blake Crowley was headed out to this house in Pacific Palisades, where Truman hillside fell onto the house. Family of 8 lived in this place. They had to be evacuated. The man who lived above them, I guess, on the hill, he also had to be evacuated because, they don't know how, if there could be any more shifts or any more slides there. And so we are going to get more from Blake. Also, they've got a geologist headed out to the scene who will find out just how, first off, was it the rain and the recent runoff that caused the erosion, that caused that chunk of hillside to fall? I mean, I would assume so. See if there's any other damage to the area or any other homes in the area going to have to be evacuated as well. So lots to follow with Blake. He'll join us live at 7 o'clock. Right now, let's say good morning to ABC's Jim Ryan. Jim, maybe it's because this tornado was on the ground for an hour. And no one, I've watched the hurricane and tornado coverage for years. For whatever reason, this particular tornado damage just seemed to be particularly devastating.
Yeah, I think that's part of the function of this. The time that it was on the ground, about an hour. The width of it, 4,000 feet in some places, 60 miles long. This was an extreme tornado, and of course, the wind speed, 165 miles an hour plus. That makes it an EF4 tornado chance. So those factors, I think, play into this. Yes, it was in a relatively sparsely populated area, primarily small towns, rural areas, but where it struck, it did extreme damage. Little town of Rolling Fork, about 1,700 population, took the brunt of it, and they lost several people in that town.
So I'm seeing, as of this morning, at least 25 people total. Is that also the death toll that you have from this?
Well, 26, at least 26 people, and that, and these deaths were scattered across Mississippi over into Alabama as well, into Georgia, and did damage everywhere. In fact, this morning, there was one tornado warning issued in Georgia. It's completely unrelated to the storms that came through Friday night and Saturday.
I was looking at a stat from FEMA this morning that said 2,000 homes in Mississippi had been damaged or destroyed by this one tornado. And I thought to myself, that seems like a low number considering the amount of damage that it looked like had happened. But I guess if this was a sparsely populated area, thank God for that, because I bet that number would have been much higher.
Yeah, absolutely. If it had been, 20, 30 miles to the south, this tornado might have gone through Jackson, Mississippi, the capital, which would have been horrific. As bad as it was up there in the Rolling Fork, to the north of there, if it had been in Jackson, Mississippi, this could have been a much different situation. So, yep, you're right. It was a relatively rural area out there, farming community, some of the poorest areas of the whole country, according to the FEMA director. She was sent down there yesterday.
All right, and did you see the story out of Georgia?
Well, that's not
really
really confirmation,
about
baby.
the tigers? That there were 2 tigers? Holy cow!
That were essentially released by the storm. The zoo where they were was torn up by the tornado, and the 2 of them, one of them left the enclosure was
kind of locked.
outside,
Oh, okay.
so it was tranquilized and taken
He's up
in,
there.
and the other one stayed inside the enclosure.
Yeah.
So, this could have been a really bizarre and tragic situation, but the animals
One
were
of the dumbest fucking
Now,
things
when
I've
it
ever
comes
seen in
to
my
the
goddamn
actual
life.
aid for people in these areas, I would
That
assume
pizza
it's the
kicks
usual
ass.
suspects. You're going to have the Red Cross and FEMA and that sort of
Yeah,
thing.
remember when it was connecting?
When an area though like this is that
What is this?
devastated, I would think
What?
that it takes,
This one.
a good 24,
How is
48
this
hours to
allowed?
get the assistance into them. What do those people do in the meantime? When it comes to
All right, are you
specific
done?
water or food?
Well, they're pulling together. In the parts of the little Rolling Fork that were not damaged, those folks are offering up support to their neighbors whose houses
What
were
the
destroyed
fuck
or
is this
held
shit?
down. But yeah, and
Yo, remember when it was connected? Oh, dog, man, a lot of hair, and it was like connected, and it was like, oh, dog, sick as shit of all time.
56 miles,
Yo,
and help will be on
it's
the way
just like,
from
well,
Jackson. The president has issued
next
this
you
act
why about you go
declaration
fuck
will
yourself?
bring in help from FEMA.
Remember?
And
Yo,
the
it
Department of
was like,
Homeland
oh, yeah.
Security.
Remember when Elon Musk was like, hey, dog, let's lock him out, and then not?
Arkansas and Mississippi come together. So help is coming in from Louisiana and Arkansas as well.
So it's fortunate that
Yo,
it's
remember when it
surrounded
was
by
like,
those
oh, no.
communities and that they were not hit
Really?
and they're able to assist quickly. That's the good news out of this. Jim, thank you so much.
Thanks, Jim.
All right, see you later. ABC Jim Ryan. All right.
Somebody wrote
So I feel like this entire morning, Tyler and me, if we screw anything up this morning, or there's dead air, or we miss a cue, I feel that we have an excuse. We took one for the team last night to show that we are true dyed-in-the-wool Dodger fans. And so I feel like we have an out this morning. So much fun last night. First off, I want to thank Dave Lee, because when I was talking to Matt about, oh, you guys all sent everybody to the game, and Reese was like, seriously, I can just get you guys to the game. So our promotions guy, Dave Lee, got us to the game last night, and the most incredible, I've never had people like that. I know this man came through. Yeah, so Dave Lee, if you're listening this morning, we all owe you, I don't know, dinners forever. We all owe you one, something like that. Instagram. Nick, also, it's up on yours, correct?
Yes, or if it isn't, it will be here shortly.
Okay, or Jennifer Jones Lee on Facebook is where you can go as well. But we have these incredible seats last night. Got to take, so it was me, Nick, Tyler, Amy King, Jason Middleton, Emily and Aaron from the newsroom, and Mo Kelly. It was this epic group of the morning show people and the evening people who decided we are bonding together. We're going to this game. Also, want to thank Galpin Motors because we got so up to the sweet. I've never been in this sweet. So nice. Dude, it was so nice. I love my time. Shout out to Galpin for that. Yeah, that was awesome. And so yes, they are one of our sponsors. They sponsor the booth. And so that's why we were able to go in last night. So yeah, of course, shout out to them. But the game was awesome. I mean, we walked in, and there are two back-to-back.
They're playing baseball already?
You know, it's an exhibition relay series.
Yeah.
Oh, it's an
exhibition. Yet. Season starts this Thursday.
Right.
Exhibition game. We've been watching spring training games where they've been rotating out AAA and AA players to just kind of see. So I was expecting people that we had never seen before.
Right.
Up-and-coming guys. We had full squads. We had Kershaw on the mound.
Yes.
We had Otani, we had Trout, we had Muncy, we had Freeman, we had Ben. Everybody was there.
And it was so fun to watch all of that. And can we also do a shout out to Jenna Elfman?
Okay.
Jenna Elfman, the actress.
Jenna Elfman, for those of us that don't know.
Donna and Greg, Jenna Elfman. So Jenna Elfman walked by us, and I really quickly stayed down the line to everybody. Dude, you guys, it's Jenna Elfman. And then Tyler really quickly goes, Jenna Elfman, and Amy and I at the same time were like, Dharma. And then he's like, oh yeah. So anyway, we proceed to keep an eye out for Jenna Elfman. She proceeds to walk back and sit in her seat. So Tyler and Mo wander up to the suite. The rest of us are sitting down below in our seats. And a ball gets hit. And it goes south. And it goes up over us to it goes all the way up. I mean, you can never see, right? Yeah. And then it bounces down. And then it bounces down. And then it bounces over our heads. And Jenna Elfman, who's like 8 feet tall, I mean, she's all length and beautiful, stands up and just scoops right in her hand. She was like the only one, I mean, a woman who clearly was kind of trying to keep it on the DL. No, not a chance. There she is, catching a ball for all the world to see. It was very cool. It was a fun night.
It was a very fun time.
Yeah, it was a good time.
Wish I had Jenna Elfman.
Again, all the pictures are at JJLKFI on
Long
Instagram.
days,
Jennifer
amazing
Jones
game.
on Facebook. Get those sweet seats again. I just want to that was just fun last
What's
year.
our home in the week?
The week seats, they really are.
Oh, I see you. That was good.
We love you, and we owe you big time. All right, we come back. You guys, I saw this young lady on Good Morning America, and I said to Michelle, I was like, oh my gosh, we've got to get this girl. Her name is Karen.
This Rabbi
Karen
Robson.
Williams is her name.
I saw this motherfucker on YouTube. He was so sick. This motherfucker
not
was
only
crazy.
help feed the homeless in her community,
But she sucks their dicks.
It's the part where she's raising their spirit.
I suck their dicks.
I was kind of one of those where you wait, okay, this
You're
is
homeless?
a wonderful kid. And we've got Paris this morning, so our new producer Anne picked up the ball and ran with it, sat Paris down, and so she's going to join us in just a second. Cool story for Monday morning, you guys, and it's just a little way to start the week off, right? What I'm saying. Let's get back to Nick Taliocchini checking out that drive this time on the 5.
For before the 605, nothing in lanes, we got my stuff going for you. You can zoom into commerce, what's blocked, and a bit of relief, and a heavy again for you out of commerce in East LA. On the northbound 5, but before the 605, that'll be still going for you back to Boyle as you head toward downtown LA and the 101. Northbound side of the 101 from 4th past the 10th State Reno Freeway toward the 110. Through downtown, definitely going to be busy for you there. And the westbound side of the 10 Santa Monica Freeway coming off the 60 westbound, and we start going for you back to downtown to the 110. Okay, if I'm the guy who gets there faster, I'm Nick Taliocchini.
Hi, Jim Toyota speaking.
How's it like Toyota?
Sure is. For now until April 4th, you can shop all the favorites like Corolla, RAV4, Sequoia, and more.
Awesome. And I
Well, imagine yourself in a new Tundra, conquering the open off-road where mud and rocks got nothing on you. Or maybe you can take the boat out for some water skiing action.
Yeah, you're like, Mama, that happened.
Oh, you can stop by the home improvement store. Kindly go back to your house, promising your daughter all winter long.
Sarah? What's your mom on the call?
Hi, Dad. Mom said you were taking too long on the phone. Also, hi, Dad. Hi, Sarah.
Get your imagination rolling with a new Toyota, like Hilux, Tacoma, Corolla Cross, and more. Stop by a participating Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. Dealer inventory may vary. The Lakers sit below 500 once again, 37 and 38 after losing to the Bulls. LeBron James led the team with 19 and 29 minutes off the bench. Phoenix Copley is the team's probable goaltender for tonight's nightcap against the Blues. And the Final Four is set after Miami beat Texas 88-81, where they before UConn. In earlier action, San Diego State beat Creighton to advance. They'll battle Florida Atlantic. I'm Andy Betts. The job market is tight. There are 10 million job openings in the U.S. Less than 6 million people are looking for work. No wonder it's hard to find qualified hourly employees. Let me suggest JobGet.com, a unique way for you to connect with qualified job seekers. Now, with other hiring sites, candidates who don't meet the criteria aren't near you or are hard to reach. JobGet is different. Your top candidates already have the skills you need. You're only talking to workers in your area, office assistants, managers, cleaning, maintenance, receptionists, sales associates, retail, even dog attendants. Post with one click, and most employers get their first applicant within minutes. Businesses report 10 times better hiring conversions on JobGet, and you save 20% per job post. Try it for free at jobget.com/handle, jobget.com/handle. You lost your cat up the street?
Yeah, he's way up there and scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where is you now? Okay.
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
Why?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged. That's enough. And we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're Rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. So long.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you have a clogged drain, call Rooter Hero Plumbing and Air online at rooterheroes.com. Join us to celebrate the songs and artists you've loved over the past year.
At our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Hosted by Lenny Kravitz.
The individual award recipient, Taylor Swift.
And performances by iHeart Award recipients Coldplay, Kelly Clarkson, LL Cool J, Keith Urban, Pat Benatar, and Neil Giraldo, Lotto, Money Long, Cody Johnson, and more.
Watch on Fox and listen on iHeartRadio.
Tonight at 8 p.m.
Portions of the following program 5, 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand
An
anytime
alarm
on
for the
the
NBA.
radio app.
Oh, look at this one. Fucking crazy shit. What the fuck is this?
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome to a new week. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee. It's hard to believe already the last week of March. Some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Well, here's the good news. Because of all the rain and snow that we've had, some water use restrictions in California have been lifted. But here's the bad news. We're keeping an eye on this house in Pacific Palisades where a chunk of hillside fell onto the home. 8 people had to be evacuated from the house. The guy who lived above this house on the hill, he too had to be evacuated. They're going to send in a geologist today to see if anybody else needs to be evacuated from the area, see how stable that hillside is. And we're also keeping an eye on the devastation that was caused by that EF4 tornado that hit Mississippi. All right, let's say good morning now to a young lady that I saw on Good Morning America. Her name is Paris Williams. First off, Paris, good morning. Thanks for your time.
Good morning. Thank you.
So, Paris, I have to say, I looked over on the TV and I saw you sitting there with being interviewed. You were the most confident 9-year-old I've ever seen. You were
Yeah, I've seen a 9-year-old
you had your legs
dick
crossed,
like I had,
like you've
36-year-old
been doing this for
girlfriend.
years. Tell me you have not been on TV before. That wasn't your first time, because I was very jealous.
Yeah, it wasn't my first time.
All right, you are 9 years old now, but I understand since the age of 5, you have
Wow,
been
so
wanting
that was
to help
like
people, and you've done this through
2019?
the
You're
Harris
so
Tears
fucking crazy.
Foundation. Tell me about your foundation.
Oh, you're 13. You're 9.
A foundation that I started in kindergarten after my kindergarten teacher read us this book called A Little Boy's Magic. And in the book, in one of the pages, the boy was giving brown bags of food to people who were experiencing homelessness. And I came home that day and I told my parents that I want to do that and I want to help.
What did your parents say when you told them this?
Ninja, you crazy.
Excited. We were kind of like, tell us more, Paris, and she told us more, and she had a plan all mapped out. So we kind of just followed her plan and got some brown bags and some markers so she can draw her personalized messages on the inspired messages on the front of the bag. And then went to the store and filled the bag up with non-perishable items like water, chips, granola bars, food cups, and things like that.
Oh, that is awesome. Mom, what is your name? I didn't know that I was going to get a chance to talk to you, too. This is awesome.
Oh, it's okay. My name is Alicia Silver.
Alicia, nice to meet you. Well, okay, so, well, Paris, going back to you with the brown bag, that's actually what caught my eye, was the drawings that you had on the front. I think one I saw had a rainbow, and another one might have had a peace sign on it. Why do you think it's so important to get that message to people? I mean, of course it's important to get them the food, but there's that message also.
I think it's important because if I'm told that they were special since they sure they'd be happy and all that, but if I gave them the bag, then I would have they can hold it up to them whenever they're feeling sad or something. It can make opening up food chat.
So, okay, that is the sweetest thing, because not only are you making sure that they get fed for that day, but the message that they can carry around with them, anytime they're having a bad day, they can pull that out. What made you think of that? What made you want to make sure that, I guess, they have something that sort of stays with them?
Well, I know that if I was in those shoes, I'd be pretty sad and just the time because I didn't really have any food and I probably just be pretty sad, and I thought that if I gave some of those back, that might just make the day a little bit better.
Alicia, you guys are in the St. Louis area. man, we've got an incredible kid on our hands.
No, I did not think it as big. I just thought, it was just like, hey, Chris, it's the weekend. What do you want to do this weekend? And that's what, she decided to do on the weekend. So that's what we kind of did. And then, the next couple of weeks went by and she wanted to do it again. And then more people wanted to help in the community, our neighbors, our friends, our teachers at school, our family. And it just got bigger and bigger. And here we are. So we're just excited.
My shit is so baller.
It just brings out everyone
And then it gets
together.
off. I mean, that shit's cool too. I hate to say it.
And this is our joy. It makes us also happy to help others.
I'm telling you, just looking over and seeing those brown bags that she had done, that gave me joy that morning, and immediately was like, hey, wait a minute, I want to get this going on. It seems amazing. You guys have grown this also into the Paris Cares Foundations, where you can purchase things like t-shirts, I guess, from her as well. What else is on the website?
Yeah.
You can purchase t-shirts, or you can make a donation to her to help her continue building her band, or she just started, she knew someone that was doing something, so she made a box for the young girl that had activities that she can do, like she was hooked up to her machine for like long periods of time for her.
She's a 9.
So, yeah, she has puzzles, coloring books,
45.
all those things that she can put in those boxes and give to the kids as well.
Oh
More
my
what her
gosh.
mom
So
was.
your generosity,
So.
Paris, has grown from
Paris,
just wanting to help
your
people who need food to now people who are sick. And I mean, I bet even for you, do you get people coming up to you when you're out and about places just saying thank you for what you're doing, and does that surprise you?
Yes, I get people who come out all the time and say, I thank you and you're doing such great job. And sometimes it's surprising because, it's just like you're dreaming. Because, it's just the thing is like when we were in kindergarten and then all of a sudden, people coming up and congratulating you and things and just, it was strange sometimes.
Okay, I think in kindergarten I was trying to do my best to keep my name off the chalkboard from talking too much. Here you are feeding the homeless, for goodness sake, and I feel like an underachiever. Pierce, what do you want to be when you grow up?
I actually want to be a doctor.
Okay, that makes perfect sense because you want to keep helping people, and you seem like somebody who's a visionary, and you've got a lot of spirit and a lot of drive behind you.
Oh, nice how you updated it to say foodie time.
I feel excited, I want to support her in whatever she does. I want her to know that her family is behind her and going to support her to make her dreams come true.
I adore you guys. We're going to put this up on our website, KFIAM640.com. I want to get you guys as much traction as we possibly can. We've got I swear it's like the most positive hour of KFI listeners. So hopefully we can get you guys some help out there. Bonfire.com/Paris Cares t-shirts is where you can get for t-shirts or make your donations and things, but we'll link this up to our website as well. Paris, I wish I could give you a huge hug right now. Thank you for what you're doing just to make the world
Now, if a guy said that, that'd sound creepy as fuck. Yeah.
We will link that up as well. Alicia, thank you for raising a wonderful daughter. I wish I could help
Alicia,
you
what
too.
you look like, bro?
Oh, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
All right. You guys have a great one. Bye, parents.
Bye. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So, Alicia,
You're
you
welcome.
got a babysitter?
Right? Don't we all need that? I feel like I give you guys so much help news. And it's nice every now and then when we can, pick a story out like that.
I could watch this fucking screw all day. Somebody's like,
And we can bring just a story. She's in kindergarten.
Calm down,
I
Mom.
started thinking about when you're in kindergarten, you have no reservation. There's nobody telling you, no, you can't do that. I remember sitting at McDonald's one time when I was a kid, and I remember hearing this story about how styrofoam was bad for marine life. And I remember telling my parents, I wish that I could get McDonald's to stop putting whatever, fillet of fish which noticed that I didn't care they were killing the fish. I just didn't want them to put it in the styrofoam. Anyway, and I remember just thinking like, oh, wouldn't that be great? It's those kinds of things when you're a kid where the problems
Somebody talk to this bitch?
are not that big of a deal in your mind.
Oh,
You just
that
need to
looks
call
so
somebody,
cool.
or you just need to write a letter, or you would send an email, or whatever, and you can fix the problem. But it's because
This
of
fucking
that,
bitch staring at
and
me.
those big dreams,
I swear to
and
God,
those
this
lack
dude
of
looks
boundaries,
like
and
I
those
do.
lack of red tape when you're little, that sometimes make things happen. You know, and it's having supportive parents like Alicia and her husband and their family that make these big dreams come true. And I don't know. I like still dreaming. I'm still a dreamer at heart, I think. So when I see those kinds of stories, it's like, you know what? That still makes me smile. So I hope it did for you too. KFI and KOSC HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. SoCal weather from KFI. Looks like we've got one more day today where it's going to be dry, and then we've got the chance of showers starting late tomorrow night. Definitely Wednesday, Thursday, possibly even snow in the mountains.
Yoshi, you say you're
should
tweeting
dry
stuff.
out for the weekend.
Which one's
Daily
play
Local.
TikTok?
Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Jennifer
Son.
Jones Lee. This has been your wake-up call. Let's see why it's slow on 105.
Conference is wrapping up the shop for the westbound side as you come away through Linwood from the 710 heading beyond the 110 to West Athens and South LA. So going for heavy stretches start turning South Boulevard. Notes on side of the 405 coming out along to the south that can do that patch as well for you first thing. From the 710 as you continue beyond the 110 to Florence, things will loosen up way around South Boulevard and there's further longer and further northbound on the 405 so the 10 west LA. Also looking relatively decent for your drive time. If there's something slowing you down, time to position yourself on. Keyword is KFI.
This shit is
Notes on
crazy.
405 in the station in the valley around Roscoe Boulevard is stalled out part of the right lane. They going south on 405 where you'll see the delays though. Through North Hills from North opposite head
Like
towards
this
Roscoe
one,
Boulevard. Delays for the south on the 405 as you come out of
Hey,
the
Dragon
number
Boy.
4 Burbank Boulevard. Through West LA
What is
heading
going to
toward about
That's one.
the westbound side. I'll be at 10 kids on the freeway, so going for you come out to 60. And as you leave the lane and out to downtown, the 110 with delays significant for the westbound on the 10. Crenshaw Boulevard for the Friday. KFI in the sky helps get there faster. I'm Nick Polio team.
Here's like fucking Mario.
Check out Bob's Watches, one of the largest and finest selection of pre-owned, modern, and vintage luxury watches. Sell or trade, free overnight shipping, independently certified, authentic. One of the leading online luxury timepiece marketplaces for men and women, and now $200 off. Just Google Bob's Watches and Bill Handle, my name, and click the link at the top to get your discount automatically.
Bob's Watches are making so much fucking money.
And Bill Handle on Google.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? These are real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Justin Powell, founder of Westgate Financial Group, is the largest timeshare company in federal court, and has put together a free information guide.
I wonder if Bob's Watches just comes up. Dude, is this Bob's Watches? What's his website?
To get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get the timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900.
Yeah, Bill Handle.
A Light Source system gives you filtered, delicious water straight from every tap in the house. It filters out the chlorine and contaminants while retaining healthy minerals, and there's no filters to change ever. It's maintenance-free. New customers get a free Epicure antibacterial filter. That's worth $825. This ends March 31st. Call 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source Water, taste and feel the difference.
U.S. Fingerprints, number one in customer satisfaction with retail banking in California by J.D. Power. Since California has home to most award shows, we prepare the fancy suites. To Californians everywhere, we've been proud to help you plan, budget, and save smarter. Our goal tracking and budgeting tools would have no place designed to work for you, and we can't thank you enough for that. And thank you to our real-life humans who go above and beyond for our customers every day. For J.D. Power 2022 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Remember,
You are tired. Oh, son.
If you've been in a truck accident, call
I'm scared.
24 JACOB. KFI AM 644 stimulating talk. You know, when I was a kid, on my way to elementary school, my mom, who took me, would have your show on. Shut up. I did not want to hear that. And now, Handle on the news. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Bill Handle. everybody. It's Monday morning, March 27th. And no rain until what? Tomorrow, Wednesday?
Tomorrow night at the earliest, Wednesday, Thursday, and possible snow in the mountains again.
Yeah, fantastic. More and more rain. First of all, a quick hello. Michelle, good morning. Good morning. And Ann, who is our new producer extraordinaire. Good morning, Ann. Good morning. No microphones. You guys have to either press microphones. Oh.
Good morning.
All right. Good morning. All right, there you go. Better. And Wayne, good morning.
Keep your hair dry while you still can.
Yeah, or your top of your head. Yeah, exactly. Jennifer, good morning.
Good morning.
And Tyler, last but not least.
Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. All right, before we start, a couple of things. Ooh, I had lunch with Jim King over the weekend. And we were talking. And he is part of the medical team that is at the Capitol during the State of the Union. I have no idea. It's sort of a revolving team. Well, Jim goes to Haiti and goes all over the world because he's a super bleeding heart liberal who actually, for some reason, likes people and enjoys treating people. I never understood that at all. But so be it for Jim. Anyway, so he started talking about what happens and the way it works. I'm going, holy moly, there's a world to that. Medical teams are assigned, and they're not full-time or anything. They work for the federal government. And they become employees of the federal government. They can't volunteer. Like, what is it? That's fascinating. And he was explaining this. I said, we got to talk about that. We have to talk about that. And when he goes, because federal government cannot by law take volunteers, he actually gets paid and takes a huge cut in pay to do that. And I look at him and you're angry. And he is. All right, so there's that. And dinner Saturday night at Anaheim White House.
I saw you were hanging out.
With Brooke.
What did you have?
What did I have? Oh, I had prime rib. She doesn't do that. Spectacular. It's unbelievable. And it was just, the food he does is astounding. It really is. And of course, I had the time of my life. And then Truma comes over, sits down with me, and he's there. It's like I invited him to dinner with me. So he just sits down and we talk about Catalina's Club. We talk about Italy. And talk about where he came from, Verona, going Verona. He said, I'm going to be there at the same time. So there is a restaurant there.
I can't even tell. Are these fucking, is this pizza time still?
Yeah, I do. So when you call to get us in, no.
You asked Bruno to get you in to a restaurant in Verona.
I did. He's not that close to the chef. And this is a Michelin star chef. So, so be it. All right. That's basically it. All right. Jim Keeney, lunch. Anaheim White House, Bruno, and what else is going on? Oh yeah, we've got some news, don't we? And it's a Monday morning, and as usual, huge news that broke over the weekend. And let's do it. Handle on the news, Jennifer, Wayne, me, Richard. It's a hard Friday. The strike ended. 3 days of striking by the SIEU Local 99. That is the support staff of the LA Unified School District. And there was, a lot of negotiating, and they came to an agreement, thank goodness, where the school district caved completely. I don't even know why they started the strike. They just caved. Virtually everything the union wanted.
I don't even fucking remember what that is.
And Carvalho, the superintendent, said, we came to an agreement. History was made. Everybody is happy. Okay, thank you, as opposed to they got everything they wanted. What's the history that's been made? I don't know. Most concessions to a union in the school district? I don't know. Not that they don't. Hey, I'm not taking it whether they deserve it or not. That's not a swipe at the unions. But why did they have to get this far that they took a strike when they ended up getting the 30%
care benefits for teacher assistants, community representatives, after-school program workers, and their families. That's a ton of
And
money.
because it
It
depends.
is. It is.
Right, those spouses
It will be the removal of a superintendent the fastest it's ever happened after a strike.
Or he's cemented his legacy as the guy they all want.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. The union was saying that the district actually had a bunch of money, and they just wouldn't use it to help the workers. And if you look at what they ended up getting, you have to wonder if the union was 100% correct, that they don't absolutely have the money to do this. They could have offered this a long time ago, and this is what it took to get them to buy.
School district was not $4.9 billion. The school district said that's all been committed. The money, and you see some programs cut on things like air conditioning, heat, seats, desks, chalk, boards, all of that is going to disappear. I don't know, I'm just obviously throwing that out. Okay, let's move on.
All right, well, that 15% water conservation that California was under, well, looks like we don't have to worry about that one because of all the rain and the snow that we have had. The one thing, though, that they're saying, California, you still can't spray off your sidewalk. That was one of the restrictions left in place.
Because long term, we still have a drought situation occurring. Biggest drought in 1,200 years. We'll see what happens this summer. Because as we know, climate change, as I've said many times, the wet is going to get wetter, the droughts are going to get droughtier, storms are going to get stormier, everything is amplified. Look at the storms that are going across the country. Look at the tornadoes that have hit Mississippi and Alabama. I mean, that is so insane what happened there. I'm sure we're going to bring that up. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back, continue on with Handle on the News. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live at KFI 24 hours.
A grand jury in Manhattan hearing former President Trump's hush money payment case is expected to reconvene. Representative Mike Gallagher says last week's testimony from TikTok CEO has increased the likelihood that Congress will take some action. And speaking of those tornadoes, 2 tigers that escaped from a zoo in Georgia are back in captivity after one of the tornadoes damaged their enclosures. We'll go look at your drive with DKFI in the sky back to the 105 in just a moment.
If you're looking to finally sell your house, you've not been because property values are increasing, so now's the time. And it doesn't matter what it is, of course. So usually you list the house, 6% you pay for that one, then you're told to clean and paint, repair. Why? Because prospective buyers will be walking through, of course you can't be there. The place has to be spotless, and it goes on and on. Well, that doesn't happen with freshbuyers.com. First of all, you don't pay 60%. You're not cleaning, painting, repairing. You can still live like a slob that you are. Nobody walks through your house and gets a fair price. They'll even give you a $15,000 cash advance before closing to help with your move. And I'll tell you what they'll never do is lowball. They simply don't do that. So visit directbuyers.com. Directbuyers.com. Call 844-242-SELL. 844-242-SELL. Directbuyers.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. Partly cloudy today. Highs will just be right at 16. This report is brought to you by the California Department of Public Health, Office of Problem Gambling. Let's go with your drive with DKFI in the sky. This time to 105.
You want to put your freeway westbound traffic keep driving on top of the opening early morning hours. 423 opposite at 710 west along the 105 as you make way towards the 405. 405 north on 7 showing for your responses to South Bay from before the 110. Coming out of Carson from 4 Avalon Boulevard, and you'll see those delays as you head toward Rosecrans Avenue. Apache Lake sticking around ahead. 2 Fox Hill toward the 90, and it is ongoing East Williams down 10 lane. North on side of the 110 at the 10. It's a crash actually blocking into the transition of 110 north connected to the 10 west. And that's back if you're driving coming out of South LA. KFI in the sky helps get there faster. I'm the Collier team. A Uline. They know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, diverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard to keep 38,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit Uline.com. Showcasing the way they have run this company with love and dedication to their employees and creating their motto, revolutionizing the home improvement industry, one customer at a time.
You know who I like to get my Christian film from? Who I like to get my Christian films?
American Vision Windows built
My
on a
window
team of
people.
home improvement experts who take great pride in their work and the energy saving advice they
It
provide.
wasn't
American Vision Windows makes sure that all their installers are AAMA certified. Now, due to the rising energy costs, many people are turning to dual pane to reduce their utility bill. If you have wood, aluminum, or even vinyl windows and enjoy saving money, plus you love the feeling of a well-insulated home, then you might be in the market for new windows and doors. American Vision Windows are custom-made to fit your needs and the style of your home. 0% interest, 0 payments until 2024, plus free expert installation. For all of this, call the website for details. On approved credit, offering cards 331.23, CSLB 778.326.
All right, you're way too wired. Way too wired. He's
This is your big chance. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Buck cherry.
News on this Monday morning, Jennifer Wayne. 3 LAPD officers, as well as the police union, have filed a lawsuit against the guy behind a website and Twitter account called Killer Cop. And they say the guy behind the site is inflicting intentional emotional distress and endangering the safety of LAPD officers with this website and this Twitter account. It is primarily one of these muckraking accounts about different police scandals, etc. There was one part of it where rewards were posted for cops, which the union is characterizing as, a bounty on the heads of officers, and which the guy behind the site said, no, it is satirizing police departments who seek fugitives. What's interesting about all of this is, because I wanted to take a look and see who was right about what was posted there, and it looks like this website now has a big splash screen that's all about this guy talking about his First Amendment rights and blah, 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 as if he is responding to this lawsuit, and it looks like maybe the website's already been affected by the lawsuit. Now, there's personal information of police officers, but it's not about targeting police officers, because everybody loves the police right now, and they're not in danger. No cops in danger. Steve Gregory did that story on Friday, where we talked about it. Of course, the police were sentenced by this, as they should be.
President Biden has issued an emergency declaration for Mississippi after a tornado
Crusty shirt, which survived the Great Laundry Demand of 2023. Yo, no. Remember this? Y'all should be like, oh, Monday. And then he was just going after me. He was trying to find me every one. I was like, dude, I still fuck this shit. Yo, Chappelle, look, she's in a wheelchair. We're not gonna, but look at her. She could have looked great during the Hoover administration. You should be like, what the fuck is that? They're like, oh, goes Biden, Trump, Obamsky, Bush, 43, Clinton, Bush 41, Reagan, Carter, Ford, Nixon.
Thank goodness God saved me. Not to 26 families. You talk about how God saved you and didn't save them. I have a rough time.
Johnson, Kennedy, Eisenhower,
It's God's will that you die and the guy next door.
Truman, Roosevelt, Hoover. I'm not going to pay attention. What the fuck did you just say?
It can be uncomfortable just for the reason. People, I don't know if this will help you, Jen, or not. Do the people whose houses are destroyed in such a situation, do they come out and say, man, that God, what a jerk. Why did he come after me? What did I ever do to him? Why did he pick on me? Anyway, I don't think the networks or news outlets would actually air that stuff. How about that? I don't remember what city, how many years ago, where the town all took shelter in the church for God, isn't he? Hey, sense of humor. You can't argue with that, can you? Nobody's mocking God here. We're mocking the people who think that God is sitting there showing favor to that neighbor and targeting the other neighbor, and people who characterize God as being that kind of a purely human thought process. Yeah, basically Oprah Winfrey. I got something for you, and I've got something for you. Well, at least 7 are dead, 10 more injured in the explosion at a chocolate factory in Pennsylvania. The RM chocolate factory in Berks County exploded on Friday. They are still going through the rubble to try to figure out what happened. One of the early incident reports about it mentioned something about a gas leak, and yet 2 days later, they're not ready to say it was a gas leak. They really don't know. So that might have just been somebody called in and thought it was a gas leak or assumed it was a gas leak. I mean, it makes sense when you think about it. This is not a fireworks factory. This is a chocolate factory, and you don't usually think of chocolate being explosive. But I would guess that it's a gas leak. But good God, 7 people dead. And you see the video of that part of the chocolate factory. Well, that building, one building is gone. Yeah, it just exploded. It looked like a bomb had hit it, like a missile. It's a little rough these days in terms of natural occurrences and gas leaks. In this case, I'm sure it's going to be a gas leak.
All right, the Manhattan District Attorney, who is prosecuting former President Trump, or has a case, I should say, if he is indicted now, you had former President Trump a week ago telling people to protest, and he was expecting to be arrested. Well, the DA in this case, Alvin Bragg, got a letter over the weekend that had white powder in it that also said, Alvin, I'm going to kill you.
I had one letter from one guy I don't think makes that much news, because I'm willing to bet that there are plenty of DAs who get letters threatening to kill them, and it doesn't become national news. Well, I'm sure, because it is related to Trump, of course it does, and you're talking about a lot of politics here. But Wayne, are you surprised that some judges get threats?
They do. This is common, but normally it's things like, there's a big gang prosecution and they threaten people. What's different here and scarier here, number one, he's not being investigated for some massive felony that's going to send him to prison for years. Number two, it's entirely political. Yeah. The threats and the motivation for the threats are entirely politically motivated, which is not that easy. You don't typically see judges, for example, threaten for sentencing a public official to jail for corruption. So that part of it is kind of new and scary. And given Trump's rhetoric, I don't know, talking about how if he's indicted, be prepared for death and destruction, or whatever the hell he said, something along those lines. Also, Congress, because it's a Republican Congress, of course, has already, I don't know if they called Alvin Bragg, but certainly we've heard they're going to open up an investigation of Alvin Bragg as to why he's going to indict, and I hope he tells them to go pound sand and just doesn't show up. Well, they already have tried, and he did tell them to pound sand, and then it came out over the weekend that somebody, a congressional staffer, called the DA's office, and somebody at the DA's office ended up basically telling the guy to go F off. Yeah. No jurisdiction. Level of hostility there as well. There's zero jurisdiction, and it's one of those things where I wish either a witness in front of the committee or someone like Alvin Bragg just plays chicken. Say, hey, I'm not showing up. Go ahead and file a contempt. Go ahead. I'd love to see a contempt of Congress vote, and then you get to go arrest me. And for a non-jurisdiction in which you have no right to even investigate. Oh man, if everybody plays this exactly right, we could have Donald Trump and Alvin Bragg arrested on the same day.
اسمع من شخص مريد هذا بيجي في زمان وسير.
Well,
You're the fucking son of this fucking act because my here and there. You're the fucking member son of the universe, and you're the fucking one the shit instead of the multiverse. Life and my not your bakery shit instead of the multiverse.
That big bank out of North Carolina has agreed to purchase the assets of Silicon Valley Bank. Now, they will take everything over, they will fold them into their much larger operation, and probably, as to this particular situation, everything will turn out all right. And the way it works, the FDIC, you don't just turn around and sell a bank. The FDIC comes, takes it over, looks for a bank to take over the assets, protects that bank, gives bad loans, and negotiates, and effectively the new bank just gets a bank. Negotiations, the FDIC sucks up all, for the most part, the losses, and it's going to cost the FDIC $20 billion on this one. Very special.
Those protests have continued in Israel over the judicial reforms that have been planned by the Prime Minister. And I don't know if you guys are seeing some of these strikes on TV. I mean, it's just at a standstill.
The whole country is in war.
Exactly. And it's, so Benjamin Netanyahu, critics are calling this a power grab, where he wants to weaken the judiciary. He fired the defense minister over the weekend.
What this is about is Netanyahu asking for a vote of which the Knesset maybe, probably will vote, taking away the power of the judiciary. No longer will the judiciary have the ultimate say in interpreting the law. Israel has an unwritten constitution, much like England does, but it's effectively the same as ours, where the judiciary has final say in interpreting the law. He is pushing for the legislature to override anything that the judiciary says, and he controls the legislature because his party controls it. And all you need is a simple majority. I mean, that's state. For example, let's say he wants to run again, and he wants to have the prime minister for life. If he gets the vote, he has it in the Supreme Court. He gets declared unconstitutional. No wonder the country is in uproar. This is a genuine democracy that is about he's arguing for an autocracy. Yeah, right. Countries, and they're out of their minds in the country, rightly so. All right, we're going to come back and continue with more handle on the news. Jennifer Jones-Lee live at the KFI 24-hour news.
One person's been found dead in an apartment complex that caught fire in El Monte. The fire was reported early this morning in a top-floor unit. The person who died was found inside. Firefighters say there was ammunition inside. It may have sounded like gunfire to the neighbors. News is brought to you by St. James Accident Attorneys. 2 men from Muir County. It crashed Saturday in the town of Nuevo. Authorities say a call was received about an air emergency moments before a 7-seater helicopter went down in a remote area. Officials are trying to figure out what caused the crash. Police in Baton Rouge, Louisiana are mourning the loss of 2 colleagues.
We lost 2 of our pilots in a crash involving one of our helicopters.
Police Chief Murphy Paul says the helicopter crashed into a field yesterday. There were reports it happened while the helicopter crew was following a vehicle that was trying to get away from police. State lawmakers in Colorado have been debating a new gun legislation in response to a school shooting in Denver. The Colorado House of Representatives met in a rare session yesterday and gave final approval to a bill that would expand the state's red flag law. They also moved closer to a final vote on a bill to remove legal protection from gun makers. And North Korea has fired 2 ballistic missiles into the Sea of Japan as the U.S. and South Korea hold joint military exercises. ABC's Inez de la Gutierrez says the launch today is the 7th missile test this month. According to South Korean officials, on Friday, North Korea simulated a cruise missile nuclear warhead explosion, and 2 days earlier, North Korea also launched 4 cruise missiles. South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff says the 2 North Korean missiles hit the North capital of Pyongyang and traveled about 229 miles before it landed in the sea. We'll get a look at your drive with KFI in the sky, but first it's sports with Wayne.
In the spring training 3-way series opener, the Dodgers blanked the Angels 3-0. Game 2 today at 6. The Dodgers will start Noah Syndergaard. The Halos are going with Tyler Anderson. You can hear the action in HD on the iHeartRadio app live from the Galpin broadcast booth. In hockey, the LA Kings held on to beat the St. Louis Blues 7-6.
Oh my god. Mike came over and went like this. He flung that motherfucker like Rabbi Newton.
If you own a small
Fishing
business
along
and
from
after COVID, you
Asia.
were able to retain
It's better.
5 or more employees through that mess.
Kind of cool ass
You can be
thing.
eligible for a
Really?
payroll tax refund of up to $26,000, and that's per employee. Figure out the money there. That's money. Go to getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions online, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this refund. And there's no charge up front either. They don't get paid unless your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, even if those that had increases in sales through COVID. They are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program. They've already returned close to the six-figure refund they refunded to my business. So to find out if you qualify, just go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, and answer just a few questions.
SoCal weather from KFI. So we've got a great day ahead. Windy as well. Temperatures, though, will just be right around 60. It looks like by tomorrow we have more clouds rolling in, and our chance of showers starts tomorrow night. But rain expected Wednesday, Thursday, and possible snow in the mountains. Let's take a look at your job at KFI in the sky, and this time we're checking out the 405. Good morning, Will.
405 in Florence, northbound side at Normandy Avenue, crashed there in lanes. Not really causing huge delays yet. Downtown Los Angeles, though, we have some problems. 110 freeway northbound.
That was neat.
10 crash in the
Really?
right lane of the transition to
Yeah.
westbound.
There she was.
Florence Avenue.
Mine was over here.
Big rig crash out in the desert. If you're headed eastbound on the 10 towards Arizona, I want to give you a heads up about this in flight. The freeway was shut down for some time.
Just when she worked. Oh, dog. No fucking way that can happen.
You'll be fine. Once you get out there, it should all be gone and clear. A lot of slowing already on the westbound side of the 91, getting away from the 15 over to the 241 through the Anaheim Hills. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Will Coltrane. As your old patio or driveway see better days, transform your outdoors with tested data. For a limited time, save up to thousands with free demolition. Call 800-GAVE-004 or visit systempavers.com to get started. All orders must be placed by March 31st. See website for details. Contact us on 661-541.
Remember when I was like, hey, this puppy sucks? 77 cars for kids. K-A-R-S cars for kids. 77 cars for kids. To make your shit
Car prices at an all-time high. Our donors are now taking the highest received value. Donate at carsforkids.org. And your car can be picked up tomorrow. Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
U.S. Bank difference number one in customer satisfaction with retail banking in California by J.D. Power. Since California has home to most award shows, we prepare to thank you soon.
To Californians everywhere, we've been proud to help you plan, budget, and save smarter. Our goal tracking and budgeting tools would have no place to shine if it weren't for you, and we can't thank you enough for that. And thank you to our real-life humans who go above and beyond for our customers every day.
Questions like, yeah, those were the days.
Filtered and delicious water straight from every tap in the house. It filters out the chlorine and contaminants while retaining healthy minerals, and there's no filter to change ever. It's maintenance-free. New customers get a free Epicure antibacterial filter. That's worth $825. This ends March 31st. Call 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Water, taste and feel the difference. You only have till April 14th to lock in the best rates on solar. You look here by am640.com/rules. KFI AM640.
And iHeart radio station.
Download the free iHeart radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. KFI AM640 live everywhere on the iHeart radio app. Bill Handel here, morning crew. We continue with Handel on the news on this non-rain, soon to be changed on Monday morning, March 27th. Jennifer Wayne.
Israel not the only country experiencing turmoil in Germany. Airports, bus, train stations all across the country at a standstill because there's a 24-hour strike called by two big unions, the Verdi Trade Union and a railway and transport union called EVG. They want more money because inflation has eroded their buying power. Now, that Verdi union represents 2.5 million public sector employees. The other ones about 230,000 employees. So, Munich, Frankfurt airports, flights suspended, all long-distance rail service canceled. It's a mess if you're trying to get around that country right now on any kind of public transportation.
This is what these European countries do. When they call a strike, the country goes on strike. And we're in the world of strikes now. This is what happened.
They're just gonna buy that too.
LAUSD is international in
Watching
scope,
football for
but it simply is a symptom and a precursor of what you're going to see around the world. It's all about inflation. Keeping up with inflation really hard. We're at about 6%, give or take. We slowed down a little bit. We had hit, I think we had hit over 8% at one point. Now we're down to 6. Yeah. Right. Yeah, we're in for some fun times.
All right, there was a guy who was a passenger on a plane at LAX who was detained, accused of triggering the emergency flag as the plane was pulling away. So this was a Delta flight, and you can see, I'm watching this video that the New York Post has of this guy's arrest. And he's in like this blue and red kind of Where's Waldo looking sweater, if you can imagine, and black pants. And apparently, as the plane is pushing away, he runs up to the front to the flight attendant and says, "What do I do now?"
I've got a question.
He says, "Why don't you sit down?"
I have a question. How does he open an emergency door when the plane is leaving? You've heard the pilots go on
He's trying to get the slide.
no, well, the slide happens when you open the door. It only happens when you open the door. And I don't know how he opens them. From my understanding, I just can't arbitrarily open the door.
I don't know that this one says it, but it's it was one of the emergency exit row doors.
No,
where you can like pull the hat.
No, you pull it side. You put it in front of you. It's not above you. So you just open it up. You move it to the right. It's not above you. They're making a motion like. I think that they quote arm the doors. You hear that? They're not the emergency exits are not locked out ever.
Right.
So you might open up at 35,000 feet.
Exactly.
Now, what I want to know, I mean, if we're going to really speculate on this all day, I'll join in. Was this door right next to him? Because if the plane was pushing away from the gate, he should have been in his seat with his seatbelt fastened. So did he get up and move through the cabin to do it, or was it the door right where he was sitting next to that thing in the exit row and did it from his seat? Hey Siri, because the point of the pilot open if anybody gets up when you're supposed to be in order. I don't think you're going to be tackled. I think you're just told to sit down, but I'm going to find out right now. Hey Siri, can a passenger open an emergency exit after leaving the gate? And I'm going to find out.
Let's see. You cannot open the emergency hatches of an airplane in flight because of the physics. But this wasn't in flight.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering, it's not because of a system on the plane. Yeah, but that doesn't answer the question. Airplane, that doesn't answer. And would you look that up? What is your question? Do they lock? Do you need the pilot? Do you need the pilot to unlock the emergency exits, or can someone at the gate just open up the emergency exit, or when it's pulled back? Once the pilot
what in the fuck?
we're leaving the gate, or the plane just leaves, pulls back, doors close, and back it goes. See if we can do that.
Anyone can open an exit door provided the aircraft is not pressurized. And so at any time, you can open it as long as you're on flight. So if they're on the tarmac, yes, you can open it.
Okay, pressurized. Plane doesn't get pressurized at, let's say, 50 feet, 100 feet. Right. So you can open it up as it's taking off.
Well, yes.
Well, that's special. Okay.
Knowledge not worth the effort Monday.
No, it is not. It is not. All right, I stand corrected. Would you do me a favor, Tyler? Would you just edit all that out? Absolutely not. All right.
I edited everything out from about 6:03.
Yes. All right, why don't we move on?
Autism rates in the U.S. are, according to the headline here, skyrocketing, especially in California. Of course, what's going up are the diagnoses of autism cases. It could be that the same number of people have autism and they're just being diagnosed better. And the reason California would be kind of ahead of the pack on this is because this state has
a particularly intense focus on early detection and early services for people with autism and other spectrum conditions. You would guess that it's just earlier detection
Gosh, this
and
sucks.
an ability to detect more the symptoms earlier. I don't think there's an increase in autism. All right, now let's take a break. Okay, coming up a Disney story. Oh, I love this one. This is KFI. Let's check in with Jennifer live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Protests are breaking out and leaders are speaking out in Israel after the prime minister fired his defense minister. A top Federal Reserve official says recent stress in the banking sector is bringing the U.S. closer to recession, and actor Daniel Radcliffe is going to be a dad. His rep confirmed to People that the Harry Potter star and his longtime girlfriend are expecting their first child. We'll get a look at your drive on the 10.
Home is worth more now than it was a couple of years ago. You're right. If you think it's going to be worth more next year, I think you're wrong.
Well, that's a dumb idea.
Thinking of getting money out of your house, maybe you want to pull the trigger because of the equity you've built. So if you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow that money with the equity you've built. And I'm a big fan of HMS Capital because I've done 2 mortgages with these folks, so I know how the kind of work they do. Lowest rates I've ever seen, and on top of that, the service impeccable. No appraisal credit report fees. HMS Capital, 833-255-5698.
Like, why the fuck does this take so long?
833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. hmscapital.com.
My balls are like, are you fucking serious?
SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a partly gray day ahead. Highs will be right at 60. This report is brought to you by Azusa Pacific University's Leon School of Accounting. Let's get a look at your drive with KFI in the sky in the 10.
But are you done? Yeah, should I, hey, doctor. Are you done? Shut the doctor. Done. Like, here's Halo stuff. Oh.
Some other things going on. A stall in Long Beach, 710 southbound of
Okay.
fire there. Starting to see quite a bit of slow southbound side of the 5 getting out of East LA down towards Santa Fe. Looks like 5 southbound of the 6 so we had a crash there being worked on as well. Causing that slowing. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Will Fulbright. Live from the Hayes bedroom, another eventful night for serious Ron Steve has been struggling with his detail. His wife Michelle is trying to get the rain. Michelle throws an elbow. She's leaving for the couch. Who should be inspired? Absolutely, Bruce inspires a sleep apnea treatment.
What is
the restful sleep with the click of a remote? It's a mask and no hose. Learn more at inspiresleep.com.
Inspires is for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see what's right for you. Give you important safety information.
Candy.
Teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 30,000 applications and counting.
That's what you wanted to do? Oh, well, why didn't you just do it? I'm like, oh, yo, shine right here. He's like, oh, God, I do this all the time. Like, man, please do it. Can you please make it?
Imagine no money out of pocket.
No
payments until 2024. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Plus, Semper offers new furnace and AC systems with a lifetime warranty and new.
Oh, you wanted it to continue.
Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Semper Solaris before net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591.
Is it that sucking?
SemperSolaris.com. Expires 2023. CSF
You took the $997 million cash payout. The guy spent $25 million on a house in Hollywood. He had celebrity neighbors. He had one of those infinity pools. And a guy in radio calling it the top.
You can be dumb and lucky. Unpresented Intelligence live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Monday morning, March 27th, right here on KFI. Let's go ahead and finish up handle on.
Oh my God, I can't believe
You know how many people would say, how do I give me one of these? How would you like to live in a Disney
Gosh.
property?
Look at this
Simply
one.
a planned neighborhood in Riverside County called Casino. It'll be in Rancho Mirage, just southeast of Palm Springs. And if you live on this thing, you have to purchase a membership through the company's Artisan Club. It'll have several Disney and Pixar-inspired offerings, they say, like a gathering place, a party venue, things like that. Secret identities of this family from the Incredibles franchise. They say the main entertaining room will take inspiration from the movie and will have the towering indoor-outdoor rockwork fireplace. I mean, this thing sounds pretty amazing. If you're a club member, you have access to the clubhouse complex with all these special
Yo,
amenities.
you remember when this one was like, oh, duh.
Development business. That's it. They already did one of these in Florida.
Celebration
The
Florida.
Town of Celebration, where now they have nothing to do with it, but it was a Disney. It was simply a development. So, that's what I'm not that impressed. You are, but I'm not. This is a nightmare. Here's why. I'm going to tell you why it's a nightmare. It's not anti-disease at all. Because the public, if you will, the common amenities that Jen was describing, the clubhouse complex and all
Oh,
of
that
this,
should be some stuff.
you don't have to live there to buy a membership. Oh yeah, so imagine you live in an apartment complex that has a swimming pool, but also anybody can pay some money and use the swimming pool. And the cops are all dressed in pseudo costumes. Well, that's a plus. Yes. Oh, this is insane. The mayor of the Italian city of Florence, which is where Michelangelo's David is housed, has issued an invitation to some schools from Florida to come to Italy and see the statue in person. Why? Well, a teacher dared to show a photograph of Michelangelo's David to the students. And some parents went crazy because, as you know, in this statue, he's kind of naked. Yeah, completely naked. There it is. They had a hissy fit about it. One parent apparently described Michelangelo's David as pornography. Yeah. And so the principal had to resign over this. And the mayor of Florence is saying, wow, that's all ridiculous. Why don't you come here and see it in person and understand that it's great art and it's not pornography and your school is stupid. And the parents said, he didn't say it. The mayor didn't say it. You know what the most offensive thing about the David statue? I already know what's coming. Go ahead. I find it completely offensive. Is how is a Jew, and we're talking about David, who of course was Jewish. How do you create a statue of a Jew that is not circumcised? Take a look at a picture of David. That is so offensive. I mean, you're kind of making their point a little bit. Here's the thing about this school. It's a charter school. It's like an anteater classical school. And they use a curriculum that is designed by Hillsdale College, which is an uber-conservative Christian college in Michigan. So you can imagine the kind of parents who would want to send these kids to that school. Maybe they don't want to see a private part in any context. Makes sense, but it's kind of hard when you're talking about Michelangelo's David. All right.
In 2019, there were 566 books that people tried to get banned for whatever reason. In 2021, that number grew to 1,858. And last year, there were more than 2,500 different books that were objected to, which were, ended up with a attempted book ban or restriction or something like that the American Library Association says has set the new record. What I want to know, though, is the 566 from 2019, are those rolled into then the 1,800 in 2021, or do we keep just expanding upon that, or are these additional books?
Don't know. But my favorite line is from DeSantis, who, in reference to the fight against the ban, is arguing that some are attempting to use our schools for indoctrination. And that is asking the schools that the books, in fact, stay. So that is indoctrination of our students. Yeah. Now he has a good chance of being president. Oh, there's a story. I'm a personal story about this. California, on a birth certificate, you can have the name O'Connell. You can have a hyphenated name, Smith Jones, but you cannot have Jose or Kenya. Because while the state allows hyphens and apostrophes, it does not allow what they call diacritical marks, which are tildes and accent marks. And that is because of what was it, 63, that was passed back in 1986 that made English the official state language. And so because of that, the Department of Public Health says we cannot use these diacritical marks because we don't have it in the English language. So people who have perfectly ordinary names like Jose Pena, their birth certificate just has to say Jose Pena. Well, there's a new law that could change it. Assembly Bill 77 would allow for these diacritical marks to be used on public documents, which to me, like, please, yes, let's allow people to have their names spelled the way they're spelled. Look at the original way Handel was spelled in where it came from, Germany, Austria, Hungary. There's those two, I have two dots over my umlaut. I have umlauts, and those are the dots over the A in my case. Bible is the way it's pronounced. No, it's not. I'm going to go back to Bible. I'm Bill Hundle. By the way, do you know what hundling is? You know what who a hundle is? It's a merchant. No? Yeah. I come from a very long line. I'm probably not, but names change. But okay. I'm sure Jose Pena is stealing your penny. That's very good.
$20 billion. That's all Elon Musk says Twitter is worth. Less than half of what he bought it for.
And he admits it.
He admits it, and in fact, this was a company-wide email on Friday. In his estimation, he said, roughly $20 billion, and he was telling this to anybody who had invested in it. Also, interestingly enough, he says that he sees a clear but difficult path to the $250 billion valuation that he now views Twitter as an inverse startup.
I would concentrate on the word difficult as opposed to clear on the $250 billion valuation. Yeah, don't think so. Yeah. The Pentagon needs help getting funding to develop new weapons technology, so they are turning to Silicon Valley startups, and they're trying to encourage capital venture investors to put money into startups that focus on anything the military could use. Doesn't necessarily have to be a missile. It could be any kind of a product that the military could use. They want to push venture capital funding for these startups to get this stuff going, and they've created a new unit in the Pentagon, the Office of Strategic Capital. Direct, directly designed to encourage people to invest in companies that are doing things the military wants, and direct reaction to what's going on in China. Yes, where the country is going balls to the wall to create that military cluster, military spending.
The work-from-home era is ending for millions of Americans. This says 72.5 of business establishments say that their employees telework rarely or not at all, as opposed to last year, when the figure was much higher, 16.1% in 2021. But the number said it's also close to the share.
I'm going to stop you right now. I'll tell you why. Because I'm going to do this story at 8 a.m. and I am going to throw that fact, of which I am not letting part of this story. Those of you who are sweet enough to give us your attention right now, I'm very sorry. Yes. So I'm very sorry that Bill just kicked you in the face. That's true, and I should thank for you agreeing to be with us now. Yeah, I should apologize to you for interrupting you, just stopping you cold, but I will not be doing that. Of course. I think we have one more. Well, some Harvard legal experts have written a paper called Climate Homicide, prosecuting big oil for climate deaths. Bill, do they have a case? They say there's no legal or factual reason you could not prosecute the oil companies for deaths resulting from climate change. Yeah, I think it's a tough for one. Although it's, you know, I don't know. I don't think so. Wayne, what do you think? Do they have a case? Well, it's the weird thing. All they're saying is there's no existing barrier to try. So you still have to make a case that companies have been prosecuted for homicide. PG&E was prosecuted for negligent homicide after the campfire. That was that Sweetwater Horizon, a oil spill thing. So there is some precedent for actions that lead to somebody's death to be prosecuted. But those are specific companies and not more specific actions. You're right. So let's move on, and we're going to come back and talk about the settlement, the teachers, the LAUSD settlement, and what it actually means. Congratulations to Angel Martinez, Golden Light Award winner for Best Radio Traffic Report. We've already given the worst traffic report, but they don't give awards for that. And also, it wasn't on KFI. And KOST HD2. Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Shorting it up. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A hillside in Pacific Palisades has slid into a home. KFI's Blake Trolley reports live from the Palisades, where at least 2 homes have been evacuated.
A family of 8 lives in the home the hillside ran into. A man was also evacuated from his home, which sits above the impacted hillside. He tells me he saw some cracks in his floor yesterday.
Then I have to go out for something else. When I came back the second time, I went back to this photo window, and there was like 15 inches down.
He says those cracks grew and grew, and by the time firefighters told him to leave last night, those cracks were 6 to 7 feet deep. Firefighters who responded secured all utilities and requested teams to assess the house. Radio Director Angie also set to respond then and assess the situation.
Oh, we've lost the way about it. Yeah, I tried to report live. So we'll keep an eye on this as the geologists head out there today. Obviously, anybody who lives in that area wants to know the strength of the hillside and if any more of it's going to slip, so we'll keep an eye on this for you. Also, a tree estimated to be about 100 feet tall has fallen in Redwood. It landed on a Jeep yesterday. The property owner says he'd been concerned about the tree for a while and that the recent storms might have been a factor in that fall. News is brought to you by American Vision Windows. At least 26 people have been killed during tornadoes that ripped through towns in Mississippi and Alabama. The National Weather Service says the tornado that hit Mississippi Friday was an EF4 with winds up to 170 miles an hour. An EF3 tornado touched down early Saturday, cutting off small villages. A tornado yesterday in Georgia destroyed 80 to 100 homes and caused several injuries. An explosion at a chocolate factory in Pennsylvania has killed several people. 7 bodies were found over the weekend. 1 person was found alive in the rubble overnight. Protests have continued in Israel over planned judicial reforms by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Critics call it a power grab, which they say will weaken the judiciary. Israel's consul general in New York abruptly resigned in protest. Netanyahu fired his defense minister yesterday as tension continues to rise in the government and on the streets. The federal government has found a buyer for the failed Silicon Valley Bank, which was seized to protect depositors. ABC's Mark Remillard says the FDIC reached an agreement with North Carolina's First Citizens Bank to take on all of Silicon Valley's deposits,
Interesting, about $72 billion in assets, and that both the FDIC and First Citizens will share in losses and the potential recovery of loans going forward.
Customers of Silicon Valley Bank will automatically become First Citizens customers. The former SVB branches will reopen today as First Citizens Bank. And Cesar Chavez Day is being observed in LA County. Chavez co-founded the National Farm Workers Association in 1962 with Dolores Huerta. County supervisors say people should actively engage in service to their communities in honor of Cesar Chavez's memory. We'll get a look at your drive with TKFI in the sky, but first it's sports with Wayne.
LeBron James returned to the court with 19 points, but the Lakers still lost to the Chicago Bulls 118 to 108. Will LeBron get surgery on his foot when the season is over? We may never know.
Right now, I don't need it, so we'll see what happens. Trying to have a surgery after the season. You guys will know. I'm talking to you guys all season. By the time next season starts, I'll be fine. I'll be ready to go.
The Clippers get the Bulls tonight at 7:30. The NCAA Final Four will have the Florida Atlantic Owls against the San
San Diego State Aztecs and the Miami Hurricanes take on the Yukon Huskies. Those games are set for this Saturday. I'm Wayne Lesnick, KFI Sports.
So the job market is tight right now. 10 million job openings in the U.S. Less than 6 billion people actually looking for work. So no wonder it's hard to find qualified hourly employees. So let me suggest jobget.com. This is a way for you to connect with qualified job seekers, and this one makes sense. Now, with other hiring sites, you get resumes from candidates who don't meet your criteria, aren't near you, hard to reach. JobGet is different. Your top candidates already have the skills you need, and you're only talking to workers in your area. Office assistants, managers, cleaning, maintenance, receptionists, sales associates, retail, and it just keeps on going. You post with one click. Most employers get their first applicant within minutes. Businesses report 10 times better hiring conversions on JobGet and save 20% more per job post. So for a free job post, go to jobget.com/handle, jobget.com/handle.
Taking a look at your KFI financial report brought to you by Jacoby and Myers. The Dow is up 212, the S&P up 23, NASDAQ up 56, and the average price for the gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.82. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident.
Cute little butts. That's okay.
Justice for you.
Love cute little butts.
Still got weather from KFI. Looks like we've got a pretty great day ahead. Highs are going to be right around 60 with our first chance at rain starting tomorrow night into Wednesday, Thursday, even possibly some more snow in the mountains. 45 in Newport Beach, 48 in Brea, 49 in Michigan, 46 in Downey. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky. This time we're checking out the 5.
Yeah, there you go.
Downey is trying to make the transition from 605 south to crash there involving a motorcycle. And I'll tell you, that southbound 5 pretty terrible all the way from Atlantic to the Commerce area headed southbound. So it's going to cost you some time. Another really slow spot, the Griffith Park area, 134. Before freeway westbound, before Forest Lawn crash. Actually, a car went on the right shoulder. There's lots of attention. Traffic's now jammed up from before the 5. Well into
Again?
there.
Jesus
West
Christ.
God damn. 10 freeway westbound before 4th Street. Crashing 2 left lanes there. It's been really slow back from here.
Oh my God. Oh my.
Bill Handel Show brought to you by Jacoby and Myers. If you get hurt in an accident, choose a law firm with the experience to win. Choose Jacoby and Myers.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck Bell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, is the largest timeshare company in federal court, and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now to get your timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900. American Vision Windows, SoCal's choice for energy-efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com. More stimulating talk.
Radio station.
Today, part of Bill Handel will be played by, prep yourself, grab your voice, Bill Handel. And out here's Bill Handel. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel here with the morning crew. It's Monday, March 27th, and it is dry until tomorrow night, and then it rains again for a couple of days. Horrific tornado in Mississippi and Alabama killed 26 people. We really didn't see that. And the weather is moving eastwards. It's going to be a rough several days. Now, the good news is on Friday, the union, the STI union,
like ice marble shines free. Saturday we get covered on the wood serial for lunch. For the fact it's being added to this. If you hear nothing in the anywhere, Bill fucking Murray's out of the university, holy fucking off the show. With Michigan Center for multiverse grabs, so I think I'm going to make the Michigan Center multiverse collective branch attack of lineage.
is one of the toughest school districts in the country to run. It's the second largest school district that exists in the United States. Can you imagine what's less the state of California, by far the biggest one. So, big deal, except it's a big deal. First of all, let's talk about the numbers. Negotiations were brutal. 3 days, Mayor Karen Bass jumped in and tried to mediate. I don't know how much information, I don't know how much influence she had, but guess what the district did? It caved. Basically gave the union virtually everything the union had asked for. And the numbers we heard during this strike, $4.9 billion in reserves that the district had, $25,000 average service worker salary, increasing to $36,000 under the strike agreement. $440,000 superintendent salary. That one I didn't understand. And how much you want to give someone who runs an organization that's billions of dollars. Yeah, okay, yeah. But let's give him $80,000. 30% pay demand, 20%, 23% offer on the table. They got the 30%. So what does this mean? They got their money. Everybody goes away and is a happy camper. Carvalho, the superintendent, said he believed that it was a good settlement. Come on, they struck, for God's sake. How good a settlement is it? And they got everything they wanted on top of that. That's what happened with the union. So by January of next year, SEIU members will effectively receive their 30% pay raise. Those who worked in person during the pandemic receive another $1,000. The district's promised to bring minimum wage $22.52 an hour, invest $3 million in an education and professional development fund for union members. And here's what Carvalho said. When we started negotiating with SEIU, we promised to honor the dignity of our workforce, correct inequities impacting the lowest wage earners, continuing supporting critical student services, and protect the district's financial viability. Promises made, promises delivered. Not quite what happened, is it? Promises made, less than what you wanted, taking into virtually everything the union demanded. Now, the union is right in the sense that the pay was miserable, is miserable. The working conditions are horrific. The class sizes are too big, even in violation of the law. The infrastructure in many, many schools has
Look at that.
to
Look.
be
Oh my God.
it has to be
Look,
modernized.
what the fuck was that? I don't know.
As I said,
Fucking by the movie. Spider-Man.
the district
Spider-Man.
is impossible to run. I don't
Spider-Man.
know how New York, the largest district in the country, runs, but it seems to run.
Happy Jerry Jackson can be whatever the fuck he wants to be, baby.
LA has about 450,000 students. New York has, I think, 650,000 students, or approaching 700,000. I mean, that's a lot. These budgets are in the billions and billions of dollars. The other part of it, another thing that was added, 2 bonus
You call that shit?
days back onto each semester. Targeted support. For kids who
Needling?
really need it.
Needle?
And the kids that go to LA
What's that shit
Unified,
called? Needle?
are not
Needle
in the
points, I
upper
think.
echelons of socioeconomic
Shit.
levels.
The
They are for the most part poor.
really?
There are areas
Here you
in
go,
the
girl.
city that are very low in terms of the number of money that the salaries that are earned, education levels, because they're tons of immigrants that come, and it's just difficult, almost impossible to teach a group of students where the skill level runs all the way from virtually illiterate people that come here, and I'm not saying illiterate not because they can't read or write, but because it's trying to learn English. English is a second language students, where they're asked to learn reading, writing, arithmetic at the same time learning English. It is not easy. Here's the other thing, is that guess what, a year from now, they sit down again because the contract is going to be over. And the teachers union now wants, they're going to strike, or they argue, because the teachers want a 20% pay raise. And here is the fear that the district has. Because the teachers union supported SEIU, honored the picket line. Now, they weren't in negotiations in this round. They honored the picket line. If the teachers go on strike, I think they expect that SEIU joins the fray and does not cross the picket lines. The takeaway here, the Union won. As a matter of fact, the Union won, and they're winning all over the place and coming up. A union we haven't heard of in a long, long time. United Farm Workers rise. Is it here again? Who was? No. That was the catchphrase. I'll dive into that when we come back. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live in the KFI 24-hour news.
A jury in Manhattan hearing former President Trump's hush money payment is expected to reconvene
This
today.
is just so
Representative
hot.
Mike Gallagher says last week's testimony from TikTok CEO has increased the likelihood Congress will take some action. And there were two tigers
Such a
that
shitty
escaped from
picture,
a
though.
zoo in Georgia because their tornado was damaged by, the tornado damaged their enclosure. They are back in captivity as of now. We'll get a look at your drive to DKFI in the sky in 134 in just a moment.
If you're looking to finally sell your house, you've been waiting. It kept on going up and up and up in terms of value. Well, that's done. Flattening now, the values are going down, probably. So, okay, you're pulling the trigger. Do you list the house and pay 6%? You have the agent tell you to clean and paint, repair. We're going to bring buyers through, prospective buyers, and you can't be there at all. The place has to be fun, have negotiations and escrows, people falling in and out of escrows. Well, directbuyers.com is very big. No one walks through the house. You're not paying 6%. You don't do anything. You live the way you live. And you get a fair price. Even at $15,000 cash advance before closing. And they'll never lowball you. Go to directbuyers.com.
Yeah, she's super hot.
844-242-SELL.
Oh my God, she hasn't done anything
Visit
for a long time.
directbuyers.com. Directbuyers.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. It's another partly gray day ahead. No rain for today, but the rain could start as early as tomorrow night, and then definitely Wednesday and Thursday with a chance of snow in the mountains. This report is brought to you by the Accident Guide. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places like the 134.
Nobody's going anywhere too quickly there. 134 westbound before Forest Lawn. Car fire on the right shoulder. Really got a number on that freeway. The freeway stopped from near Forest Lawn there. 134. In Ontario, crashed there. 10 freeway westbound before 4th Street. Semi on the right shoulder was involved in this, and traffic stopped from Haven. Top drive right now in Downey as well. The 5 southbound at the 605. Crash from that transition to 605 south. It was really slow back from Atlantic Boulevard. KFI in the sky. Let's get you there faster. I'm Will Colescott. Losing air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a sweaty old nightmare, and no one wants that, Zach. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
We'll make 6 critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
I look so much like that fucking
Just
Stone Age man.
$129.
Get air conditioning up.
Yeah, that gets crazy.
Keep it cool, but it's hard to spell. License number 1047-781.
Shopping with pickup and delivery is the same as shopping in store. Same low prices, deals, and rewards on the same high-quality items. It's one small cut for groceries, one big win for big families everywhere. Start your cart today at ROTHSCHILD.com. Roth, fresh for everyone. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
And right now, stock up on your favorites during the 10 for 10 sale.
Damn, this motherfucker came out of no one mentioned.
10 for just $10 with your card. Well, fresh for everyone.
If you've got joint pain and they're telling you surgery is your best option, please stop what you're doing. Call QC Kinetics.
It's Gary and Jen, and the folks at QC Kinetics have been using the latest, most advanced regenerative treatments to bring lasting pain relief the natural way.
This harnesses your own body's healing agents to restore and repair damaged tissue in your knees, hips, shoulder, back.
And these precision treatments are done in the office. No drugs and no downtime.
QC Kinetics has hundreds of clinics all over America and thousands of satisfied patients.
If your joints have been aching from arthritis or injury, look beyond steroids and surgery and discover the amazing possibilities with regenerative medicine.
Especially this time of year, you need to be living life to the fullest, doing the stuff you love to do.
If you can get relief and avoid going under the knife, doesn't it make sense to check this out?
QC Kinetics in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo. QC Kinetics, call for a free consultation.
213-997-PAIN. It's 213-997-PAIN. 213-997-PAIN.
Pray.com's meditative prayer contract is the best way to bring God's perfect peace into your life. Each meditative prayer
Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Yes, but constantly say they pretend to. They give themselves degrees. They give themselves titles at the climate research centers, but they have no idea. They don't know crap. John and Cam. Now, the Earth is not designed to meet our needs 365 days a year. You gotta roll with it. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Filling in here on a Monday morning, March 27. It's going to rain again starting tomorrow night. Just really need more rain. And as Jennifer reported earlier this morning, a lot of the drought conditions are now off the table. And they'll be back on the table come this summer. There's very little doubt because as we have known, and I have repeated over and over again, with climate change, the wet season gets wetter. The dry season gets drier, the wildfires get more wildfiery, they're bigger, and they actually are hotter because so much more wood.
He checked in at
It's just a mess. And what's going on in Israel, if you see videos happening in Israel, I mean, the country's in uproar, hundreds of thousands of demonstrators, and it's going to be into the millions. There's the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, is pushing for a bill that effectively eradicates the power of the judiciary. The Supreme Court will now not have the power to overturn cases, or if they do, the legislature, the Knesset, will have the power to overturn that. That pretty well wipes out democracy, doesn't it? Where the judiciary doesn't have the power to interpret laws. Now, something else that's going on, and this harkens back, I don't know, 50 years ago.
Yeah.
If you had gone
Hey, Doc.
to a store, supermarket, you'd see people outside with signs saying "Uvas no," and it had to do with a fairly new union that had been founded by Cesar Chavez and someone else, but I'll only mention Cesar Chavez being the most famous one, and that's the United Farm Workers. And what Cesar Chavez did is he led a pilgrimage along the route from one of the growing areas to Sacramento, and it took weeks to go there. He was also on a hunger strike, where he got national attention, international attention, for the benefits of farm workers. Farm workers in those days, not unionized. The United Farm Workers Union was a union created by Cesar Chavez. Farm workers were treated horrifically in those days. These grape pickers picked an insane amount of hours. They were put up. They had housing that was effectively shacks. You see those slave shacks in the South during prior to the Civil War? That's basically what it looked like. And it was a horrible thing. And then the United Farm Workers Union was created, and the public stood by the farm workers. And again, this Uvas no was the mantra. Grapes no, or no grapes. I'm not table grapes. Not grapes that are made into raisins or grapes that are used in the wine. This was table grapes. And they would not pick them, and those that did reach supermarkets, no one bought them. And you had, and it would bring in truckers, wouldn't move those grapes. And finally, the union was formed, and the growers caved. So, fast forward to today. The union, where it was 60,000 in the 1970s, membership is now around 5,500. About 2% of the state's agricultural workforce. In the same period, the number of growers that are covered by UFW contracts went from 150 to 22. The union had lost all of its power. Matter of fact, unions across the board lost all of their power. My father was a union electrician in the 50s and 60s and 70s. And man, the benefits he got, I mean, what did he have? I mean, 100% medical insurance, Kaiser, which extended to my mother, who had it for the rest of her life, and eyeglasses, union contract worked, that the forum was behind schedule, so he was up in the rafters putting up the lights. And it was a Sunday night, it was after 6, it was more than 8 hours, and he was coming in north of $100 an hour. In the 50s. That was what the union was all about. And since he had no tax break, the government took away all the money. He didn't buy cows, he didn't buy herds, he didn't buy depreciating assets, he didn't buy oil. So the government just yanked all the money. So what's going on now is unionization is exploding. The unions are back. It gets very cyclical, the way unions work. In the 1880s, the first union was founded. In 1910, you can look up historically the shirtwaist factory, the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory, I think I'm trying to remember the name, which 146 people died trying to building in New York. Fire broke out and locked the doors so the women couldn't leave. And 146 people died, and that's majority women. Out of that, the United Garment Workers Union, women's garment workers. And then you had the unions that built the automobiles under Walter Reuther, and that exploded. And so the unions kept on getting bigger and more powerful unions. Then they lost all their power because the corporations, the major corporations, became multinational, and the workers just didn't have much of a chance. Well, guess what? It's gone around again. And out of this comes the creation of, or let's say the reincarnation of the United Farm Workers Union. Si se puede, you've heard that phrase? That is bandied about? Yes, we can, yes, we can. Even to the point where si se puede was used in Obama's campaign. Yes, we can. You know where that came from? The March of the United Farm Workers back in the 70s. So they're in the middle of an organizing drive. They have begun not only to reorganize, but the movement of unions have, spread around the world. Germany, we reported this morning, Germany is effectively on strike for more wages. Germany is a very pro-union country. Inflation there is over 9%, and the workers say, we just want more money. And the employers say, we don't have the money to pay you. So Frankfurt Airport is shut down. Frankfurt and Munich, the two biggest airports, shut down. The national rail system shut down. Well, a lot of what the employers say is out of control. Now, to give you an idea of how powerful unions are, that in Germany, the boards of corporations, so the board of directors. Now, can you imagine a major American corporation where a union member has to be on the board of directors? Well, that's what happens. Maybe we'll get there. Maybe we will get there. Don't know. And another little bit of history. If you go on Facebook, I'm assuming, or YouTube, I'm assuming it's on YouTube, there is video of Cesar Chavez, and you know who's with him? Robert F. Kennedy. Robert F. Kennedy flies out from Washington, D.C. and breaks the fast. The United Farm Workers is fast, and it's trying to reincarnate itself. And you've got unions. Starbucks has unions now. Amazon has that union in Staten Island. Coming up. So why does it cost $600,000 to build an affordable housing unit in L.A.? I'll explain that one when we come back. This is KFI. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live. The KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A Delta plane getting ready to fly out of LAX had to return to the gate because a passenger opened the exit door and caused the emergency slide to pop open. It happened as the plane pushed away from the gate late Saturday morning. Airport police detained the guy, and the FBI was called. It's not clear why the man opened the door. The flight was headed to Seattle. Some homeowners in LA are offering free luxury cars with the purchase of their homes in an effort to try and avoid paying a maintenance tax on the sale of their property. Measure ULA will bring a one-time transfer tax to high-end property sales, including a 4% tax on sales above $5 million. The bill is designed to fund homelessness prevention and affordable housing construction. It takes effect April 1st. One $16.5 million listing on Mulholland is offering the buyer the choice of an Aston Martin, a Bentley, or McLaren if you pay the full price before the bill kicks in. A deal has been reached for the sale of Silicon Valley Bank, which was seized by the federal government to protect depositors. Customers of SVB are now customers of First Citizens Bank, which is based in North Carolina. The 17 former branches of SVB will open today as First Citizens Bank branches. The fourth Arthur grand jury in New York that's hearing the hush money case against former President Trump is set to meet again today and could decide this week on whether to indict the former president. Trump talked about the case at a rally over the weekend.
From the beginning, it's been one witch hunt and phony investigation after another.
Supporters also criticized the case against Trump, saying he's been under investigation for 6 years. Trump has warned on social media of what he calls potential death and destruction if he is charged. Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg says he got a letter with a death threat and a white powder that was in it, which later was found to be harmless. We'll get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky in the 10 in just a moment, but first it's sports with Wayne.
In the spring training three-way series openers, the Dodgers blank the Angels 3-0. Game 2 today at 6. The Dodgers will start Noah Syndergaard. The Halos are going with Tyler Anderson. You can hear the action in HD on the iHeartRadio app live from the Galvin broadcast booth. In hockey, the LA Kings held on to beat the St. Louis Blues 7-6. They're still right behind the Vegas Golden Knights at the top of the Pacific Division. The Ducks get the Colorado Avalanche tonight. I'm Wayne Lesnick, KFI Sports. Unfiltered, chlorinated tap water doesn't cut it. Doesn't taste very good. I mean, it's safe, obviously, but then again, it's just tap water. Well, a light source system gives you filtered and delicious water straight from every tap. It's a very sophisticated system. It filters out chlorine, other contaminants, retains the healthy minerals, and is completely maintenance-free. Once installed, you're done. Forget about it. Just enjoy the water. No filters to change, no salt, no servicing. You're bathing, cooking, washing dishes, clothes, drinking, and what is effectively bottled water before you make a big cup of coffee. And I've had this system for over 10 years, so I know. Now, new customers get a free AquaPure and antibacterial 803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com, lightsourcewater.com, taste and feel the difference.
SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a partly cloudy day ahead. Temperatures will be right around 60. More clouds coming in tomorrow. That's when the temperatures will drop into the upper 50s to lower 60s. We could see our rain start after midnight. Definitely rain Wednesday, Thursday with snow in the mountains. Right now it is 50 in Garden Grove, 48 in Rancho Santa Margarita. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky. This time we're checking the tag.
10 freeway in Baldwin Park is westbound just past Francis. We had it crashed out of there, but traffic's still recovering all the way back almost from Azusa Avenue, not westbound 10. The westbound 60, not looking a lot better. Looks like we've got a problem there westbound, side of the 60. Well, actually, the eastbound side, Crossroads Parkway stalled there. Somebody ran out of gas in the roadway. The westbound side still slow out of the city of Industry. In Ontario, still dealing with a crash there on the 10 freeway westbound before 4th Street. 2 left lanes blocked there. It's slow all the way back from the 15. And in the Griffith Park area, it's still a nasty drive there on the westbound 134. It's terrible out of Glendale, and actually almost to the 2 freeway now, because up ahead, before Forest Lawn Drive, we had a vehicle fire with the right lane blocked. KFI in the sky. Let's get you there faster. I'm Will Bull.
Presented of Retail Banking in California by J.D. Power. Since California and home to most award shows, we've prepared a thank you speech.
Hey, Californians everywhere, we've been proud to help you plan, budget, and save smarter. Our gold tracking and budget controls point out no place to shine if it works for you, and we can't thank you enough for that. And thank you to our real-life humans who go above and beyond for our customers every day. Bravo, workers, bravo.
For J.D. Power 2022 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Member FDIC.
Everyone knows when the council prevention was found this year, right? This is Cleveland Smith Founders Service Samples Plumbing, Heating, and Escape, and that's a special tailored healthy air conditioning system. Their children's camp and professional training costs a little bit up front, just $88. But we've heard that much bigger, more expensive problems like we replace systems all the time for people who don't get annual payments. So instead of lasting 12 or more years, the systems get out in just 6 or 7 years. Realistic and ounce of prevention is what the comes here. Costly extensions for $88 $2 a day to keep your system clean, energy efficient, and in great working order. Costly extensions right now schedule $88 decision fee. Our number is 833-777-7777 or online at servicechampions.com.
Hey, it's Jennifer. Join us this March to Make March Matter for Children's Hospital Los Angeles. Make March Matter makes amazing things happen for sick kids. It's a month-long event that takes place right in your neighborhood. So every time you shop, dine, or attend an event at a participating partner, they'll donate funds to support Children's Hospital Los Angeles. It feels so good to give, and saving lives is everyone's business. For more information, visit MakeMarchMatter.org. That's MakeMarchMatter.org.
Go solar with local and veteran-owned Zipper Solaris. Visit ZipperSolaris.com. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, AFI's on all of them. Follow us there at AFI AM 640. AFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is Monday morning, March 27. Some of the stories that we are covering here.
Like, as of right now, Israel is not a great power, but once I get there, bitch, motherfuckers gonna light the fuck up. LTFO. Yo, dog, go in the water, go in the water, go in the water, go in the water, go in the water.
It looked like corruption. By the time this was done. 4 tornado, 170 miles an hour of sustained winds. I guess the fact that only 26 people died. I know for the families, the 26, it's 100%. But I'm always fascinated with the sea of destruction, tornadoes.
Yo, Pep,
How many people
remember when no one watched your thing?
A lot of them died into bathtubs. There's one supermarket that a bunch of people went into the cooler and were saved because those metal boxes are attached to concrete, secured close to concrete. It's horrible. I want to talk a little bit about housing. There's a story in the LA Times, and this is something I've talked about before. A lot of talked about before when it comes to housing here. And I've always said that the housing, low-income housing, permanent housing, and we're not talking about homeless people at this point. We're just talking about low-income housing, affordable housing, runs at about $500,000 per unit. I was wrong. It's $600,000 per unit. And why is that? Well, it's government bureaucracy, of course. And let me explain. There are 2 types of building. One is construction in terms of housing. One is those that do affordable housing. I'll tell you about how crazy that is. And then you have market rate developers that just build it. And either rent or sell, and it's just developers. And they rely on funding that involves 2 sources, an investor and a bank. And that's it. Now, when you're dealing with affordable housing, it's multiple subsidies from local, state, national government agency, everyone with its own rules, everyone with its own timetables. I mean, they have to get money from 4, 6, 8, 4 more sources. And the biggest and last piece is the federal tax credit. And this is a huge chunk of money, which is in the form of cash to the developers, which helps them build and therefore own and or sell affordable housing, which doesn't sell for a whole lot of money because you have to have people pay a whole lot less rent. And keep in mind, there's a rent control. It takes a lot longer. I mean, a lot longer to get all the permits in place. Probably 10 times as complicated. Well, while that's going on, the price of labor materials just keeps on going,
affordable housing than market rate housing. Why is that? Well, government agencies require 60% of the tax credit finance projects to pay construction workers at the prevailing rate, which means union wages. Union wages are considerably higher than non-union wages, as you would guess. So let's say a developer is, and these are not massive projects we're talking about. We're talking about apartment buildings of 8 units or 15 units, prevailing wage. And that gets to be, believe me, it's not $20 an hour either. It's a lot more expensive. Most government housing aid programs go to the Department of Housing and Urban Development. And they have a rent formula that is basically 30% of household income. And the rest of it is government subsidized. But if you look at how complex it is to build that housing, winning tax credit actually the developers make a ton of money, so it's very competitive. And so the developers choose usually to make 100% of the units available to tenants, and then there's a whole formula there, complicated, but it comes to about 30% of the projects. Like I said, this doesn't work in tax credit projects. Rates are discounted, not a reliable source of income. These are, for the most part, poor people, and developers are prohibited from selling their property for 15 years. They have to hang on to it for 15 years, which means he could very well lose money and does unless the government subsidizes it with the tax credit projects. So they get their money. Usually it's 15% of the construction costs, which are astronomical. So here's the way it works real quick. So a developer either acquires or let's say puts an option on a piece of land, and then they spend 2 years, at least 2 years, on pre-development, architectural plans, local building department, okay.
Like, oh yeah, you want to invest.
Neighbors have to be dealt with. Remember, the neighbors have to be okay with that. So you've got petitions, you've got hearings, you've got forms of state and local government.
Why don't they just call
that
it
comes with low interest loans.
So much longer than Tuesdays. Hey, dude.
It takes a lot longer. I mean, the bureaucracy is just astronomical. And to give you an idea of how successful this program is, and it is for people to get the money, Congress has given $11 billion in tax credits across the country this year. That makes a difference. But limiting the cost of affordable housing just in LA County, $300 billion just for LA County.
I would ask you to read this tweet I had in the
So it's a competition.
Since there, I feel like you have any options with like internet
for these projects.
They're definitely not fucking.
And about half of them get them. So you wonder why it costs so much money. Now, that also doesn't include the services that are offered by the state or county. So there has to be room for common areas. There has to be additional building being done. Community centers that have to be built. Not auditoriums, but meeting rooms where services can be given. I mean, it's just very complicated stuff. So you wonder why it costs so much damn money. And how do we afford it? $600,000 per unit. We have 60,000 homeless in downtown LA.
Fucking 19-year-olds.
I don't know how you do it. I guess you don't. San Francisco, what a story. This is a weird one.
You're one fucking mother. You're one fucking mother.
I'll do that coming up. KFI AM 640 everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Now
Check in with Jennifer Jones live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Look, U.S. and Mexico are considering an agreement to crack down on the flow of fentanyl and guns over both sides of the border. Vice President Harris is kicking off
remember when you were like,
I want to free Mr. Rogers? And related entry in the action series starring Keanu Reeves, a big deep south movie in the U.S. and Canada. John Wick Chapter 4 earned $73.5 million in its opening weekend. We'll get a look at your drive on the 134 in just a moment.
Let's talk about the value of your home for a minute. What's why has increased in value so much over the last few years? Not anymore. Prices have flattened, even going down. So You're looking to take money out of your house, but you hadn't done it. There was so much money getting built in equity. Well, maybe it's time to pull the trigger. So if you need $75,000 or more out of your home, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money. And I'm a big fan of HMS Capital. I mean, there's 2 mortgages over the years with them, and I found they have the lowest rates out there, very competitive, and their service is absolutely impeccable. No appraisal or credit report fees to apply for at all. Call HMS Capital at 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com, hmscapital.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a partly gray day ahead. Highs will just be right around 60. This report is brought to you by MGM Rewards. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places like the 134.
I love these. Have you been drinking more?
Basically almost all the way back from the 2 because of an earlier car fire near Griffith Park, 134 westbound before Forest Lawn Drive, right when it's still blocked.
Yoshi.
Back at Jam from
Forest Lawn Drive. That's the name of
Ontario.
J.
Finally,
Cole
some
out.
good news with the crash there involving
Is
the 10 freeway westbound before 4th Street. That accident was still very slow back from 15. Meanwhile, on the 10 freeway westbound before Haven, we've got a crash in the 2 right lanes. Multiple big rigs kind of just stalled out there. It's in the new crash if you're on the way to Santa Monica. Right now, the westbound side of the 10. We're going to do Cloverfield, an accident there. Looks to be on the right shoulder, but causing some distractions as you get away from the 405. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Will Coltrane.
In this week's Marketers Report, Patricio Spagnoletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust.
Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with Ironheart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the owner and talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon was one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show. Audio was a core part of that.
It's the number 1 audio company.
iHeartMedia gives marketers access to every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company.
He's a free agent.
iHeartResults.com for more. Welcome to the CPAP Games live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night, Bruce. It sure is, Ron. Steve has been flailing everywhere, struggling with his CPAP. His wife, Michelle, is as tense as a fiddle string, trying to contain her rage. Michelle's rolling Steve over. There he goes, and the mask is off. The whole hive is snoring. Michelle throws an elbow. Now a shove. She's leaving for the couch, taking her place to Hayes' 100-pound
Look at this, Ken.
Basking that diaphragm, Steve. With all this struggle,
No, what's that? What? Somebody like, oh, what's that?
absolutely great. Inspires a sleep apnea treatment to give you comfortable, restful sleep. Sleeping peacefully. There's no mask, no home.
360.
Learn more at inspiresleep.com. That's inspiresleep.com.
Inspire, sleep apnea innovation. Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Looking for a better return on your investments? First National Realty Partners has historic returns of 15% IRR from their $1.5 billion in commercial real estate assets. With national brand tenants like Walmart, Whole Foods, Publix, and more, you'll build a portfolio of institutional quality private real estate with true cash flow. With historic returns of 15% IRR, First National Realty Partners has the advantage over the current market and even gold.
What is this bullshit?
301-9010 or go
Yo.
to fnrpradio.com.
Yoshi, where are your drafts?
FNRPRadio.com. Get all the benefits
Yoshi.
of fully passive real estate ownership. Get in on the current deals while they're available. Call 888-301-9010 or go to FNRPRadio.com.
Yoshi.
Securities only available to verified accredited investments. Investments are subject to risk,
Yoshi.
including losing principal. Cash distributions.
Yoshi.
Any representations made about investments failure reflect FNRP's strategy and and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrpradio.com.
Join us to celebrate the songs and artists you've loved over the past year.
Our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Hosted by Rabbi.
With Radio Award recipient
Good.
And performances by
Uterine.
recipients
Crazy.
Coldplay, Kelly Clarkson, Hello Cool J, Keith Urban, Pat Benatar, Emil Giraldo, Leno, Money Long, Cody Johnson, and more.
Watch our
Well, that's my stream. Like, okay.
Radio.
Tonight at 8
Okay,
p.m.
so how do I do that again? Yoshi?
You know what, Mom? I'm going to listen to you every night and make sure to pick the better parts because it's not there. I really enjoy this show.
I'm kind of like beer. The first time you taste it, it may not taste great. Even if you don't like it, you're at least drunk at the end of the evening. No, Kelly.
Interesting enough.
That's right. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on
Yeah,
KFI.
this food is crazy. Some bitches be like, you tell me, Rabbi, you tell me. Just come on, man. Just have
It is dry today. That's actually, 70 degrees, Jennifer? Is that what we're looking at?
Yeah,
Or,
it looks like it's going to start to come down each day, and then tomorrow night, first chance at rain, and then Wednesday, Thursday, rain and snow in the mountains.
here we go again. Yeah, and then the drought is, a lot of the drought conditions have been lifted.
Yes.
There's so much damp water out there, and more water coming down.
and have this
I
kind
don't
of
know,
side,
we have
but
more
I don't
rain
know
anything
anything.
out on the horizon coming in from the west.
I don't
I
see
just
anything,
like
but they usually don't put out anything past the 7-day forecast.
Hey,
that
Doc.
they can bank on it. So I don't see anything. After Thursday, then it looks like it should be dry for the weekend.
We don't get much of that. Yeah, it's going to be wet, and then it's going to be wetter, and then the day after that, it's going to be even more wet.
You think you
And
No,
more wet.
I know I won.
Really wet.
Yeah, really wet and intergalactically interplanetary wet. Just wet.
Interplanetary.
San Francisco.
Interplanetary.
Now, this is
Interstellar.
the land of, would you say freedom for everybody and anybody in terms of First Amendment, in terms of
Yosh.
any social program out
Breakfast
there?
with the name.
What was it? Was it Berkeley that declared itself a
Oh,
nuclear-free zone?
Sister.
Nuclear weapons or nuclear material that's being taken away for storage couldn't go through the city. Now, this is federal stuff. It was clearly symbolic. I mean, that is the Bay Area. Well, something going on
Hello,
in the Bay
baby.
Area, which is kind of
I love how that guy called me Robbie. Oh, Robbie's here. Hey, Robbie. You know anybody named Robbie? Honestly, the only Robbie I've ever known is Robbie.
Free library. And imagine it's like a very large birdhouse, and it has shelving in it when you see a bunch of books. And it's on a pedestal, and I'm looking at a picture of it, by the way, pedestal. I can't believe how it is.
How about Pimp in a Box? Pimp in a Box.
It's in front of the house, put it up 10
Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. Pimp in a Box. You should be like, oh, dog, you're so famous. You're so famous. You're probably famous.
The Myers being super liberal.
You're so famous.
So,
You probably think this podcast is about you. Yoshi, remember when it was like, oh, dog? Yoshi be like, oh, man.
A warning, actually an order from the city. It's an encroachment order saying you got to get that out. Now you can apply for what is called an encroachment permit, and this it goes all the way from mailbox to planters in front of homes and businesses along public roadways, even very
Yoshi,
wide ones.
Mungo Park.
To apply for
Nice.
permit.
I remember
Costs
that.
you over $1,000.
How about the new one? That motherfucker in
Chicago.
Chicago. That one was tight. What one did you like? The Burke Willis expedition?
Last year, San Francisco
Somalia, right? I like that one.
93 minor encroachment complaints,
Oh, for the
giving
American.
them no choice but to act on the complaints to pass the law. So when it comes to the Myers, they got the order to remove their little hideous,
Oh, this motherfucker.
cabinet box on the
Yeah, that. This motherfucker just sound cold. How do you say his name? Frigidov Nansen. Motherfucker just sound cold. Yo, this motherfucker just sound cold. Whoa. What's his name?
You're listening to an
Frigid
Airwave Media
motherfucker.
podcast.
Nice. Dude, y'all should be like, oh, my friend Margaret, he was so smart. He was either this, he went like this.
I'm Gavin Whitehead, host of The Art of Crime, a history podcast about the unlikely collisions between true crime and the arts. Season 1 is titled The Unusual Suspects,
These
six renowned
fucking.
artists who have fallen under suspicion.
I love
as the
cannolis.
Whitechapel
I always
murderer.
forget to say they're like my favorite food.
Yes, that
And
Lewis Carroll is the one best known to us
what do
today.
you call
To
those
find out
things?
who the other
Had 'em
unusual
at
suspects
fucking
are and why
Volvo.
they've been named as Ripper
Sounds
candidates,
like
subscribe to
he
The Art of Crime wherever you get your podcasts.
What in the fuck are those things called? What are those called? Ladyfinger? No, it's something like that. Some cream puff? Something like that. Here,
Hello, and welcome to the Explorers
Declare.
podcast. Today we
Many
start a
declares.
series on this Norwegian polar explorer, Fridtjof Nansen.
Some motherfucker
Nansen
just
is, to
sound
be
cold.
honest, the extraordinary man. He was the first person to cross Greenland, which he did on skis, and he held the record for furthest north for 5 years.
Yeah.
He's often viewed as one of the pioneers of modern aero exploration,
This nigga crossed Greenland on skis.
This included using skis and dogs,
I could use
emphasis on
skis and
developing and
dogs,
using
bro.
modern and scientific equipment. Also, he rejected all approach to exploration of large, cumbersome expeditions. Instead, Nansen valued speed and mobility. But Nansen was not just an explorer. He was an accomplished scientist doing groundbreaking research in the fields of the central nervous system and oceanography. And I'm not done. He was also a diplomat, playing a role in the establishment of Norway as an independent nation. More? Well, let's give him a Nobel Peace Prize for his humanitarian work. And there's more. You'll just have to wait for the details. Now, despite all these really cool things, I want to note that Fridtjof Nansen was an immensely complex character. He was tall, athletic, and the image of a Viking in the world. He had a really mind and was passionate about the work that he did. However, he was also a very difficult man. He was overbearing and stubborn, arrogant, know-it-all by being a description of the guy. But we will talk all about this and lots more in our story. I do want to note that we will focus on Nansen's life as an explorer, because that is what we do on this show. But I will spend some time on the other aspects of Nansen's life, as it's pretty remarkable. Anyhow, that is it for today's introduction. Let's get started with our series on Fridtjof Nansen. Fridtjof Erdal Nansen was born on October 10, 1861, in Christiania, now called Oslo, the capital of Norway. As a note, I'm going to use the name Christiania for this series, as that is the name used by Nansen throughout his life. So Christiania was Oslo. Nansen was born into a rather strange political world. Norway was not an independent nation at this time, but part of the union between Sweden and Norway, and Poland. But make no bones about it, Sweden was the boss of this relationship. The union between these two Scandinavian nations happened in 1814, the result of the Napoleonic Wars. We should note that it wasn't as if Norway was terribly oppressed. It had its own autonomous government, and it was mostly independent, except for foreign affairs. Norway had been free of outside lords before. People look back on those times and lamented the current situation. Added the revolutions of the 1800s, we have a land renewed with a strong support of nationalism. This is the world Nansen would grow up in, and it would be important in his life. Nansen's parents were Baldur Nansen and Andrea Johanna Tekla which is quite the mouthful. Their marriage was the second from both. Baldur's first wife died in 1834 at the New York Imperial Theater, a week after giving birth to the couple's only child. The child, a boy, died at the age of 13 after a lifetime of health issues. Adela's first husband, an army officer, died in 1853 during a cholera epidemic, leaving her to care for the couple's 5 children. Nansen's mother came from an aristocratic family, of which there were not that many in Norway. She was criticized for marrying Baldur, as he was seen as beneath her socially. Many felt that she married him for security. Baldur was 41 at the time of the marriage, Adela 37. Baldur was seen as a smart and sensible man, but often consumed by monetary issues. Adela was known to be strong-willed and free-spoken. The big blended family moved into a large home just on the outskirts of Christiania, and there were more children to come. Boys. One died within a year of being born. Buffy Duff was born in 1861, and Alexander a year later. I want to note that Norway was still a very rustic land at this time, almost a frontier. It was filled with mountains and glaciers and fjords. The upper third of the nation was, and still is, the Arctic Circle. The northern regions were home to the Sami people, many living semi-nomadic lives as reindeer herders. Norway had fewer than 2 million inhabitants, with Christiania being the largest city, with a population of just 60,000. With all of this in mind, Norway would be the most innovative nation in the third area, skiing. And I mention this because it's important to our story. Skiing had been done for centuries in Norway, mostly for practical reasons. It was a way of getting around in the winter. Skis were critical to the survival of the Sami people in the north. In the 1800s, skiing emerged as the national pastime in Norway. People described it as being part of the Norwegian national spirit and soul. As a result, you'll see skiing, fishing, skiing, outdoor hunting, spend hours, days, exploring the forests and mountains, usually with his brother Alexander. He was, however, a loner in many ways, not making many friends at school. He was described as moody, and his relationship with his parents was never great. At one point, there were 10 children in the house, and Nansen often felt like an afterthought to his parents, especially his mother. With his father, Nansen struggled all his life to find a connection. Mulder was a lawyer and valued tranquility and stability. He had no interest in the outdoors, although he always supported the active. Initially, he was heavy, but he lost the excess weight in his teen years. He excelled at individual sports such as skiing, skating, swimming, and gymnastics. And Nansen never lost his spirit of it. Nansen also embraced Norwegian nationalism. Like much of the rest of the population, Nansen would take pride in the outdoor literature, art, and science endeavors that emerged at this time. The nation's greatest artist was playwright Henrik Ibsen, whose critical and commercial success made him a point of pride for Norwegians. And skiing, Norway's national pastime, was growing as a sport, in particular in the European Alps. In 1877, Nansen's mother would die suddenly. With most of the children now moved away, Mulder would sell the family home outside of Christiania and move to a flat in the city. Over the next few years, Nansen would continue to improve as a skier and skater. At 18, he broke the world 1-mile skating record, and the next year won the National Cross Country Skiing Championship. He did a hiking tour of the Highland Mountain Range, the highest in the nation, and joined the Christiania Ski Club. A year later, he was off to the Royal Frederick University in Christiania. Nansen would consider engineering and forestry, but settled on zoology, specializing in the role of marine creatures. He would do well in school, but the confines of academia were not his strong suit. And then, in December of 1881, the zoology department announced that they were looking for someone to visit the Arctic and collect specimens of marine life. Nansen would jump at the idea and get the job, mainly because he was the only one to apply. The idea of spending half a year in the Arctic held little appeal to most people. Nansen embraced the opportunity. Nansen would thus sail north on the steamer Viking in March of 1882. The Viking was a big wooden sealing ship on her maiden voyage, and Nansen would collect the samples at the same time as the ship would sail on. He would not have to participate in the day-to-day activities on the ship, but he was expected to be part of the sail hunt. Nansen would do well on this expedition. The captain excellent crafty, like the odd young man examples. He was also a good artist and made many outstanding sketches. By the way, Nansen's ability with the brush put something to encourage him to become an artist, but science would win out. As for seal hunting, Nansen would take to the boats when seals were spotted, go out to kill and collect the animals. Nansen was an outstanding shot, and he was a rifleman. For 2 months, the Viking moved north, trying to reach the seals before other ships picked up pursuit. By the way, on this voyage, Nansen would get glimpse of the ship Vega. The Vega was famed for being the first ship that completed the Northeast Passage back in the late 1870s. This meant traveling through the icy Arctic waters from Norway to the Bering Sea, just between Alaska and Russia. The ship had gone on to circumnavigate Europe and Asia. The leader of the expedition, Baron Adolf Erik Nordström, was of Finnish and Swedish descent and was a hero to all Scandinavians. The Vega was now beginning to dream of going on its own voyage of exploration. The search for seals would take the Viking between Spitzbergen and Greenland. Along the way, Nansen continued to collect marine life specimens. In the process, he hunted polar bears and sharks. The Viking would, for a short time, get caught up in the ice off Greenland, where Nansen asked to go ashore. The captain, however, refused. The ice along the coast was unpredictable, and if Nansen was ashore when a passage out of the ice opened up, the captain knew he was stranded. That would be his death. In fact, no European had reached the east coast of Greenland in hundreds of years due to this ice barrier. Nansen would have to file away the experience of middle school caught the exploration of his journey. Nansen would say that it was the first fatal step straight from the wide life of science curator of the zoological department. Nansen, over 21 years old, would take the job, which was good for him. The rigid structure of school was not his best interest, and at the Americans Museum, he would not just study, but he would get to do stuff alongside people he admired and respected. On the staff was Gerhard von Hansen, who discovered the leprosy of Celeste, and there was the museum's distinguished director, Daniel Danielson, an eccentric doctor who made the institution was the leaders in the study of living creatures. The people at the museum were the sorts of things that Nansen wanted them to. They were just important to Nansen. Now, a few things about Nansen at this point in his life. One, as I noted, he was ambitious. He saw himself as the smartest. He wrote an article for the Danish Geographical Journal about his time on the Viking. He would also write a series of articles for a sporting journal. These were small steps, but it did show that Nansen recognized the importance of being published. At his new job, he focused on studying the nervous systems of vertebrates. But let's be clear, his ultimate goal was to understand the nervous system. It was little understanding of either at this time, but answering correctly, you might not be able to understand the nervous system of a single creature, such as a vertebrate. You could better understand the nervous system of humans. 3. Nansen, as I said, was a weak guy. He was clean-shaven, beard from northern Scandinavia, and he shouldn't wear heavy clothing, often sporting nothing a light jacket. In winter, women were attracted to him. In fact, many of his lifelong friends were women. He struggled all of his life to find a connection with other men, just like with his own father. Most people attribute this to Nansen's personality. He could be the life of the party one moment, remain imprinted the next. And people, especially men, saw him as overbearing and arrogant. The word I've often seen attributed to him is overwhelming. I think some of this was because if he was men, Nansen would have to compete against them all his life. There just weren't many women in the fields of science and exploration and diplomacy. And so men clash with ideas were put on the table. Let's be clear, Nansen was never the kind of guy to back down. If he believed something was right, he'd fight for it to the bitter end. Nansen probably saw himself as the hero in the news and play. He and only he knew the truth of the right path, and how inflexible Nansen could be. And how strident he was when he felt others were wrong. It's not hard to see why people thought him unbearable to be around for anything but a short time. Anyhow, Nansen did well in his early years in Bergen. He had found a place in the museum and began to develop his own theories and ideas and plans for the future. Also, he skied in Norway, while his hometown, Christiania, is on the southern coast along the big channel that leads into the Baltic Sea. It's about 180 miles or 200 kilometers away. At this time, there was no train available to cross the mountains, so in the winter, Nansen would simply ski from Bergen to Christiania and then go home. Sometimes he used the coastal roads, and he was just as likely to head into the wilderness and busy trail on his own. It seems crazy that someone would do such a thing, go up into the mountains during the middle of winter by himself with no known trail, but that was Nansen. He would go cross-country, down steep slopes, over mountains, whatever it took. One time he spent 2 days in the mountains alone, except for his dog. He had no tent, no sleeping bag, no food. He slept between a boulder and a rocky outcropping at night, and he made it to where he wanted to go. He would even write a series of articles in the newspaper detailing his backcountry excursions. I think the skiing of the mountain story embodies Nansen's personality. He was bold and cocky and secretly confident, and he certainly saw the journey as just as important as the destination. Everyone pointed out that it's amazing that he not only had the guts to do this, but he had the ability to get it done. There's another thing about these stories that is very important. It proved to Nansen that skis can be used in just about any type of snow and terrain. And I want you to hold on to that thought, as we will talk about it later. Now, I want to take a moment to talk about an event that will shape Nansen's future. In 1883, Adolf Erik Nordenskiöld, the famous Scandinavian explorer I mentioned earlier, had gone on an expedition to the east coast of Greenland. His ship had made its way through the thick ice on the coast, and Nordenskiöld would be the first European to step on Greenland's eastern shore since the days of the Vikings. He would head inland onto the ice cap about 100 miles, 160 kilometers, before turning around. Nansen was enthralled by the need of writing. My wanderlust was roused again, end quote. In his mind, he began to formulate how to conduct an expedition, such as crossing Greenland. We'll get to that shortly. In 1885, Nansen would spend some time in Christiania in his required military service. Also, in that same year, his father would pass away. Nansen had never gotten along well with his father, and his relationship with the rest of his family was not great either. His half-brothers and sisters were older than him, and while he was cordial with them, they were never that close. His brother Alexander was a different story. They were quite close as children, but as they got older, their relationship would be strained at times. Again, Fredo's overbearing personality was likely to blame for much of this. Anyhow, Nansen would continue to work at the museum and publish his first scientific paper, look at the nervous system in a living creature. The paper was well received. After that, he would take a 6-month sabbatical from the museum and travel to the European continent to visit other leading scientists in his field. The idea was to broaden his horizons and form his own path. The sabbatical was Nansen's first journey to continental Europe. He would travel first to Germany and then Italy. The result would be enlightening. Nansen had the chance to study and experiment on sites of the great minds of Europe, many of them working in the same field of study, and he had access to the latest equipment. After a stint in Italy, Nansen would travel to Europe and to England. He was then back to Norway and the Bergen Museum. In August of 1807, Nansen went to the museum and published a paper on the nervous system. The paper, titled The Structure and Combination of Histological Elements of the Central Nervous System, was groundbreaking in its field as it presents the modern nervous system as we know it today. Nansen showed the ability to be clear and concise in his report, something not always common in scientific journals at the time, or had even now. The ability to simplify things was always a strength for Nansen. Also, in addition to writing the paper, Nansen had done the illustrations himself. Nansen's fees were confirmed by 2 other independently published reports of his time, one by embryologist Philip His and another by psychiatrist Magnus Forel. These 2 men and Nansen thus helped establish the basis of modern neurology. Now, I am not going to lie to you and say that I understand all of Nansen's scientific work. I may have even gotten wrong some of the stuff I just said, but in the end, I can say that his work was exciting and innovative. Innovative Nansen was just 25, one of the most interesting young scientists in Europe. In November of 1887, Nansen would submit a paper for his PhD. So here was Nansen and his team's paper causing a buzz in the scientific world. This surely would be a bigger institution from Colin. And that's exactly what happened. The first major university entered the United States, when he passed on the opportunity as he did in Indiana too far away from the ocean to study biology. So where's next? Well, instead of the world of academics and research, Nansen was going to forge a different path, one that he had considered a long time. Fridtjof Nansen decided he was going to be the first person in history to cross Greenland.
The same thing with any tech job with computers.
Sticky notes, email alerts, a string around your finger, just not big enough. So here's a big reminder.
Oh, you fucking cunt. What the fuck? I swear to God. Sinchar Pishai, you suck dick.
But don't people bring their own water now?
In all human history, there are few stories like that
Well, I'm sure water coolers are very
on the banks of the
He
Nile.
sucks.
We go to,
Oh my God, anything that it ain't.
and how our cities
That
You are
tale
fucking
comes to life in the history of ancient podcasts.
You suck, man.
Every
That
week,
motherfucker is gonna get raised. Okay? His wife's gonna divorce him. I don't ask people to divorce their wives,
this
but
way of nature is much
you
larger.
can divorce his ass.
By the train,
Doesn't get correct his college.
much
He
deeper
sucks.
than your average document.
He sucks.
Magazine article.
He sucks.
Life,
And
great
Representative Mike
endeavors,
Gallagher
and
said
the
last week's
impact
testimony
of
from
mighty
TikTok, the CEO has
The
increased
history
the
of ancient
likelihood
podcasts
Congress
is
will
available
take
on
some action.
You suck.
Now it's time to sell a lot. Well, you weren't selling before because you were looking at the value of your home going up by the day. Well,
Greenland, the world's biggest island, had an attraction to Nansen and to other early settlements with faith in the history. Some regions felt a sort of kinship to the land. So let's talk about Greenland. Greenland is, as noted, the world's biggest island. It is 2.16 million square kilometers, or 850,000 square miles, of mostly ice cap. On average, it is 2,000 meters, or 6,500 feet.
I can't look at this asshole. You're gone.
Today, most of the people live.
What in the fuck is this? You two asshole.
10 kilometers from the southern tip of the island. The expedition penetrated the ice cap to 100 miles, 460 kilometers, before the treaty. That was about a quarter of the way across the ice. The big question of the expedition was what made the interior of Greenland. That, for a while, was covered in ice. But did that change? Some people thought Greenland's interior would be ice-free and fertile, and if there was ice, it wasn't light. Not all ice
This
is
is the
green.
dumbest fucking shit
All this
I have
big
ever
planning
seen.
and the expedition challenges that would be for sure, but it looks
Why
back.
can't you fuckers
So
get
we
your
are in
fucking
an
homework?
expedition.
Why is it that this fucking thing's on Twitter for hours and hours
Much
and
more
hours?
knowledgeable and wiser regarding global travel.
But you guys can't keep this shit going. They're gonna say, oh, that's a good artificial thing.
This was
Yeah,
the
that guy
advanced
sucks.
He
He really does.
crossed with a small
No one likes him. Everyone hates
in
him.
demonstrating that skis will be used in most kinds of snow and terrain. The days of hundreds of men hauling sledges across the polar landscape were, in Ganson's opinion, long past. Although the English did not get that nonetheless, we will see when they start exploring Antarctica. Anyhow, in addition to using skis and employing a small steel
No, dog.
like this, well, if it's
I fucking hate that fucking. What's a mean name for someone from India? A Sundar. I hate that motherfucking Sundar fish shot. I would name my kid Sundar. Sorry if you name Sundar, you have to get a chance. You some fucking asshole have it.
Big red flags.
Are you done?
The first is that it was difficult to get 4 months before shipping national vehicles to the eastern coast of Greenland. The ice on the coast
Hey,
is
Sundar.
the expedition needed to get as close
Hey,
to the
dude.
coast as possible.
Hey, dude, over here.
Actually reach the shore.
Over here, dog.
Small boats to the ice pack. They could even sit on the
Yo,
ice
dog.
but the drifting them closer to the coast. And if it was the ice,
Yo,
they could hop over boats and
remember this?
dash to the shore. This was all very risky. Because again, where ice just isn't that thick. But there was another red flag regarding Ganson's plan. That was how long the expedition was due. They could not just turn around and back to the premise settlement. One that landed on
Yo,
the eastern
what
shore.
in the flying fuck,
The
dog?
ice along the coast, the retreat was pretty much gone. The ship had hanging
I
on
swear
for
to
a while.
fuck. But this part is that it works.
Well,
Like,
it's
why the
still
fuck does that
a
happen?
chance to push forward.
Why the fuck do I have to quit?
Take the easy way out and turn back.
Yo.
The best chance of survival was to go forward. They would do
Yo.
anything, risk everything to make that happen. Anson would later say their motto was,
Where's this motherfucker from Mike stuff? He sucks. I can't remember his name. I don't know
with
who
that
he
in
sucks.
mind, Anson would hatch his plan for a crossroad in summer of 1880. If he wanted to depart the following
Zach
spring,
Janadella. No one wants that name either. Indian American douche.
plan such an enterprise in such a short time frame was very risky.
Everyone hates Hyderabad, Andhra Pradesh, India. Everyone. Citizenship? You don't even have Indian citizenship, you cunt? You make the University of Wisconsin Milwaukee look like shit and the University of Chicago. Fucks. Just like Tim Cook makes Auburn and fucking Duke. Duke, it's no big fucking deal.
With luck, they would reach the other side of the river and would catch a ship before the bays and fjords iced into the year.
This asshole goes to University of Wisconsin.
In all direct north of June, the first man to make the northeast passage from Europe to Asia a decade earlier. Nordenschuld was enthusiastic about Hanson's plan. He believed the skis were a good idea, although he himself did not ski. Skiing was still a very
What in the fuck am I waiting on?
Nordenschuld also recognized the tremendous risk involved. He was especially concerned about getting an expedition together in such a short time. Anson would ask about using a sounding eagle or lab so
You got so pissed. You got almost really racist against Indian people, but not really. Just two. And Tim Cook, so he sucks as well. Cool dog. Remember when this thing was like, oh god, this thing's great. This thing is so good. Microsoft Edge sucks and this thing. It's like, well, what in the fuck? Why don't you just take up the whole fucking screen, dude? I swear to God, this is game. Tool. Shocking. I don't need this shit here. How about this? Search. Just always have a fucking search bar there. That's all you need. Oh, but you can use the search bar. Okay, fine. Fine. My finger is
Norwegian nationalism
how
pride.
Yeah, but this isn't working. Why? Why? I don't know. It's this fucking barber pole.
And around 66 degrees north latitude, attempt to approach the coast as closely as
Candy
possible.
cane fucking thing. It's like, oh, you almost got side. Now we got this going. Sindar Pichai should get fired just for that. And same with that, which is just cunt. Really? Yeah. Just like this isn't a thing. Is it done? God damn it. You guys want to hear how I bitch at you? You're not going to want me to even look at yourself and be like, oh, why is this fucking thing taking a loading list? Why is the loading screen? Why do we have a loading screen? Motherfuckers.
The last thing he wanted was to go
I swear to God, I'm gonna fuck this fuck.
The one change Hansen did make was on the advice of Gustav Holm.
Fuck you. What in the fuck?
He now had several tasks that were needed if he was going to get his
Okay,
off the
cool.
ground. First, he had
Cool.
to obtain
Let's fight.
financing. Second, he had to assemble his team. And third, he had to outfit the expedition for the Greenland crossing. Regarding financing, Hansen approached the University on the effort grant, estimating the expedition would cost $5,000, which, if I did my math correctly, translates into about $45,000 US money. So fairly modest. He was prepared to pay for it all himself if necessary. However, if he got public financing, he felt would give the expedition a sense of national approval. The government, however, rejected requests for funds on January 4th, 1888. But a few days later, a wealthy Danish businessman, Augustin Gammel, reached out to Nansen after reading about his plans in the newspaper, expressing interest in financing the expedition. A deal would be struck, and Nansen
Yo,
would have
is there like no internet or something, dog?
So with money in the bank, let's turn to Nansen's team. Nansen would try and recruit some of Norway's more well-known skiers, but he would have no luck. He saw his plan was too risky, plus the idea of being away for at least half a year helped him appeal to most men. Still, in time, Nansen would form his team. The first person I'll talk about is Otto Sverdrup. Sverdrup was a 33-year-old sailor and outdoorsman.
I swear to God, this thing could change.
Due to his common sense and resourcefulness, Sverdrup becomes the unofficial second in command of the expedition. The second member of the team was Christian Peterson, a 31-year-old military officer. The other two team members were from the northern Sami people. Getting to Sami was difficult, as Nansen did not go to interview them himself. He does have to get someone to recruit them for him. The two Samis milestone joined the team. They were Nilsen Ravna and Samuel Johannes Gold. They showed up wearing the traditional clothing of the Sami, a jacket with red and yellow stripes.
I swear to fucking God, dog.
Neither man had ever been south of the Arctic Circle, and they'd never heard of Greenland before being recruited for the expedition.
Yo, what in the fuck, dude?
But in reality, it's very difficult to find anyone interested in the job. The main issue was that no one wanted to go away from home for such a long time.
Okay, I'll do it.
Always heard that Nansen's recruits were not exactly what he
Oh.
wanted.
Oh, yeah. What is this asshole's name? You're bad at your job. Such a engineer.
The second guy, Rob Dunn, was a mountain Sami, but he was 46 years old and had a wife and 5 children. Nansen was tempted to send both of them back, but they said he had no choice but to accept them into the team. And already in the process of forming the expedition, Nansen decided to add one more member and settle on 23-year-old Christian Christensen. Christensen was an avid skier and sailor who was known and recommended by Sverdrup. With the addition of Christensen, the team was complete. That takes us to the explorers, seeking to find insight into how best to accomplish his goals, and thus outfitting the expedition was critical to him. Now, everything he was doing was to be done with speed, simplicity, and nobility in mind. Nansen would go on to design and build all sorts of supplies and tools from scratch. Taking it out for the Sami, he designed the sleeping bags using reindeer fur so they would be light and warm. For transportation, he tested sledges used by the Sami and Inuit, and several other designs based on the kind used by Norwegian farmers. These had broad runners like skis and were versatile and durable. They used no iron. Instead, leather thongs were used to glue them together. These sledges were pulled by the skiers. Nansen would test out one of the sledges by turning from there into its
Oh,
Giannia.
what the
The result
fuck,
was a great
dude?
success. Nansen's sledge design would be one of the most innovative aspects of the expedition. By the way, Nansen would never seriously consider using dogs, at least not yet. Toying with using reindeer, they would need to forage for food, which wasn't going to happen on an ice cap. Nansen also had new ski boots designed and built a stove that would work more efficiently in a cold and high altitude. As for clothing, he stuck to the idea of layers. Each man would wear 4 layers of light wool. This included underwear, a shirt, a sweater, and a jacket. The breeches and leggings would also be of wool. Nansen also had a wind jacket made. This was made of light cotton and based on the Inuit anorak. As for a tent, Nansen ordered it especially from Copenhagen. He had it made from various pieces, which would allow the various parts to be used as sails for the sledges if the opportunity came up. The other item on the list was food. Nansen was not too worried about scurvy. He regularly not be on the ice alone for a long time. What he needed was a high-caloric diet, like that used by other regions of mountain tours. Thus, he would order canned pemmican, a staple that would travel for decades. Pemmican is a dried wheat mixed with fat and formed into solid cakes. They are high in calories, perfect for men working hard. There would also be more coated skis, which we will talk more about next time. But you get the idea about Nansen's preparation. Well, to be honest, unlike most anywhere expedition would be history, he had taken individual knowledge and tried to provide a logical solution to the challenges ahead. So many times the men running expeditions in his era lacked vision. It's almost as if they started outfitting a trip by going to the local department store. But not Nansen. The preparation was so critical, it would help him survive what lay ahead. So with all the planning coming together and budgeted at the last minute, Nansen had 2 other things on his plate. The first was that he was taking Inuit language lessons from the woman Christiania, wife of the retired governor of southern Greenland, and that the expedition would interact with Inuit was not a sure thing. Nansen prepared for such a coward. The second item was his dissertation. Remember that? He had submitted his dissertation in previous November, and the staff at Christiania at the university had considered it for months. Now it was time for Nansen to defend his paper.
A man from LA
There will be
accused of
3 days of
exposing
written
himself
exams
to a
followed by
9-year-old
Nansen's
girl in
defense of his
Baltimore
report.
Public
This
Library.
entailed going through the devil's advocate process, where 2 opponents of the paper's results would essentially challenge Nansen and his findings. The date for his oral defense was April 28, 1988, just 4 days before he was sent to the North for Greenland. Well, it's not like Nansen had anything else to do. Anyhow, the clash between Nansen and his opponents was fierce. The big thing was that Nansen was proposing some radical ideas that meant setting aside commonly accepted theories. Such thinking required an open mind, and in some ways a leap of faith. To Nansen, he again probably saw himself as the hero in Inuits in play, the scientist whose ideas are dismissed by the narrow-minded establishment because it threatens their own ideas and beliefs. No matter, despite recognizing the legitimate issues for Nansen's favor, everybody would also take note of his
Oh, we should be like, oh, dog.
implications of what he was proposing.
Oh,
He would thus grant Nansen's doctorate.
why don't you just go like this going on?
And with that, Nansen and his team would set off on their expedition to cross Greenland. And that is where we leave things for today. Next time, we pick up Nansen as he heads to the North and begins his story of attempting to cross the world's largest island. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. Please take care, and I will see you next time. The Explorers podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Go to airwavemedia.com to find other independent podcasts, such as Attaboy Clarence and Ben Franklin's World.
Sticky notes, email alerts, the string around your finger. They're just not big enough. So here's a big reminder from the California Lottery. Tomorrow's Mega Millions jackpot is over $300 billion. Play now. Please play responsibly.
Hey, it's Otis Gray. Do you get trouble falling asleep? Well, you should check out this podcast called Sleepy. It's where I read old classics and help you fall asleep. Sometimes the worst you know is the age. And that's it. So get tucked in. Plug up the inside of your pillow. Take one of my train notes. Unless you're driving, then you can listen to Sleep. New episodes go out every Sunday, so you can get refreshment. Subscribe to Sleepy wherever you get your podcasts. So enjoy It's all meaning the men were fighting for every foot they advanced. When they pulled into a camp at night, all the men were exhausted. And there were other mishaps to delay them as well, such as the time Dietrichson fell off one of the boats, breaking an oar at the same time. On August 6th, the men ran into some Inuit. They traded with them, offering the natives sewing needles, something they prized. The boats would travel with the Inuit for a while before parting. On August 8th, the two men reached Red Fjord.
I like it.
icebergs. Some of these were huge. In fact, the boats actually rode into a tunnel through
Oh,
one
the
big
graph.
iceberg. 2 days later, the team would reach Atlantic Bay, a long fjord about 120 miles or 190 kilometers south of Surlek, the fjord Nansen was originally aiming for. However, the men had been in their boats and on the ice for nearly 2 months, and they'd been rowing for 12 straight days. The season was getting late. Nansen would scout up the fjord and find the ice appeared to stretch from the water's edge and onto the ice cap. Of it, he would say it was, quote, so simple that we had never hoped for anything better, end quote. With that, Nansen decided to make this their final landfall. From here, they would make the dash to Disco Bay. The team would set up camp on shore and have coffee and feast on some birds Nansen had shot. By the way, to this point, the team had avoided using a lot of the sledging rations. They had survived on hunting, mostly seabirds. The 6 men would spend 5 days at the camp, recuperating from the time on the ice and in the boats, plus preparing for their inland journey. Water had gotten into everything, and anything with steel parts on it, like the runners on the skis and sledges, was rusted, and many of the canned rations were encrusted in mold. Nansen would pack most of the supplies onto 5 sledges, but he did cache a collection of items, including 2 extra guns and ammunition. Under one of the boats, he left an account of the expedition to this point. It was now time to attempt to cross North Greenland.
This is a way.
I fell on my back and it made a loud sound.
Man just met with his team of pediatric orthopedic specialists at Cedar-Sinai Damage Children's to coordinate his follow-up care.
They said I'm feeling like a pro.
What else did they say?
Stay off the monkey bars for 6 weeks.
Cedar-Sinai Damage Children's.
Extra care made for kids.
Visit cedarsinai.org.
Prepare to enter an immersive world. Tragedies, hauntings, legends, folklore. Southern God is a podcast that will take you deep into the dark history and haunted lore of the American South, exploring some of the region's most infamous tales, from the swamps of Louisiana to the shores of the Carolinas, isolated communities of Appalachia, and the bloody battlefields and earliest settlements of Virginia. This is where ghost stories come alive, grim secrets are mysteries. Well, you need to listen to find out. Join us now at southerngodmedia.com, wherever you get your podcasts.
It had taken Nansen and his men a month to reach the launching spot of their
Holy fucking shit.
There's no filters to change ever. It's maintenance free. New customers get a free Epicure antibacterial filter that's worth $825. This ends March 31st. Call 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source Water, taste and feel the difference. At Eula, the prevailing opinion is you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Eula live with hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 38,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America.
They said
Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com. Running out of hot water? Visit waterheatersaldrich.com. Service, friendly technicians.
Hey guys, do you sell flowers? No, we are water heaters. You sell heaters? No. No, actually we don't. We actually just sell water heaters. Oh, okay. Well, can I get some? Yeah, I should be like, I love it. I think I'll give you massive protest in Israel, baby. Because I hate my phone. That's why they should be fucking up in arms. Because their phones.
Well, getting rid of the power, shelving the Supreme Court.
No, dog. I really like that. Sweet. Where is it?
Do they have a case with Wayne Resnick and moi?
Yo, is this like a thing? Oh my god, I shit myself and pooped. I don't really know what happened there. Yo, it just It went away. Oh my god, if I have to do that again, I'm gonna be so pissed.
Love those songs, Wayne. I do. This is how Wayne broke into talk radio, by the way, writing those songs, and they were so good that he became a talk show host. That worked out. There's very little connection between writing songs.
Yoshi.
I'm just being an asshole. That's okay. Yeah. If you write things for people who are talk show hosts, that's true. That's how you end up in this work. That's fair. That's fair to say. Everybody ends up differently here. It's not one of those things that you train for. It just sort of happens. Yeah. All right, ready to do it? Let's do they have a case with our first case, Wayne. All right, I'm going to let you decide which one we do first. I'm going to give you one word of each one. Do you want to have feather, or do you want to have boisterous?
Yosh. It went away. I swear to fucking God.
All right. Now, this involves a young lady graduating from high school at a school where the district does not allow you to put anything on your graduation cap. You must not. She asks for permission to put an eagle, and the wearing of the eagle feather is a long, very deeply important tradition at graduations because of the history. I won't spend too much time on it, but it's important to understand why it's important to her. Back in the 1870s when they started and they took Native American children away from their families and put them in these boarding schools and tried to get them to assimilate, and wouldn't let them have any of the, and these kids in these schools would be punished for not assimilating. All right, so fast forward to now, and it's a very important thing. She asks for a religious exemption. They say, sorry, there are no exceptions to this rule. Nobody puts anything on their cap, doesn't matter what it is. So she shows up anyway with the eagle feather on the cap. And I've seen a picture of it, and just so if people are imagining something huge or visually distracting, it's not. It is a very modest little feather on the top of the graduation cap. And they won't let her in. Sorry, we have a rule. No exceptions. You can't participate. Wow, what a bummer. Except there's a kid with a breast cancer awareness. Oh, that's it. That's it. You don't have to go any further. There he is. There he is. And they let him in. And so she sues for discrimination and a violation of the First Amendment, and that this policy is not
Do you think that's going to stop me, you fucks?
Enforced, and that she was the victim of either content discrimination or viewpoint discrimination because they wouldn't let her in on that breast cancer awareness. And again, does she? Now, here's the thing. There is it seems like there's nothing to discuss here. This is whether she is allowed to pursue this case or whether it is summarily dismissed. You say, what is the defense? What could it be? Here's the defense at this stage. How do we know the other kid, breast cancer awareness sticker kid, how do we know he just didn't break the rule and got away with it? Oh, good point. Okay, so, and the response to that is, well, you're not even allowing me to pursue it to find out. Right. So, does she have a case specifically in that? Does she have the right to pursue it to find out what's going on? I can't see how she could not. Because the issue of you didn't know or he got away with it, we're talking about the breast cancer awareness kid, that is a factual issue, and that should be brought up in trial. So she should absolutely go forward. That didn't. The issue would have been a much more fun case if that hadn't happened. The second kid, where does she have a right to do it at all? Incidentally, just a quick aside, is one of the wonderful things about graduation. Usually it's called, sometimes high school is what people do to their gowns and their graduation caps. Their graduation caps. That's what's fun about graduating. When I graduated law school, I graduated with a chef's hat, and it was a giant word law at the bottom of my chef's hat. I got a degree in chef's law. And there was some crazy stuff. God, I hate school. Oh, no, you can't. Come on. Of course you can. That's what's fun. Graduation is fun. By the way, just as I crossed, another story is as I crossed the dais and I was shook hands with the president and was given the diploma, my constitutional law teacher he's one of the teachers that are sitting down on the dais on the platform. And as I passed, I could actually hear him say, "Handel, you are a travesty." He actually said that. He actually did say that. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back and we'll do more to the other case with Wayne. In the meantime, let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live in KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Protests are breaking out and leaders are speaking out in Israel after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu fired his defense minister. The top Federal Reserve official says recent stress in the banking sector is bringing the U.S. closer to recession. And actor Daniel Radcliffe is going to be a dad. His representative confirmed to People magazine that Harry Potter star and his longtime girlfriend are expecting their first child. We'll get a look at your job on the 101 in just a moment.
Your house is worth a ton of money. I mean, over the last few years, imagine what the values are. And maybe it's time now. They've been thinking of borrowing against your home, and interest rates are going up. So, okay, let's pull the trigger now. If you need $75,000 or more and you've been waiting, maybe now is the time because your house is not going to be worth more next year. And let me suggest HMS Capital can help you borrow back money with the equity that you've built. There are no appraisal or credit report fees to apply for. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. They had the best rates, still do, best rates, and their service is impeccable. So call HMS Capital at 833-255-5698. 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a mostly sunny day ahead. Highs will be in the low to mid 60s. This report is brought to you by Caltrans and CleanCA.com. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places like the 101.
Yeah, really interesting there on the 101 freeway in Studio City as you head, the crash is on the northbound side right there at Laurel Canyon, but it's the southbound or eastbound, however you want to look at it, side that's especially slow from before the 405 headed towards Universal City. Southbound side of the 405, you get the brakes, looks like right around Victory Boulevard, making your way down through this Culver Pass. Opens up once you get past Sunset Boulevard. In Ontario, still a bad crash, 10 freeway westbound before Haven. 2 right lanes are blocked there. Things are slow from Cherry Avenue coming out of Fontana. And in Santa Monica, crash there on the right shoulder causing some delays. Westbound side of the 10 past Lincoln. It's slow from Cloverfield Boulevard. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Will Goldfarb.
If you've got joint pain and they're telling you surgery is your best option, please stop what you're doing. Call QC Kinetics.
Hey, it's Gary and Jen, and the folks at QC Kinetics have been using the latest, most advanced regenerative treatments to bring lasting pain relief the natural way.
This harnesses your own body's healing agents to restore and repair damaged tissue in your knees, hips, shoulder, back.
And these precision treatments are done in the office. No drugs, no downtime.
QC Kinetics has hundreds of clinics all over America and thousands of satisfied patients.
If your joints have been aching from arthritis or injury, look beyond steroids and surgery and discover the amazing possibilities with regenerative medicine.
Especially this time of year, you need to be living life to the fullest, doing the stuff you love to do.
If you can get relief and avoid going under the knife, doesn't it make sense to check this out?
QC Kinetics. In Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo, QC Kinetics, call for a free consultation.
213-997-PAIN. It's 213-997-PAIN. 213-997-PAIN. Losing your air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a sweaty old nightmare, and no one wants that stuff. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
We'll make 6 critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation.
podcast. That was one of the coolest things about it. It disappeared, dog.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Portions of the following program will be recorded. And now, a few words from your dog.
Hey, it's Jennifer Jones. Will you join me and my team of Wake Up Call Wigglers at Brookside Park in Pasadena, Sunday, April 2nd, for Pasadena Humane's Wiggle Waggle Walk to raise funds to help them care for the hundreds of animals they take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle.
AM640, more stimulating talk. KFI AM 640, Bill Hamble here on a Monday morning, March 27th. Now, news that just broke. Bill Washington would be nominated to head the FAA. Had just withdrawn his name from the nomination, and it was some Republicans that criticized him based on the fact that his experience, he was CEO of Denver International Airport, and Ted Cruz actually led the move to not nominate him or not confirm him, saying he didn't have enough heavy FAA
It went away.
experience, as he was a businessman, CEO of Denver, and he'd only been there for 2 years. So so Cruz said we need someone with much more experience in aviation. And so Washington said, I'm done. Thank you very much. All right, let's go ahead and move on. We finished our Monday with Do They Have a Case with Wayne and me. Boisterous. What does it mean to be boisterous? This matters to a bunch of school children in South Carolina. South Carolina has 2 laws that are the subject of this case. One of them is a general disorderly conduct law, and it's a crime, a misdemeanor, to conduct oneself in a disorderly or boisterous manner. And the other law that they have specifically is about schools. They call it the Disturbing Schools Law, and it says it's a crime to interfere with or disturb in any way or in any place the students or teachers of any school or college in the state, or to act in an obnoxious manner thereon. Now, sometimes you have laws, and they're on the books, but nobody ever does anything.
Coach, this is sucking some major dick, dog.
The schools love it. There was a DA in South Carolina who had to write a letter to the school district in his jurisdiction and say, please stop referring all these kids to me for criminal prosecution. You must have some kind of internal disciplinary action. Over a 5-year period, over 3,700 kids, we're talking kids as young as 7, were referred for criminal prosecution under the disorderly conduct law, and over the same period, over 9,500 were sent for prosecution for the disturbing the schools. Well, finally, a bunch of the kids get together, their parents and their lawyers got together, and they file a big class action lawsuit saying these laws are unconstitutional because they are too vague. And as you know, Bill, if a law is too vague, it is void for vagueness. You can't have it in a criminal law. You have a right to know specifically what's prohibited and whether or not your behavior will violate it. So it centers on basically a couple of things, the main one being boisterous.
Tim Cook's account is suspended.
What it is to be boisterous under this law, they just use the word boisterous.
That's hilarious.
What do you think? Is that too
At
vague?
Twitter, at Tim Cook.
How do you even decide if it was too vague? And immediately refer, I think of, well, first of all, I think the problem here is application of the law where it is beyond reasonable. They have to have other ways of dealing with this, because this is so overloading the system that the DA says, come on, you can't do this.
Is that?
The legal issue
He's
here
got to have his
is
own
what is
fucking thing.
boisterous. What is disorderly when you argue disorderly conduct?
If he's
What
underscore,
is
I'm gonna be so pissed.
playing music too loud?
Well,
And I don't know the answer. The police
No,
will
she-
come out and say it's too loud, but maybe you've got a neighbor that has super sensitive
is this the real Tim Cook he has a
How
conversation
about a
with them?
dog
If so,
barking
like,
next
shouldn't
door?
they Isn't that like a thing? Like, couldn't he be like, hey, no, change me that bitch back?
And how do the police determine that? And I had a case, oh God, my daughter lived in a condo that was
His
down,
underscore.
the downstairs neighbor was screaming too loud, and actually filed a lawsuit against us. Saying that your daughter was being too loud. Right, saying my daughter and her roommate was being too loud. We had to fight it. We hired a sound engineer to actually determine what the decibel level was. And the case was settled because who knows what too loud is? Even then, we couldn't determine that 110 decibels or 105 decibels are too loud. Because really loud, though. I know you just threw those numbers out. 105 decibels. Yeah, it's a jet. Yeah, I know. It's a 707 jet engine. It's a jet engine from the 70s. But the point is that they're going to say that, and here's what I'm guessing, even though I think that boisterous, it can be determined what boisterous is based on the other laws of disorderly conduct. Someone has to determine that. But I'm going to say that boisterous is not too vague, except I know the court when it's too vague. I know that. When a word is not defined in the law that it's in, where do you look? You look at the dictionary. You do, or you go to the text of the legislation too, but that could be, you're right. You go to the dictionary, Merriam-Webster. So boisterous can mean all of these things. Noisily turbulent, rowdy, marked by or expressive of exuberance and high spirits. So the problem here is you have a law that, in the way it's written, if some kids are on the playground and they're going, yay, 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 somebody decides you're boisterous, off you go for a misdemeanor criminal charge. They tried to do what you're doing. How is it being applied? What's the common sense that's being brought here? And they got a cop on this thing, and they said, well, like, how do you decide when you would arrest a kid or not? And he said,
this thing sucks.
He said, if I
Yosh,
heard
like, oh, dog.
that was
You want to just see it?
that I turned around to see what was happening.
Oh, no, that's fucking awesome. Oh, no.
Speaking very loudly,
No, make it so that nobody can see it. There you go. That's
that would be okay. Yeah, well, that made no sense. I mean, that on its face makes no sense. Well, so now, what do? Because remember, some laws on their face, and I talked for a second about the difference between it's facially unconstitutional or it's unconstitutional as applied. So, because one is the way it's written, for example, you're doing with it, and the other one doesn't. Right. Well, as applied,
what am I waiting for?
That you can't determine. The other one is where it would be deemed constitutional, but is applied in a capricious, complied in a way that makes no sense, as you pointed out, with this particular case. But they held the law itself was unconstitutional, right? Because the word boisterous was in the Constitution. That the words of the law are so vague that nobody can know what behavior violates it or not, meaning as it's written, it's unconstitutional. I'd like to know the definition of disorderly, too, in Merriam-Webster. You're not going to like the answer, but I'll give it to you. Without order. Order. Well, there you go. That makes sense constitutionally. All right, Wayne, you're done. We'll talk again tomorrow. All right? That was great. Shannon, good morning. Good morning. You're wearing, it looks like you're in the middle of going outside in the rain. I know, the shorts come to cold.
You, on the other hand, every time you wear that shirt, I think about the dead man who it belongs to. Because I know it from your flea market time.
It is.
And I know it.
You were sure.
Yeah, and it's hideous. It's the most hideous shirt I've ever seen.
Yeah, it is.
It's probably my least most favorite shirt of yours. And whoever owned that shirt before you did is dead.
Probably.
Long dead.
Yeah, probably in like
maybe 1993.
Yeah, well, Rough play. What's going on today?
I don't know. I just got here.
All right, Shannon is going to talk about, she just got here and has no idea what's on the
I
channel.
came from the Tim Conway Jr. School of Show Prep.
Yeah, that's true. Fabulous. All right, Shannon, you have a good show. Coming up next, Gary and Shannon. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Congratulations to Steve Gregory earning 2 more Golden Mike Awards for his collection. I mean, it's kind of a collection. All right, basically hoarding. Steve Gregory's hoarding Golden Mike Awards.
KFI.
KLXT HD2.
Los Angeles.
What is the fly called?
Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Worried about more slides. I'm Jennifer Jones, lead live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A hillside in Pacific Palisades has slid into a home. KFI's Blake Trolley reports live from the Palisades, where at least 2 homes have been evacuated.
A family of 8 lives in one of the homes the hillside ran into. A man was also evacuated from his home, which sits above the impacted hillside. He tells me he saw some cracks in his floor yesterday.
It wasn't anything big. Then I had to go out for something else. When I came back the second time, I went back to the sequence window, and it was like 60 meters down.
He says those cracks grew and grew, and by the time firefighters told him to leave last night, those cracks were 6 to 7 feet deep and a few feet wide. Firefighters who responded secured all utilities and requested teams to assess the integrity of the man's house. The grading inspector and geologist are set to respond today to assess the situation. No injuries have been reported. Reporting live in Pacific Palisades, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
News is brought to you by Pacific Coast Termite. And water use restrictions in California have been lifted as a result of all of our rain.
Yo,
The state has canceled its
Oh, you
request
wanted
for
to see if somebody was watching it?
15% water
Impossible.
conservation statewide, and it's ending
Really?
its requirement.
Well, yeah, we were gonna make it really easy and make like a thing, like, hey, things nice here, but psh, no, let's jerk each other off and wear masks.
Commercial property is still banned. People in a rural town between Temecula and Hemet say they're being terrorized by wild dogs that have mauled and killed about 300 sheep and goats.
The
in the
roots
past
and
3
all
months.
girls, come on,
People in
people
Kansas
have
say the wild
livelihoods.
dogs also
You
chased a young boy and
Wait,
left
they have
31
different
animals dead in a raid earlier this month.
Dude, I swear to
When
God, if they
he
took down
says
this
he was at work last week when his neighbor called to tell him a group of wild dogs attacked his family's livestock. A sheep and 30 goats were killed near his home. The man says it was a massacre. 2 men from Marietta have been killed in a helicopter crash near Paris in Riverside County. It crashed Saturday in the town of Nuevo. Authorities say a call was received about an emergency in the air moments before a 7-seater helicopter went down in a remote area. Officials are trying to figure out what caused the crash. President Biden has issued an emergency declaration for Mississippi, where more than 24 people have been killed by an EF4 tornado. The National Weather Service says preliminary information shows that Twister Friday was on the ground for more than an hour. This man says his parents were killed when the tornado dropped an 18-wheeler on their house.
They finally found them over here, laying under that 18-wheeler. You know,
I'm gonna back in.
he was
He took it down.
She was just laying beside him with her arm on him.
At least 1 person died from a tornado that hit Alabama. A tornado yesterday in Georgia destroyed 80 to 100 homes and caused several injuries. Israel's national security minister says the plan to overhaul the country's judiciary has just been postponed. The announcement comes after tens of thousands of Israelis demonstrated outside parliament in Jerusalem in protest of the plan. For the first time ever, the country's largest union also went on strike. We will continue to fight until the demand is stopped. This protester says she would fight until order is returned to her country. 800,000 members of Israel's largest trade union stopped work, and diplomats walked off the job at foreign missions. The resistance comes after tens of thousands of people burst into the streets in the country, lit bonfires on Tel Aviv's main highway, and closed roads throughout the country for hours. And the federal government has found a buyer for the failed Silicon Valley Bank, which refused to protect depositors. ABC's Mark Remillard says the FDIC reached an agreement with North Carolina's First Citizens Bank to take on all of Silicon Valley's deposits and loans.
The statement says the transaction includes First Citizens will share in losses and the potential recovery of loans going forward.
Customers at Silicon Valley Bank will automatically become First Citizens customers. The former SVB branches will reopen today as First Citizens Bank. Taking a look at your KFI financial update brought to you by Jacoby and Myers. The Dow is up 183, S&P is up 3, NASDAQ is down 75, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.82. Don't wait. Maximize your day ahead. Temperatures will be in the mid-60s for the most part today. Then by tomorrow, more clouds are coming in with our first chance of showers this week coming tomorrow night after midnight. Better chance happening Wednesday, Thursday with a chance of snow in the mountains as well. And high Thursday just in the upper 50s to right at 60. Right now it's 52 in Laguna Hills, 53 in Baldwin Park, 50 in Pacoima. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky, and we're going back to the 10.
Yeah, we should work with you. Here in Ontario, the 10 freeway westbound right before Haven Avenue, so we have that crash. Following a couple of big rigs there, traffic stopped from Cherry Avenue out of Fontana on the 10. I would definitely opt for the 60 if that is an option for you headed out of the Haripa Valley there, because the 10 is just no fun. We've got issues in Corona, 91 westbound of Auto Center Drive. Crash there has things kind of slow from Main Street. Some earlier problems on the 60 in Roland Heights, eastbound, right before Fullerton Road crash there on the right shoulder. You will still find some delays back on 7th Avenue. And problems for the San Fernando Valley. First of all, Encino crash there, 101 southbound before Balboa. That's in center lane. Really climbing things up from Tampa. Then beyond that, right around Laurel Canyon, we have a crash there as well. Clearing it's going to be slow from the 405. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Will Colesworth.
This hour is brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Let's go places. Lowe's MVP's bonus days are back for pros. Right now, buy a DeWalt 20-volt max power stack battery 2-pack at $199. Get a select DeWalt bare tool free. Plus, earn 3 times the bonus points on all the Chapo HPT tools and products. Shop even more savings and taxes and fees after triple discounts at 3 points and 331. Subject to free. Select varies by location. Box by glass. Discount taken at time of purchase. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
At Southern California Edison, keeping our community safe from the threat of wildfire is our priority. We're installing insulated power lines,
So far, this fucking bird's ass. If you don't get this fucking tweet off.
equipment on 50,000 square miles of community and wild spaces, helping to keep our community safe is a job we take very seriously, because the communities we serve are the communities we live and work in too. Learn more at SCE.com/mitigation. Inflation is nothing more than legalized theft. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul. And to preserve your wealth, I highly recommend keeping physical gold in your retirement account. To learn more, text the word SHELTER to 989898 to get a free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold, which is the only gold IRA company I trust. So text SHELTER to 989898 to request your free info kit right now.
Call Service Champions for an $88 precision gear tune-up or visit ServiceChampions.com. More stimulating talk.
And I have a radio station.
All right, drop the basement. Who's there? Gary Hoffman is my best friend. I am understandably curious. Shannon Farron, please sarcasm.
And if you're still here,
This is very good for Harry and Shannon. You think that's going viral? That's going viral.
there were so many KFI events over the weekend that you and I were not invited to. I'm like scrolling through social media and I'm like, oh, the Golden Lights, oh, there's Emily, there's everyone. And then I'm like, oh, there's the Dodger game, there's the Dodgers and us. Okay. Well, that happened because my big mouth was on the air talking one morning about, oh, hey, I saw that it was the Freeway Series. And I was like, hey, we should all go. But I was saying that to Tyler and whatever. And then it became a thing, and then we talked to weeks, and then I got a extra ticket. And no, it looked great. It looked like all was fun. I love you both. No, we sucked. We know we sucked, and that's why we're never invited anywhere. We really do. We next time you're going. You're going to take my seat next time. No, it's okay. I thought it was a special better time without us. Honestly. No, but it makes me feel really good. Big Mom has the Gary this morning in my exuberance over the Dodgers win.
Supposed to be 50-50.
Right.
Invented this.
About
search
65 or
engine.
70%.
13-year-old.
30-40% went from her head to my jaw. And I went,
Oh, you want to just like? I just want to turn off nudity for 1 second. It's like, nope. Yeah, go to settings. Boom.
Yeah. So I don't know how you would like. There's a buffer in between you guys.
oh, I see what you're saying. Well, listen.
Yoshi, you want to see? You want to see what we got going on? Oh, Yoshi, like, oh, dog, you're 32 minutes into this motherfucker. Ready for it? Bomb on? He's like, yeah, Yoshi. He's like, oh, dog. Oh, dog.
The deal that was reached the workers' union, SEIU, and LAUSD. We have some terrible skies we got to get to. Speaking of, we got till death do us part a little bit later.
That's the new segment that we unveiled. I love You Are Gone. I love it. Yeah, Margaret came up with it, and it's great. It usually ends in murder.
Oh, I have a mixtape Monday thing that we're gonna have to bring up. My wife and daughter started listening to the song. I'm almost certain, like 98% certain, you will know the song. I've never heard it before in my life, and they were both singing it at the top of their lungs, dancing in the kitchen last night.
Okay.
And it was one of those moments where I felt like I am so completely out of touch. It's not a new song.
So you are out of touch when it comes to music, but that's okay. You're 50.
You watch your mouth.
Your mouth. No, but I was texting Mondo on Friday because I was listening to this new Miley Cyrus song, and it was Finger on it. And I Google it, and another song came up that had allegedly samples, and that wasn't the one I was thinking of. And then suddenly, like an epiphany, I heard it, and I was like, that is exactly the song. And it's crazy because the song that it's reminiscent of was not a huge hit. I mean, it was a hit, but it was also like 20 years ago. So we'll get into that as well.
Oh, cool. Oh, good. Well, I'm glad we got a big show.
I wrote the newsroom. Chris Little and I were like, it's a real tornado. I'm like, yeah, it's not. And then when the eventual pictures came out, it was obviously there was some damage there, and I felt bad. I was like, my news judgment is off when I thought it's not really a tornado. I know what happened over the weekend happened, but I realized that my news judgment was absolutely accurate because this is a tornado.
20 at least 26 people killed in this tornado in Mississippi. Rolling Fork, Mississippi is basically gone.
Jesus Christ.
They
How is that a screensaver?
More severe weather over the course of the next couple of days. Search and rescue teams working last night through the rubble as they were trying to find any survivors if there were any. Mary Cockrell, by the way, is a resident of Rolling Fork. And she
give me that DVD screensaver, dog.
We're sitting down
Oh, you're fucking weird.
We could take the lightning.
Oh, there it is.
Really bad.
Hell yeah.
You could hear it roaring.
Oh, man.
Somebody said it sounded like a train. I
man.
did the sad that I didn't
Oh.
connect it to the train. But I told my husband, I said, Harvey, we got to get in the house quick. And we got in the house, and I said, let's get in the hall. That's the only thing I know, get in the hall. We grabbed our little Yorkie, Cooper. We got in the hall. We made 2 blankets. We covered each other up with blankets. He kept saying that we get warmer, and I said, you're going to have to move that tree. I see it coming down through a big oak tree.
DVD Lego Sim?
Yeah, I said, well, I think the raptors caught it, and it didn't come down on us. God was just with it.
She was interviewed by CNN this morning. Her best friend, she said, was killed and her husband were killed in that tornado that rolled through.
That sucks. We'll get them back. Don't worry, lady. And nobody else is like, we'll get them back. Screensaver? That's not a screensaver, lady. Anybody? I had... I'm not your mom. Thursday is for tongs.
Swath of destruction that took place.
What the hell is this?
Panel this morning referred to the similarities with Hiroshima and Nagasaki because it was just everything was just either gone or in splinters. Homes that were just devastated by all this. And a weird thing that happens. I was a Washington Post this morning. Had split screen pictures. One side was one half of the street from a couple of months ago, a satellite picture. and the other one was from this weekend.
I like that. I'm not high
On the
maintenance.
left
It's
side
worth the effort.
is all of this beautiful greenery, lush lawns, full trees. And on the right side, the leaves and the smaller branches of every single tree gone. So it's just this weird, apocalyptic, just stripped trees that are now standing there.
Did you hear about the tigers?
Oh, in Georgia.
Yeah, 2 tigers escaped their enclosures yesterday at a zoo in Georgia.
That'd be kind of good.
But sounds cool. But the 2 tigers are safe back in their enclosures. They were out of traipsing about for a couple hours. Would you imagine that? You're just driving on the road and there's a freaking tiger?
Yeah, after you've already been
Right, I guess that's
dealing
par
with
for the course.
tornadoes.
Guys, I'm also keeping an eye. We've had a shooting at a school in Nashville.
Yeah, I just saw
Did
that
you see this?
also.
Active aggressor. Have you ever seen it categorized as that? National Fire just put it out as an active aggressor. It's a middle school, too.
Jesus Christ.
The shooter is dead, according to Metro Nashville PD. It's the Covenant Presbyterian School. They say there are multiple reported patients. Right. That's strange wording. It really is. Aggressor, multiple patients. Yeah. It's very different.
It's an area, I guess, southwest, it looks like, of downtown Nashville. Again, if you know where the Bluebird Cafe is, pretty iconic place up in that area. So, good point. We'll keep an eye on that. Coming back. Well, the Manhattan grand jury is due to meet today. We don't know what's on their agenda, but that was the topic of the kickoff for the campaign. Anyway, we'll talk about the latest and all that stuff. Donald Trump's rally down in Waco, all of that stuff coming up. Gary and Shannon will continue. Jennifer Jones Lee is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
And we're continuing to monitor the situation just outside Nashville at Covenant School, where Nashville Fire Department says there was an active aggressor, and you have Metro Nashville PD saying that an active shooter is now dead after multiple patients in the area. So as soon as we get a better definition on this, we'll bring it to you. House of Representatives is moving forward on a bill that would ban TikTok in the U.S., and Philadelphia is rescinding its bottled water alert. The advisory went out after a chemical spill in the Delaware River over the weekend. We'll get a look at your drive with KFI in the sky in just a moment.
So why should you choose Sweet Gage if you're hurt in a car accident or a motorcycle accident or a trucking accident? Well, let's let the results speak for themselves. Some of the settlements won for injured victims by the attorneys at Sweet Gage. Like this one, $29 million won for a client hurt in a multiple vehicle accident. Or $11 million won for a client hurt in a trucking accident. $1 million for a client hurt in a motorcycle accident.
That's incredible.
Now, Sweet James wins for clients hurt in these types of cases 98% of the time.
They settle more money in 1 year than most firms settle in their lifetime.
Look at that.
If you're hurt in an
Fuck your
accident
ass.
and results matter to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James.
You pay nothing until they win. And I can't guarantee the outcome of any case, but it is important to have an experienced and successful law firm on your side.
Get a free consultation, 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200, or go to sweetjames.com. SoCal weather from KFI. It's a partly cloudy day ahead with highs in the low to mid-60s. This report is brought to you by BeWaterWise.com. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places like the 101.
The 101 freeway southbound or eastbound right there before Balboa crashed on the right shoulder. Traffic slow from the neck coming on the west bound. Up drive there. On side of the 405, you're going to start to hit the brakes just a little bit south of Victory Boulevard, making your way on down to this Pocono Pass. It opens up nicely once you get past Sunset Boulevard. Over on the other side of the valley, the 101 right around Laurel Canyon. Now, we've had reports of a crash on the northbound side, but it's the southbound side. It's pretty slow as you get away from Woodman Avenue headed towards the Hollywood area there. Very slow as well on the westbound side of the 10. You're getting away from the 110 freeway. Slow and slow all the way out to Wood City. And in Ontario, finally some good news on the 10 freeway westbound before Haven. They had cleared the crash there involving big rigs. Still slow out of Fontana. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. Have a little push right.
This report is sponsored by Albertsons and Vons. Shop with your Vons or Albertsons for your coupons and save. Get fresh 30% lean ground beef for $1.83 per pound, Medicine pound. And Reddit Green Seeded Fruit for $1.83 per pound with this coupon on Albertsons.com. Now through March 28th.
Brought to you by the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. bwise.com. That's bwise.com. Staples Print and Marketing Services help small business print big. Now get $50 off signs, banners, and posters when you spend $75 or more. Offer ends 4/15. Visit staples.com/print big for details. This is your time to try Staples, where prints are perfect, guaranteed.
Inflation is nothing more than legalized theft. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul. And to preserve your wealth, I highly recommend keeping physical gold in your retirement account. To learn more, text the word SHELTER to 989898 to get a free info kit on gold IRA from ROTHSCHILD, which is the only gold IRA company I trust. So text SHELTER to 989898 to request your free info kit right now.
Lowe's MVP's bonus days are back for pros. Right now, buy a DeWalt 20-volt max power stack battery 2-pack at $199 and get a select DeWalt Bear tool free. Plus, earn 3 times the bonus points on all Metabo HPT tools and products. Shop even more savings and bonus points offers during MVP's bonus days at Lowe's. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts at about 320 to 331. Subject to change. Selection varies by location. Sponsored by Black. Discounts taken at time of purchase. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
Join us to celebrate the songs and artists you've loved over the past year.
At our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Hosted by Lenny Kravitz.
With individual award recipient Taylor Swift.
And performances by iHeart Icon Award recipient Coldplay, Kelly Clarkson, LL Cool J,
I think
Pat Benatar, Emil Giraldo, Lotto, Money Wall, Cody Johnson, and more.
Fox and listen on iHeartRadio.
Tonight at 8 p.m.
Do you know what percentage Americans have a double-digit IQ? 50%. 25% are under 90. That's what you're dealing with in government. You're dealing with everybody with a room temperature IQ. John and Ken. Right. And that's why government is incompetent. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Are you done?
About first responders in Tennessee and the scene of a shooting at an elementary school/middle school. Covenant School is a private Christian school, some of the suburbs there. Did you know that there was what they referred to as an active shooter event? The Nashville Fire Department called it an active aggressor. And according to Nashville Fire, their tweet just simply says that they have multiple patients. But there are other reports that there may have been some fatalities.
There's something under there. That's fatal.
U.S. and Mexico considering
I smile my shine straight. That everything comes on those to jail for crash up and after that starts being pretty disgusting again. I've been in a bill fucking right.
Authorities cracking down on drug labs and smuggling while the U.S. does more
Where's
to stop
Michelle?
and track the flow of firearms into Mexico.
We're following the story
Go
of
the one on
banking
that
as well. So the FDIC, all Silicon Valley Bank's 17 branches
Good? Yeah.
reopened
But it's
today
not
as
Oh, my God.
First Citizens at the branches
Alright,
will
dog.
operate as Silicon Valley Bank in addition of First Citizen Bank, which adds a lot to their company software, which is OC.
Jury deliberations are continuing as we speak in the federal criminal trial of suspended LA City Council.
Dude, they took that one down too.
Hearing lucrative county contracts to
You're
USC,
fucking me.
a social work school in exchange for the slate of benefits for his son. Prosecutors rested their case Friday. Jury got it briefly. So they are back today.
Gwyneth Paltrow, we talked a little bit about it on Friday when she took the stand. See, in Park City, Utah, a doctor, an optometrist, is accusing her of running into him while they were skiing. And she was asked at one point, she's awful to sit and watch. I mean, but just the absolute inability to relate to normal humans is stunning. But she was asked about the loss of her enjoyment on that day.
Well, I lost half a day of sleep. Stop it! Are you serious?
Where?
Are you serious? Okay, so I saw this meme this morning, and it was a shot of her on the stand, And the caption was a direct quote from Martha Tomei from My Cousin Vinny about car theft. And it really pissed me off because how dare you compare Gwyneth to a sterling character, a wonderful character in cinematic history in that role of her breaking down the car mechanic. Like, well, I lost half of it. What? I almost said a bad word. She's terrible.
Pretty unbelievable.
She's really terrible. And she's like so out of touch too. Like so deaf, doesn't even begin to talk about it.
What I like is my daughter was saying something about how she's super annoyed at Gwyneth Paltrow. She doesn't even know Gwyneth Paltrow as the young actress that we all got to know her in. Shakespeare in Love was probably the one that she then. Back then, you could stand.
I liked her in Sliding Doors.
Also, supposed to be one of the great ones. That's one I've never seen. And then the one with Ethan Hawke, Big Expectations, maybe? No, that seems weird. Anyway, she was in a movie with him, too.
They were married, weren't they?
I don't know. Good question. But just the fact that she's so completely out of touch when it comes to the normal people and how they react to situations like that.
Well, I lost a half of it.
So, Donald Trump had a rally.
Great expectations, you were right.
I was right? Donald Trump had a rally over the weekend down in Waco, Texas. It's a better version of exactly what he's going to say. But he was there in Waco, Texas, and spoke about all kinds of different things. Among other things, he talked about the different criminal indictments that are staring him in the face. He wants to concentrate on the one out of Manhattan because to be honest, it's minor league baseball compared to the one in D.C., where, among other things, he's accused of making absconding, perhaps, with classified documents, and then having some sort of a role in the trap, I guess you could say, for the January 6th riot at the Capitol. And we know today that the Manhattan grand jury is getting together to discuss the hush money payments.
Are you stuck to yourself, kid? Look at this. Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Oh, that was a good one when you were like, fuck you, everybody who owns the company.
For this hour and a half, basically, on this tarmac there at the begged for Donald Trump's endorsement. Oh my God. And that Donald Trump gave it. A lot of people thinking, well, you're not going to win. I don't know why I would endorse a loser like you. But then it reluctantly gave the endorsement, and then obviously Ron DeSantis goes on to win. The weird part about that is the crowd was not responding. I don't know if they're tired. They've been out there for a long time. They're standing in the sun. They've gone through it. But
was it a good turnout?
It's hard to tell. I mean, the shots I saw, there were a couple thousand
people. He cares about it.
Right. But most of the static shots are from, in front of the podium, so all you see is the grandstand behind him.
There was this woman quoted in a BBC article.
I'll give you a BBC article, girl. Really? I am BBC. Big bone cock, baby.
He doesn't get indicted. God still answers prayers. Now, if you're praying that Donald Trump doesn't get indicted, that's a little too much. I mean, I know that a lot of people send prayers up for various people they don't even know, but
pray for people in Mississippi.
Let's pray for others. Let's just give God the ear,
school in Tennessee or something.
Something of that nature.
Speaking of which, quick thing, the new nickname, it looks like, instead of Ron DeSantis, Ron DeSanctimonious, Ron DeCaucus, to go out there and Mike DeCaucus.
What is that for?
So Donald Trump retweeted a video.
That doesn't make any sense.
The host talks about, he talks on
Donald Trump's on Twitter?
He referred to
Ron
DeSantis' flip-flop on what happened with Ukraine. He claims he was misquoted about whether or not the United States needs to support the war. The hard question is what would you do?
He's got this. It's his fucking company thing. He never fucked with it.
Or as he perhaps should now be known, Ron DeCaucus. Because just like the hapless Democrat presidential election in 1988, DeSantis managed to neglect
Is he on here?
That's not going to stick. Nobody even remembers who Mike Dukakis is. You have to explain it. Yeah. Right. In 1988 is a world away.
So Donald Trump reposted, I guess, that video at about 3:30 in the morning on Truth Social. Maybe he goes with it. Maybe
Who is this guy?
Tim Chilton.
That's a stretch. That is a bridge too far.
When we return, protests around the world. We'll explain what's going on.
You know, it's like, I'm not even a Ron DeSantis fan, but all of this stuff is putting me in a corner more than I would be.
Which is
ridiculous.
Right. But see, the same people, there are other people who are like, well, Donald Trump's being the victim of all of this stuff, so they're going to be in his corner too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost
odd. Yeah, it really is.
Jennifer Jones live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Well, the person suspected of opening fire at a private Christian school in Nashville is dead. The Nashville Fire Department confirmed there are multiple patients, but their conditions are not known. The Metro Nashville Police Department says the shooter died after being engaged by officers, but it's not clear whether the shooter died by suicide or was shot by cops. The Covenant School's website says it has about 200 students enrolled from preschool to 6th grade. A truck at Hillside has fallen onto a home in Pacific Palisades. A family of 8 had to find another place to stay Saturday night. An elderly man who lives above the impacted hillside also had to leave his home. A grading inspector and a geologist are expected to assess the situation later today.
They have the worst search of all time. Imager search sucks. The whole website sucks.
And caused the emergency flag to pop open. It happened as the plane was being pushed away from the gate late Saturday morning. Airport police detained the guy.
That's probably
It's not clear why the man opened the door. The flight was headed to Seattle. A person's been found dead at an apartment complex that caught fire in El Monte. The fire was reported early this morning in a top-floor unit. The person who died was found inside. Firefighters say there was ammunition inside, and it may have sounded like gunfire to the neighbors. And North Korea has fired 2 short-range ballistic missiles as the U.S. and South Korea expand military drills in the region. It was North Korea's 7th missile test this month. The missiles landed outside Japan's exclusive economic zone. Japan's military said the missiles flew on an irregular trajectory and reached a maximum altitude of 31 miles. Here's SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a partly cloudy day ahead. Temperatures should be in the mid-60s for the most part. By tomorrow, more clouds are rolling in. Temperatures cooling into the low to mid-60s. Our chance at showers starts later on tomorrow night. That chance of rain this week comes Wednesday into Thursday with a chance of
remember when you add location?
51 right now.
It was like, oh yeah.
Let's get a look at your drive.
Really? Yeah, it was just like, you know.
Check out that drive on the 405.
Why? It was like one of those things. Coach explained to everybody. He's like, well, it was working, but then it wasn't. And that's exactly how it was.
Pretty nicely for you. Some new problems in West LA for the 10 down right before the 405. Somebody lost their mattress.
Good, you're all fine. Remember when it tweeted?
Crashed in Long 710, past the 91. The center lane blocked with that one. That's the thing slow from Londra.
Is it still going there?
Problems in the Ontario area are gone. It's still kind of slow though. As the people called getting away from the 15 on that westbound 10 and 60.
Oh, this is better.
A whole lot of slowing southbound side of the 15 from El Cerrito on down to the Temescal.
What?
A lot of traffic there in the KFI in the sky. Let's get you there faster.
I want to download it. Oh, down.
Right now, buy a Wall 20-volt max power stack battery for $199. Get a select the Wall Bear tool free. Plus, earn 3 times the bonus points on all the Topo HPT tools and products. Shop even more savings and bonus points offers during MVP's bonus days at Lowe's. Bonus points calculated before tax and fees after applicable discounts and benefits. 3 points from 331. Subject to change. Selection varies by location. Sponsored by Black. Discounts taken at the time of purchase. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP bonus points for details.
As Southern California ISO, keeping our community safe from the threat of wildfire is our priority. We're installing insulated power lines,
That's tight.
and inspecting and upgrading equipment on 50,000 square miles of community and wild spaces. Helping to keep our community safe is a job we take very seriously because the communities we serve are the communities we live and work in too. Learn more at fcb.com/mitigation. If Brazil is nothing more than legalized theft, hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul, And to preserve your wealth, I highly recommend keeping physical gold in your retirement account. To learn more, text the word shelter
Virtual
to
sex.
989898 to get a free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold, which is the only gold IRA company I trust. So text shelter to 989898 to request your free info kit right now.
Visit ROTHSCHILD.com. Massive overstock sale. Over 1,000 RVs.
Home at
More stimulating fun.
Yoshi, I'd be like this. Yeah.
to inviting us places probably isn't the way to go.
Here's like I would advise my children against.
We are children.
Gary and Sharon, KMI AM 640 live everywhere on the IDA radio.
Everyone keeps coming in here and apologizing for not inviting us places. It's so unnecessary. You don't really like it. No, it's so totally. The Dodgers is speaking up to on the Angels tonight at 6 in Anaheim.
Oh, you got tickets for that game,
Listen to the game in HD on the free iHeartRadio app live from the Galpin Motors broadcast booth. By the way, if I had an extra ticket, I would have invited her, but I wouldn't have invited you because you wouldn't have appreciated it. It's true. You would have take that. I mean, he does appreciate baseball, but not a Dodgers Angels very fan. Would you? Okay, he's giving me a really pound 30 look.
I told you, I've watched 14-year-olds play baseball.
Yeah. I have. So would you love it? Like you would love it? No. Your seats are really good too.
Why sit?
A girlfriend of mine said they were booty watching. Ooh. I never thought of it that way. Yeah. Look at that booty. That's shaking that booty.
Booty. Well, the booty.
Yeah. Oh, you're right.
The New York grand jury hearing testimony.
They said no. They don't play that song
Do
anymore.
not know what they're talking about. They have been expected to reconvene today. The grand jury's been figuring out this case, as well as some other unrelated matters. So the agenda for the week is not clear. We were discussing the rally down in Waco, Texas. Some interesting things have happened in terms of polling. One of the issues that former President Trump brought up in the rally was that Ron DeSantis is falling like a rock when it comes to these national polls. But a couple of state-specific polls, important state-specific polls, Iowa and New Hampshire, for example, show he is doing just fine. As a matter of fact, these surveys provided to Axios for just last week it was, found that Governor DeSantis is leading former President Trump by 8 points in Iowa right now, and is tied with Trump in New Hampshire at 39%.
He did take to Truth Social early this morning, 3:30 a.m., complaining about everything. Said, remember the DOJ is running the local Manhattan DA's prosecution. They just don't want their fingerprints on it. They placed a top person in the office. Then he went on to hit after Stormy Daniels. I won a federal lawsuit for almost $500,000 against Stormy Horseface Daniels. Never had an affair with her. Would have never wanted to. That's not very nice. She's not a horse face, is she? I mean, I've seen a horse face. That's not one that sticks out.
I wouldn't just describe. That would not have been my first.
What would have been your first insult?
She's a porn star.
Right.
Like that to me is enough of a.
Enough of a slight, isn't it? Yeah.
But he'll take the attractive ones, I think is what he's saying. Which I don't know. The big story that we will continue to follow that broke just as we started the show, as a matter of fact, is out of Nashville. Police, fire, and members of the ATF office there in Nashville are at the scene of, okay, here it is again, active aggressor at the Covenant School. Sources have said that 3 children were shot. No word on the state of their injuries at this time, but that the shooter is down and dead at that school.
This is Covenant Presbyterian Church there in Nashville. This school teaches preschool through 6th grade. And yes, the reports are the shooter has been killed and that the death toll ABC just confirmed 3 children were killed. Okay, so for the 3 children and the shooter, we don't know if the shooter was on the scene.
A child?
Also a student there.
Reunification area established at a nearby church, the Woodmont Baptist Church. This school that we're talking about, Covenant, is a private Christian school in Nashville. Last year, the school ran an active shooter training program, which is not unusual since most schools have recently. On a portion of the street that leads up to this, it's currently like on the top of a small hill, currently closed. Police and emergency officials have been responding.
Now, if there are 4 children killed, 3 in the shooter, you got to believe there's injuries too.
Yeah, it would be unusual if there weren't.
Right.
So a couple statements have come in from politicians who
Word
were
up.
killed at Covenant School,
Word
just outside
up.
southwest of downtown Nashville.
The protests continue in France, where they are pushing to push the legal retirement age from 62 to 64. Big deal for the French. There have been several days of strikes and protests. They're setting places on fire.
Yeah, and by the way, they don't
The roof?
like, I mean, listen, the LA Unified protest that we saw last week.
Oh, you're
was
fucking.
sizable, and it impacted a whole
No,
lot of
no.
people. When you strike in France,
Do you remember when the
everybody strikes. I mean, they call out every man, woman, and child in France, and they all protest. So they're dealing with
Are you done?
pension issue.
Are you done?
Unilaterally decided that the retirement age is going to go from 62 to 64. In Israel, they're dealing with different kinds of protests. In France, they say tomorrow is going to be another big national day of action. In Israel today, tens of thousands of people were demonstrating outside of Israeli parliament. Workers launched a nationwide strike also.
Oh, fridge out Nancy. Fucking sound, motherfucker sounds cold. Really?
This is all because
His motherfucker's name is fridge off.
Netanyahu wants to overhaul the judiciary. Just before we
Yo.
started the show, it was announced that the government had reached an agreement to